is 8 a.m. Alaska time. We can call the council meeting to order here. We are ready to move into public testimony on agenda item C4. Good morning, everybody. We have 54 people signed up to testify. Gotten word that Alex Jackson is seeking to go out fishing here as soon as possible, so we're going to go ahead and take him out of order up first. Just a reminder on our testimony system, individuals and companies have 3 minutes to testify. Associations have 6 minutes. Please keep an eye on the timer on the Adobe Connect system. I will also try to time and let you know when your time is up. So with that, Alex Jackson, are you with us?
Yeah, yes, I am. Hopefully you can hear me. I'll give this a whirl if the connection stays good the whole time, but okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Alex Jackson, and I am a co-owner, operator of the fishing vessel Karenevich. We trawl for pollock and cod in the Gulf of Alaska and Aleutian Island. I strongly support the council moving forward with Element 6, Sub-Option 6.2, but more specifically, Sub-Option 6.2.3 that would allow the 7 under 60-foot Aleutian Island trawl endorsements to harvest a percentage of the set-aside. We hope the council will choose the 50% option to be harvested by these boats. After going over the charts provided by the council, it looks as if sub-option 6.2 will allow more quota to be delivered to an Aleutian Island shore plant as opposed to 6.1. I believe this is important in order to give the plant a chance to succeed. If the council chooses to move forward with allowing the under 60-foot trawlers to harvest a percentage of the set-aside in either 6.1 or 6.2, it seems that group of boats would be leasing the quota from either the plants or co-ops. I would like to see language that would ensure a reasonable lease rate. The language I read is very vague, and I do not fully understand how either the plants or co-ops could ensure these boats be able to harvest a percentage of the allocation. I have made my points in previous letters and testimony, but I will go quickly over them again. Our vessel has been fishing in the Aleutian Islands since 2002. After we were awarded an Aleutian Island under 60-foot license, we have limited history in the federal season due to an unstable shore plant. We are hoping 6.2 will allow for a processor to have a successful business in ADAC or ATCA. When I purchased this vessel in 2018, I bought the Aleutian Island endorsement with the boat. I planned on fishing the Aleutian Islands for many years to come. Having some of this ADAC plant allocation reserved for under 60-foot trawlers will allow that to happen. Thank you for giving me the chance to testify, and I'll be able to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Are there any questions? Let's see any. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Good luck fishing.
Thank you.
Next up is
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's Bob Breskovich. Did you call my name? You broke up there a little bit.
Yes, I apologize. Mr. Breskovich, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, council members, my name is Bob Breskovich. I own the Aleutian Challenger, a 100-foot independently owned AFA catcher boat that's been one of the most committed catcher boats to the cod fishery for nearly a quarter of a century. I want to apologize again for the regional landing technicality with stacked LLPs slipping past me until the last council meeting, though I've testified now for the 5th time, beginning in June of 2018, regarding stacked LLPs, asking that my catcher boat receive its QS like every other catcher boat will in this program. If not addressed, the Aleutian Challenger stands to lose 85 to 100% of our catch history, and we're the only stakeholder, I believe, in this program to be facing such a loss. We've vetted and submitted language that addresses this, though really what's at stake here, if it's not addressed, is the council would greatly harm my boat and would give the Aleutian Challenger's quota to an AFA factory trawler company who stated they don't operate catcher boats, and you're guaranteeing the creation of, overnight coupon clipping. The council has all the information that it'll ever have concerning the proposed amendment, and the analysts have indicated at the AP meeting that a more detailed analysis will never be available because of confidentiality restrictions. Now, the stacked LLP situation was thoroughly analyzed in June in two sections. Those were 2.8.2 and 2.8.2.4. And then in this most recent September analysis, more detail was provided on page 190, where the analyst directly calls out this specific situation, and I quote, "Of the 9 vessels with multiple LLPs, there is at least one vessel where the vessel's qualifying catch history in one area would generate QS to be attached to an LLP license that is owned by somebody other than the vessel owner," close quote. Now, Mr. Chairman and council members, 8 of the 9 catcher boats identified in the analysis with stacked LLPs, and American Seafoods is the 9th here, to be clear, but these 8 boats were kind enough to waive confidentiality and authorized me to let the council know that they would not be harmed by it, and they do not object to this amendment. Now, these catcher boats are owned by some of the biggest names in the industry. Therefore, the council can be assured that the impacts of this amendment are limited to just my catcher boat and American Seafoods, not the larger group of stacked LLPs. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I guess it just doesn't make sense to me why this can't be addressed here, especially since it's just clearly the right thing to do. It's been fully analyzed, and we've provided additional information, as I described, from all stakeholders. And I guess, most importantly, and I really mean this, everyone, including American Seafoods, can win here, and the Aleutian Challenger, one of the most dedicated boats in the fishery, need not be harmed if you include this amendment in final action. And I say this assuredly since if it's accepted, American Seafoods is going to receive what it looks like to be 22.5%, call it 23% of my boat's QS, and 100% of the processing sideboard. And they're going to have every tool in their toolbox needed to keep the Aleutian Challenger delivering to the KDN. I'm just about out of time, Mr. Chairman, so I'll just wrap it up there. I don't want to be rude and go over. Thank you, and I'll gladly take any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Breskovich. Are there any questions from council members? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Breskovich.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Philip Powell.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Philip Powell, and I'm General Counsel for Global Seas, an AFA catcher vessel company. I'm testifying to ask that the council include in its program a dispute resolution provision to allow for transfer of quota share after the expiration of the 90-day sunrise period in the case of genuine disputes between parties to fish transfer agreements. To that effect, I've submitted a letter to the council that provides what I would think would be an exemplar dispute resolution that kind of deals with all the elements of how that would work and what it would work. I'm also aware that the AP included in their motion a direction that dispute resolution process shall be created and implemented. I'm not necessarily wed to my dispute resolution provision in particular, but I thought it was a good exemplar. Now, as an exemplar, as a summary of what I think it's doing here is following NIMS's issuance of an initial allocative determination, the LLP meeting the criteria to receive quota share of PCOD. Non-exempt AFA CVs that had engaged in finch transfer agreements of PCOD have 90 days during which they may transfer quota shares amongst the harvesting LLP and a designated recipient LLP to reflect those agreements. Now, where the individuals cannot agree on how best to reallocate quota share to reflect the term of their agreements, or where some act in bad faith and attempt to game the system, as staff pointed out could happen, either parties may toll the running of that 90 days sunrise period. Yes, sir.
I apologize. I keep losing your audio. I don't know if other council members are okay. It might just be mine. Please continue. I apologize.
Okay. Well, can I get a little more time back then? Sorry. In any event.
Yes, I'll give you that allowance.
Thank you. when event after one of the parties files some verifiably initiated binding dispute resolution proceeding, they just give notice to RAM. RAM would list that as an in dispute thing, and the outcome of the dispute resolution would determine the final allocation. Now, I think this language effectively is responsive to one, gaming, two, it also encourages productive negotiations, and three, it minimizes the agency's workload. In my letter, I have discussed kind of how I think that works with dispute resolution, gaming, strong arm tactics, agency workload, and regulatory efficiency. I also talk about different things, different considerations like deadline, dispute resolution venue, or settlement. But one thing while I'm testifying that I'd really like to hit on is the consequences of inaction. Without a dispute resolution provision, these agreements don't necessarily go away. And they change from the nature of the damages of the contractual dispute from specific performance such that a court says, you must transfer this quota share as per the terms of this contract, to a different measure of damages, which could be consequential or incidental damages, which is an economic present-day value of the future economic value of this quota share being assigned. And so I think that's one of the big ones I want to point out is that inaction doesn't fix the problem. It just changes the nature of it, and it's still there. I think that probably the use, and I'm out of time. I'm very sorry, and with that, I'd be happy to take any questions if I could.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Powell. I think you did get some extra time in there, and I apologize for interrupting.
No problem whatsoever.
All right. Looks like Mr. Merrill has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Powell. I know that we've had an opportunity to discuss this issue somewhat. I think during that conversation, I had mentioned that one of the provisions that exists in many of our rationalization programs is that we are able to make modifications to quotas or to permits based on an operation of law. And that phrase appears in our regulations for many of our programs. Does a phrasing like that address the core of your concern?
Well, for this one, Glenn, I think, if I were speaking for myself, yes. If I were speaking for others, typically in most contracts, especially maritime contracts, admiralty courts have broad discretion and will usually enforce the terms of this contract. I would presume that, most sophisticated parties will include arbitration clauses in their contracts. And my concern by operation of law would be that an arbitration proceeding is a private proceeding. You would literally have a summary judgment overnight if you were to try to file a lawsuit when you have a binding arbitration clause. And so then I wonder, is an arbitration award, a private arbitration award as per the terms of the contract, an operation of law? Or would that necessarily mean that then these parties would have to do a double litigation and then go back to court to have the court award the arbitration award or enforce the arbitration award, which that might have its own procedural issues. So that was my main concern there, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Powell. If following up on Mr. Merrill's question, does that approach provide any kind of a time certain deadline for when those would need to be resolved? It seemed to me that the approach that you've been discussing provided some form of a time window for resolution, longer than the 90 days, though. So I guess I'm just curious about what that kind of approach might do relative to leaving the status of shares in limbo.
Well, first, in my mind, I don't know that the quota shares would be held in limbo. I think after an initial allocated determination to the LLP that meets that criteria, that's where those quota shares would go, and that LLP would have the right to prosecute that fishery. What happens before that and dispute resolution is actually something that's called just pre-trial remedy. That's what happens there. But I think in using an approach like Mr. Merrill is discussing, that doesn't sound like there's ever a drop dead date to file a dispute resolution and then have to change what the agency is assigning to its LLPs. I was thinking and my consideration was also agency efficiency and regulatory workload. And by requiring a dispute resolution provision be filed within that 90 days, it limits the agency's workload. And how long that dispute resolution takes, it's impossible for me to predict. But it's more than several years down the road, somebody finding a contract in their back pocket and deciding we've got a contractual suit. Hey, Ram, you've got to open this back up. And again, they might be out of luck if they do have a contract and it has an arbitration clause.
Thanks. Follow-up question, if I may, that I think might be better directed at Mr. Merrill, and will just betray my ignorance of the final rule on some of these past actions. But it sounds to me from, if I understood your question and your description of the situation correctly, Mr. Merrill, it sounds to me as if all other things being equal, the agency was likely to include that language by operation of law just to cover a broader range of contingencies than just this in the final rule for this. Am I correct on that?
Through the chair, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I don't think we're at the point right now where we're promising what is or isn't in the final rule. I think that is something that we have traditionally considered. I think we'd strongly consider doing something like this for this final rule at this point in time once we get there. I guess I would also just note, there are a number, as Mr. Powell has mentioned, a number of venues that are available to parties during an application process to resolve these. Some of these are done informally before the actual application occurs. Some of them occur after we ask questions about the applications themselves. Some of them require going through an initial administrative determination process, and then some do require report. But for the most part, and this would provide just a little bit more clarity on that last step in terms of how we would address the distribution of quota share in those particular circumstances where those other venues weren't sufficient.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Merrill and Mr. Twite. I think we should probably reserve these types of conversations for after public testimony. I understand you trying to get to the point now while it was fresh, but let's reserve those for conclusion of public testimony from here. So with that, is there any further questions for Mr. Powell?
Thank you, Member Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Powell.
Member Council.
Okay. Ernie Weiss. Mr. Weiss is Brent Payne, and then Mark Sina.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I assume you can hear me. I'm Director of the Natural Resources Department for the Aleutians East Borough. I submitted brief written comments, and I'll be brief this morning. As you know, the Aleutians East Borough is situated between the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. Our onshore processors process groundfish from both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. But for the most part, our local resident fleet does not participate in the Bering Sea trawl Pacific cod, but do fish groundfish in the western Gulf of Alaska and participate in other fisheries. That being said, we've had two simple goals for this program. One, we've supported strong sideboards on the program participants to protect our local fleet from an unfair disadvantage in the unrationalized western Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries that they rely on. And two, we support as much fish as possible be processed on shore. We support our local fishermen and our shore plants in support of our communities. So I'd like to make 2 points on the AP motion. On sub-option 4.2.1, we appreciate the AP choosing the smallest option under 4.2.1. We think the choice of less than 200 metric tons of history to be able to fish the Gulf of Alaska sideboard exemption and lease their Bering Sea peacock history is an acceptable compromise. On option 5.2.1, we oppose allowing catcher processors acting as motherships to be able to process 125% of their processing history. We ask you to reject what is Amendment 7 of the AP motion. Protecting onshore processing in this program is the community provision in this program, for us anyway. Lastly, the Aleutians East Borough Assembly passed Resolution 2210 in August, attached to our written comments, requesting the Council to delay final action on this program until in-person meetings resume, noting that there has been no in-person public interaction during the formation of the program. Fishermen and elected officials have not really engaged in the virtual meetings. The comfort level is just not there, and they do value the in-person interaction. So with that, I appreciate your time and thanks for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next up is Brent Payne.
Yeah, the Chairman Canine and members of the North Pacific Council, my name is Brent Payne, Director of United Catch Boats. UCB has 72 vessel members, of which the majority of them will be receiving cod quota share under this new catch share program. So this program greatly impacts the members of UCB. You know, UCB first testified, I think, to the council in 2017, talking about the impacts of the race for fish that we were experiencing in the cod fishery, the increased effort by a number of permit holders entering the fishery, the race for fish, poor use of bycatch, and primarily the biggest issue was safety concerns. You might recall some of the graphics that I put up to the council showing the plots of the fishery as it was occurring in late February, early March. You know, 30, 40 boats fishing at 6 o'clock in the morning in a 2 or 3 square foot mile area. It was just totally unsafe. If you look at table 2.15 on page 83, you can really see the effects of the race for fish. And, in 2018, we ended up having a 12-day A season and then a 1-day B season. It just wasn't acceptable to have this kind of fishery. That's why we asked for the council to embark on a catch share program to slow this fishery down and to solve some of the problems. I really want to say thank you to Daryl Brannon and John McCracken. They've done an excellent job. John's last summary to you yesterday afternoon, summarizing the goals and needs of the problem statement, how the elements address that was really excellent information for you. We believe you have an abundant amount of information in this EARIR to make an informed decision. We agree with the AP and the SFC to take final action at this meeting. I think you're poised to do that. You've had 2 initial reviews of this document. It's been well discussed by the public in your advisory panels. And we agree with the PPA structure that came out of your June meeting. We think that was a great backbone for this program. We want to focus some of our attention here on just a couple little tweaks here on some of the elements. We've submitted a detailed letter that goes over the 14 elements, but today I just want to focus on 2 or 3 of the major elements that we want to discuss with you. The first one is bycatch management. Our Chinook salmon and our pollock PSC program and our whiting West Coast program with our co-op structure really is about 80% of what we do in those co-op structures is dealing with incidental catch and management of incidental catch. The allocations of the directed fishery sort of work itself out through the co-op structure, but it really is the bycatch management tools that really make the co-op structure of a catch share program shine. And we ask that, you can knock these hard caps way down on PSC and in particular crab and halibut here, but you're going to take away the tools of the co-op to truly manage PSC. The co-ops will report to the council on an annual basis how well they've been doing, and we ask you to give us the tools and not lower these caps so hard downward that we end up having a race for PSC in our co-ops. I think Mr. Brannon nicely summarized the effects of the PSC if you reduce it down. When we looked at that new appendix for crab and looking at the halibut numbers, we saw the actual numbers. We potentially under the PPA in June will get a hard cap of 272 metric tons of halibut and 545 crab, and that's the harvest about 25,000 tons of cod. This cod fishery by trawl gear is actually a very clean fishery relative to the use of bycatch species. So I guess our request in our letter is to maybe not take this down so low that it becomes so constraining that we have difficult problems. We ask that you give us some flexibility and let us run our co-ops to deal with bycatch management first. And if you feel like you really got to crank those numbers down, maybe at a following subsequent council meeting, maybe you can think about doing that. We have the ability to really manage bycatch and get way under. The co-ops will strand PSC. They simply, at these low numbers, the co-ops will not transfer PSC to other co-ops or other members until they catch their cod. And that stranding has an effect of needing a buffer of PSC in order to allow the co-ops to really function. In terms of element 5, processor protections, we arrived at the 22.5% after negotiations with our processor partners. Under the AFA and also with Whiting, we've learned that we can develop true, strong partnerships with our processor partners, and we're comfortable with allocations of a certain amount of processor share, harvest shares to processors. What that number is really difficult to come at. We thought it would make your job a little easier by arriving at 22.5%. The UCB board had recommended a 20% number, but we subsequently in our negotiations bumped that up to 22.5%. It's just that simple. We want to have strong partnerships with our processors, and stability is really key here in the long run. And we think that element 5 achieves that long-term stability. In terms of element 6 in the Aleutian Islands, I know this has been a tough issue. There's been a lot of discussion. One of the things that's constant here is whoever has owned that plant in ADAC, there's always been 4 or 5 UCB members that have always delivered fish to ADAC. Starting with Norquest, going to Icicle, going to John Lawrence, going to Icicle again, going with Golden Harvest. Whoever's decided to put money into that plant, there's always been catcher vessels that have delivered that fish out there. We think 6.1 is a much fairer way of doing this. It's fair because if you do 6.2, that's an additional amount of fish off the top. I'm running out of time, Mr. Chairman, but we ask that you consider 6.2, and I'm going to conclude there. Please take final action on this week. We really appreciate all the work you've done on this issue. It's going to greatly help the Bering Sea trawl cod fishery.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Let's see if there's any questions from council members. Mr. Marks has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Payne. Just getting back to your PSC comment, I read your comment letter, and I don't know if you followed along with some of the deliberations in the AP and the council, but what do you think gets you what you need to operate efficiently while really minimizing bycatch, at least on the halibut front?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Marks. Well, the first decision you need to look at is this issue of the TLAS apportionment of PSC to the non-Amendment 80 trawl sectors and how you deal with that. I think what we are recommending is a 15% reduction. We realize that your PPA in June was a 25% reduction for halibut. Again, that results in a cap of let me just find my number here, 272 metric tons of halibut, if you use that same apportionment that you've done historically. So we're recommending a 15% reduction, and we can show to you that we will actually use way less than 15% reduction, or way less than 272 metric tons of halibut, but we just need that flexibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Payne, for your testimony. I also have a question about PSC, crab PSC this time. Appreciate your comments on concerns about PSC in general. I think when the council was selecting the PPA in June, obviously since that time we've received some very different information on the status of the red king crab and Apelia stocks. And so my question for you is, we're talking about if crab PSC limits are apportioned out to cooperatives. I think something like if there's 10 cooperatives, 54 crabs per co-op. And obviously that's a much lower amount than we were contemplating even a few months ago. And so my question for you is, I think we have considered in the past whether it might be more appropriate to apportion crab PSC not out to the cooperatives, but just to the trawl CV sector at that level. And I'm wondering if you can help me understand, would that help the sector and the cooperatives collectively perhaps better manage the much lower levels, particularly of red king crab that we're looking at in this program?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, the short answer is yes. You know, it's interesting when the UCB COG committee and the UCB board met to talk about how we would manage PSC under the new co-op structure. We have a lot of experience with, I talked about our whiting fishery. You know, the Pacific Council had set the constraining rockfish species way too low, and then we actually had to ask a redo. And then also for crab here, I think some of my members feel like they're really fearful of this, the tyranny of the minority is what one member said, is that they want to have, destiny of their own PSC amounts, and they don't want to have other people in the program impact them or potentially shut down their fishery. So that's one argument for allocating out to the individual co-ops. However, when you get down to these numbers that are so small, like, we looked at, if you divide, I think Mr. Brandon talked about how that 545 red crab would be apportioned. We're looking at a crab rate that's 0.027 crab per metric ton at that amount, or basically 27 crab per 1,000 metric ton, or 54 crab per 2,000 metric tons. That's just so constraining that I think we would ask that you take a look at keeping crab at the sector level within the TLAS, apportionment of PSC. It's just very scary. Look at the potcut fishery. One boat was taking over 100,000 crab in one fishery in 1 month. It's just, the risk is too great to apportion this out to just 4 or 5 animals per co-op. So I appreciate your question.
I'll follow up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Payne, for that. My second question is related to element 6 that you also testified to in your comments, the Aleutian Island shore plant provisions. And I appreciate your reminder of the history, particularly of the ADAC plant. One of the criticisms we've heard of option 6.1 is its reliance on the intercooperative agreement and the cooperatives to determine how the harvest set aside would be managed, both harvested and delivered to the operating shore plant. Can you please describe how you envision, with your significant experience with cooperatives, is that a valid criticism in terms of it being unworkable, or do you see that being functioning in a way that you envision the cooperatives working within this program?
Yeah, yes, through the chair, Ms. Baker, that's a very good question. And the UCB board has discussed this quite a bit. And, we have over 20 years of history with AFA co-op management. We have over 10 years of history with whiting co-op management. And so whiting's a good example. In the whiting mothership fishery, that we have an obligation to break the co-op quota apart and obligate that to individual mothership processors. And we get a fleet of boats that will decide they're going to deliver to processor A, fleet of boats is going to deliver to processor B, and a fleet of boats of the co-op is going to deliver to processor C. And our co-op manager and the members of the co-op figure that all out. And the agency actually allocates one big chunk of whiting to the mothership co-op, and we split that all out. Similarly, with AFA Pollock, one of the provisions we have is the under 99-foot vessels get priority of the inshore waters of the sea line conservation area. NIPS doesn't break that out. The inter-co-op manager breaks that out and determines which vessels are under 99 feet and who can fish inside the SCA and what limits they are able to participate in and not allow the larger boats to fish inside that. So the co-op actually does that. There's no antitrust concerns with that. It's simply mechanical. And I think with ADAC, we would simply do that as well. We would the permit that we would be asking for on an annual basis from NIMS would be conditional upon us showing in our co-op agreement, our inter-co-op agreement, that 10% of the fish of the A season would be set aside, and then we would obligate that, and we would then the co-ops themselves could work to discuss which boats would go out there and fish that fish if there was going to be a plant there. Has nothing to do with pricing or markets or antitrust. It just simply is a mechanism to determine how that 10%, will be set aside within the members of the co-op. There's going to be 92 members that have, quota share. They're going to form an inter-co-op agreement, and they're going to do a lot of things, not just deal with the ADAC, but also deal with bycatch. But John Groover, I believe, has signed up to testify, Ms. Baker, to talk to you about how he would, as an inter-co-op manager, make this all happen. But I know the boat owners feel very strongly that they easily could make this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Payne. I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Payne. I'm back on the PFC question in relationship to your answer to Ms. Baker, and I just wanted to better understand, given your letter and the need initially to think you needed to apportion to co-ops in order to protect one co-op from not harming another co-op in their behavior. Explain a little bit better why leaving crab at these low levels at the sector level does that for your members. Is that dependent on the inter-co-op agreement as well? I just need a little bit better explanation of that.
Yeah, through the chair. The crab numbers are just so small that the risk is so great that one co-op, if one co-op or one boat caught over 545 or whatever crab, in the first couple of years with the red crab biomass being where it's at, it could, NIMS in-season management possibly could just shut down the whole cod fishery. You could get a lightning strike event. We've done very well with crab out on the Unimac Pass cod fishery grounds, just because I think the crab just aren't there. And that's why we have such low numbers. I mean, if you look at Daryl Brandon's report, we're operating with, catching 20,000+ tons of cod with an encounter rate of less than 100 crab. However, that just might not be the case because of a lightning strike event that could happen. So I think that with these low numbers of crab, we need to keep them bunched together at the inter-co-op level and let the inter-co-op develop the tools to manage that. I think that seems to be a more practical way of approaching, PSC management for the co-ops at this time.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions for Mr. Payne? All right. Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up is Mark Fina, then Shannon Carroll, and then Chris Barrows.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Mark Fina from U.S. Seafoods. I'm here to testify just on one issue, and that is with respect to the limits on offshore processing. U.S. Seafoods is one of the companies that owns an offshore processor that's qualified for this fishery. We have a letter in your packet, which I think summarizes the arguments pretty well. I'll speak quickly to them. We've participated in this fishery since the early 2000s. We've invested in catcher boats and licenses to support operating those catcher boats in this fishery. We also use the boats in other fisheries, but the limited access cod fishery has been very important to us over the years. We understand the Council's interest in limiting offshore processing as a way to provide stability to communities. We also are glad that you are looking at us and acknowledging that we're part of this fishery, and the limits that you all are proposing. I guess what we're asking is that you strike a balance between the interest in protecting communities and the interest in protecting the interests of long-term participants like us. I guess the option that we support is 521. And for us, this one really hinges on allowing us to process our catcher vessel histories up to 125% of our processing history during the qualifying years. The provision, we think, strikes a reasonable balance between protecting communities and acknowledging our history in the fisheries. I guess the reason to go over the 100% for us is that we have some pretty substantial investments in catcher boats that we've made over the years. And, millions of dollars. We have 4 boats and licenses that allow them to operate in these fisheries. And we think that it'd be a fair action to acknowledge those by allowing us to go to 125%. One thing I want to bring your attention to is that we have at times stood down in processing to protect the ADAC plant, and the Council had asked us to do that, and we did it a few times, and that likely curtailed our history a little bit in these fisheries, and think that that's another reason that you may want to consider allowing us to go to 125, although it's not directly incorporated into the provision. I think the provision can kind of, in a way, recognizes that. I guess I'll wrap it up there and just say that, we've had a long-term history in the fishery. We've made huge investments on the catcher vessel side that we think justifies expanding the history that we're allowed to use offshore. And we think 125% will not allow us to land all of our catches, all of our quota offshore. We'll still end up making deliveries to shore, but we think it's a reasonable place to live. It's a reasonable place to land for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Fina. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Fina, for your testimony. And I appreciate those comments. I think the challenging part of this particular issue is that the Council isn't able to see the impacts of its action because we can't look at the underlying information really about what the impacts of 5.2.1, 5.2.2, et cetera are. And so can you help me understand, your support is for option 5.2.1 for your particular company. How does that compare to the outcome for your company under 5.2.2? Can you help me qualitatively contrast with information that you're willing to, that you can talk about, help us understand the impacts there of 5.2.1 versus 5.2.2?
Yeah, and remind me if you can for 1 second, 5.2.2 is limiting us just to our history?
Correct.
Is that correct? I don't have that in front of me right now. I'm sorry. I guess we kind of look at it qualitatively. I can say that it's it's 25%, so it's a quarter of our processing history. We kind of look at it from the other side of the table, which is from the investments we've made in catcher boats over the years, and what those with an idea that the catcher boats would deliver all of their catch offshore to our boat. So we look at it as, and I guess probably with respect to our company, I would say that our harvest history is not double our processing history, but it's probably 150%, maybe a little bit over that. So there's still a significant portion that we're going to be delivering to shore that we'll have to arrange to get to shore. I think that's my recollection. I think with respect to the impact that it's likely to have on the shore side sectors, we'll be looking for markets to find places for that extra fish to go. If you limit us to 100%, we would be looking for a little more of it to go that direction to shore. But I don't know if I'm helping with this answer, but I guess that's kind of our thought on it. And I do think it's not a huge difference. It's 25%. And, we're not a giant player in this fishery. We're a reasonable sized player in the processing side of things. We're not, so I don't think it's going to be a significant dig.
Mr. Chair, thanks, Dr. Fina. I appreciate that. No more questions.
All right. Any further questions for Dr. Fina? Thank you, Dr. Fina.
Thanks.
Next up is Shannon Carroll.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Good morning. My name is Shannon Carroll. I'm speaking on behalf of Trident Seafoods. We support taking final action at this meeting and have submitted a comment letter that contains much more in-depth comments than I can provide today. But I did want to speak sort of broadly in support of this action. This is a program that was shaped by stakeholder input, and the fact that it provides benefits to a range of stakeholders is really indicative of that fact. The benefits for directed participants are well documented, but I wanted to highlight some of the benefits to other stakeholders on the record as well. For example, this program will lead to bycatch reduction, reduced fishing effort, full observer coverage. It'll lead to better use of the resource through improved quality, utilization, and product form. And this program also contains considerations of other fisheries and communities as reflected in the options and elements that leave the sea season unallocated and create specific provisions for the Aleutians. I want to talk about a few specific elements of the program. First, allocations of harvest shares to processors, element 5.4. We've had extensive discussions with individual harvesters about how to use any potential processor allocation in this program in a way that's both fair and transparent. And, based on these conversations and consideration of how to use how the co-ops would function and how the other program and elements and options would interact, we believe that an allocation of 22.5% is sufficient to balance the objectives of the program. I won't reiterate all of our rationale in support of this element, but I do want to draw out one really important point, and that's that element 5.4 is designed in part to provide stability to a sector that is highly overcapitalized. A single processor could theoretically process this entire fishery at current abundance levels, and this program, through use caps, will essentially fix current levels of processing effort moving forward, while also allowing for new entrants. So absent meaningful inclusion, these dynamics will drive instability as individual processing companies compete at or below their margins, likely resulting in the most basic and often least valuable product forms. An allocation of harvest shares to processors then is really essential to incentivizing the multi-year planning and investments that increase the value of the fishery, which is one of the goals of this program. Specific to processor use caps under element 8.4, we are requesting one change, which is to change the wording such that it applies at the company rather than the facility level. I detailed our ask in our comment letter, but I do want to note that our request would not increase the amount of cod that Trident could process. Rather, our requested change would actually restrict our growth relative to the current wording. But we're prioritizing that flexibility in our operational plan over any potential growth. I would be, of course, happy to go into more detail regarding our use of the two platforms and impacts of element 8.4 if needed. I see that I'm close out of time, so I'll just wrap up here and see if there's any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Carroll. I've heard that at least Trident and maybe some of the other processors have begun some informal discussions with likely co-ops about the actual mechanics of how processor shares might be used within those potential co-ops. And I'm wondering if you could share with us sort of the sense of those discussions, and if you believe those will, if you foresee those as continuing in the event that we have final action at this meeting.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twait. Yeah, that is correct. We've had pretty extensive conversations with a number of our longtime harvesters just in terms of addressing how we would use the shares in our cooperative process in a way that's both fair and transparent, and also sort of builds on some of the lessons learned from the whiting program, where a lot of our cod harvesters have direct experience with dealing with processors that were allocated harvest shares on the program. We've sort of outlined what our process would be, and it gets a little complicated, I think, to just go into a deep explanation of. But I think the bottom line is what we're trying to do is to make sure that the cooperative process creates the structure through which the shares would be used, so that one, harvesters have say and direct sort of control over how that structure is created, and then that there's transparency and buy-in with respect to how those shares are actually used. Our intent would be to use them on a trip basis primarily, so it's not sort of saved till the end of the season or held out, for additional time. So each trip there would be sort of a match given. And I think that the goal would be simply just to make people as whole as they would be under a program in which we weren't included. But it does provide us with a little bit of certainty, I think, if there is sort of movement after the rationalization program goes into place. So I would be happy to expand on that more. Hopefully that answers your question, Bill, or Mr. Twait.
One follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that, Mr. Carroll, you mentioned that at least as of now, you're envisioning that the shares would be, the processor shares would be matched on a trip-by-trip basis instead of as a block late in the season. I can see the negotiating leverage advantage of the latter. I'm trying to envision how issuing the processor shares on a trip-by-trip basis provides the company with the kind of protections that the council intends with PQS. So if you could I'm probably just missing something obvious. So if you could walk me through that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and so this was, thank you, through the chair, Mr. Twait. So this was a request that sort of was building on the whiting program experience. And I think really, I guess what it comes down to is the shares aren't, the purpose from my perspective with respect to how the shares are used is not to create like a negotiation advantage with respect to price or with respect to leverage. It's really to sort of build a partnership that then allows for long-term planning and incentivizes investment in the fishery and stability. And I think doing that is the way the shares work, and doing that is sort of allow us to build trust and have a meaningful partnership with our fleet. So if we're being transparent and fair and matching on a trip-by-trip basis, I think that accomplishes it. And then obviously it gives us a little bit of a safety net if that individual harvester decides to go pursue a different market somewhere else. So I think it's really about that safety net if a harvester leaves, but not about leveraging it on a seasonal basis. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. I would like to go back to your comments on element 8.4, the ownership and use cap section, and your suggestion, your recommendation to change that from a facility cap to a company cap. And I, just because I wasn't really prepared yesterday when we received the AP report to ask about that, I'm wondering, can you provide a little more background on the reason that you think that would be a worthwhile change for the council to consider at this time?
Sure. And through the chair, I appreciate the question, Ms. Baker. And I would just start answering your question at the outset by noting that we have run this by several of the other bearing seed processors and harvesting trade associations, and have not received any opposition to this requested change, and have actually received support for it. So from several of those companies. So I think it's just really important to understand that for the purposes of processing cod, Accutane and the independents are essentially the same platform. They're just, I think, somewhat artificially separated by the nature of the permitting process. So we really use the independents as an auxiliary platform for processing cod and Accutane. It is, throughout the eligibility period, has always remained anchored in Accutane Bay to process cod. It serves the same fleet, uses the same infrastructure, pays the same taxes, and it's essentially just a floating auxiliary unit for Accutane. But I think what is really important is that both the Accutane Shore Plant and the independents provide different operational benefits. And so with respect to product form or flow rate through the plant. And so depending on the season or depending on the daily fishing activity, we may send more fish to one facility or the other. And it's varied greatly over the 11-year period that the council is considering, ranging from 66 to 70 or so percent on one platform or the other, depending on the year. And so if the council moved forward and with element 8.4 as written, it would essentially lock in those historic averages and force us to lose some of that operational flexibility, where we may be forced to send, a harvester to the independents when we would prefer to be processing that fish in Accutane. That may cause the harvester to have to wait in a longer line, and just generally create operational inefficiencies that I don't think that this program was designed to achieve. And I think just trying to think through what the council's intent would be behind the current wording of 8.4, because to my knowledge, there isn't actually any express intent on the record. But I would assume that it was written this way to sort of for a scenario in which a processing company owned two facilities that were spread across different municipalities or tax areas, or serve different fleets, and where the council will be looking to sort of minimize the impacts of consolidation under a rationalized program and the impacts on communities or fleet. And that is not the case in this situation, where obviously I think I've already mentioned sort of the fact that they serve the same fleet and pay the same taxes. So I think that's all important in the immediate term. I think long term, the impact of this would be that it would likely discourage the level of investment that we can make in the Accutane Shore Plant with respect to value added and moving towards portions, because we would be limited in how much cod could go into that shore plant. So that's an important consideration. Hopefully that answers your question, Ms. Baker.
Thanks. Follow up, Mr. Chair. Also on element 8, I'm wondering, my questions are specific to the AP motion for elements 8.3 and 8.4. I'm not looking at it right now, but it's my understanding the AP did recommend higher caps for both of those elements than had been included in the council's preliminary preferred alternative. Do you support the AP's motion on those, or do you have different thoughts that you could share with the council?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. I mean, that's kind of challenging. I think it's really, I guess I would just step back and try to think about it as a council member. I think it's really just a policy call. Some of the things that I would consider is how many processors are participating in the fishery, and how much, what sort of level of overcapitalization is present. And I think I've already pointed out that there is a significant amount of overcapitalization in this fishery, based on the fact that a single processor could process it at current tax. So I would think about that, and I would also think about how many processors could process the fishery under the different scenarios in the range, so from 20 to 30%, and really determine, I guess, how much flexibility you want each individual processor to have, and then how much flexibility you want in the case of a unforeseen scenario similar to what happened, if we have a pandemic-induced shutdown or something like that, whether or not the remaining processors would be able to accommodate. But I think it is really a policy call for the council to make.
Thanks, Mr. Carroll. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. My question is on element 8, and I have read your letter. You make a compelling argument there, and I think I agree with much what you have to say here. I just wanted to give you the chance. I didn't hear in your testimony or see in your letter how the document supports the council's ability to amend the language, and I just thought I'd give you a chance to do that, because it's not clear to me, and I just want to make sure that you have the chance to address that you feel that do you feel, I guess my question is, do you feel like the document is sufficient to allow us to amend the language in the way that you suggest for element 8, and if so, how? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Downs. Yes, I do think that there's certainly adequate notice and analysis for the council to make this change. So there is discussion in terms of the impacts to the companies that would be, so in particular our operation throughout the analysis when it looks at the impacts of 8.4. I think during the staff presentation yesterday, there were 2 questions, one from Ms. Kimball and one from Mr. Twite, that explicitly asked the staff if they thought that this was adequately analyzed. And I think Daryl's answer was that yes, in fact, that they could actually only look at this at the firm level and not at the individual facility level. So really all the information that you have is actually geared towards the change that I'm suggesting. And so I think, yes, the answer to your question is that there's adequate information and notice in the analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, Mr. Carroll, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Chris Barrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chairman, and also good morning to members of the council. For the record, my name is Chris Barrows, and I'm testifying on behalf of Pacific Seafood Processors Association, which includes processors with long-term participation and investment in cod processing in Unalaska, King Cove, Sandpoint, False Pass, and Acatan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. PSP has submitted a letter under agenda item C4 that I'd like to bring to your attention, and my testimony today will summarize the high points in that letter. First, we appreciate staff's work on this 3rd review draft, including additions to the background information on the shoreside processing sector. We think that the analysis is a comprehensive document that provides a solid foundation for the council to make an informed decision and take final action at this meeting. Both the SSC and AP determined that the analysis is sufficient to inform final action as well. And we support the council's final action so that this program has the best chance to be developed and implemented by the start of 2024. PSBA continues to support improving the management of the fishery through a cooperative management system. The analysis and prior experience, as attested to through hours of public testimony, indicate that the council can improve the way the fishery is prosecuted, can improve the safety in the fishery, can improve bycatch, and also the long-term value in the fishery if we remove the need for participants in both the harvester and processor sectors to race for volume instead of increased stability and certainty for those stakeholders. A cooperative structure will allow processors to know who will deliver to them in the November prior to each fishing season. But that alone does not create the level of stability and certainty needed for processors to engage in the long-term planning needed to increase value-added processing in Alaska, or to support new markets, and keep a diverse set of processing companies viable for cod. To achieve these goals in the fishery, processors need a level of certainty and stability comparable to harvesters receiving allocations in this program. That is why we continue to support an allocation of cooperative shares to eligible processors under Element 5.4, with the shares to be used in the cooperative as stipulated in the Council's preferred alternative. Our letter talks about the need and objective of a processing allocation, and we've consistently supported an allocation at the high end of the range for analysis. The analysis talks about potential impacts of no or very low allocation to the processing sector, as well as impacts at a level of 30% or more than 30%. This middle range, though, is a policy call to try to balance impacts on the harvesting and processing sectors with the intent to try to recognize both sectors, improve stability, and maintain something close to the status quo in terms of market power. PSBA supports a processing sector allocation of 22.5% and a harvester sector allocation of 77.5%, the same as in the AP motion. The analysis clearly indicates that this fishery is expected to consolidate based on current excess capital in the fishery. There may not be a lot of consolidation in the sense that LLPs will go away, but there is a potential for fewer vessels trawl fishing for cod than under the status quo. As a result, if the allocation is significantly imbalanced, one sector will be able to use the newfound stability to right-size its business plan under the new management program, while the other will be left to continue to race or operate at or below the margins just to cover excess capacity. That practice will be unsustainable over time and will undermine the Council's objective for providing stability, increasing value, and facilitating sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities. Therefore, we support Element 5.4 as a tool that is currently allowed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, providing a level of stable access to the resource, combined with use caps, mitigates against consolidation in the processing sector, and provides stability to the communities that have depended on these landings and the tax revenue generated from processing activity. The level of certainty that also strives to drive reinvestment into diverse and competitive product forms, which creates more long-term value from the fishery, part of the stated purpose of the program. This is incredibly important as processors and Pacific cod compete in global markets with many other whitefish species from many other countries. Processors have been supportive of regulatory elements that provide protections for harvesters based on lessons learned in other fisheries, such as the West Coast whiting fishery, and we support those in Elements 5, 7, and 8 of the PPA. These include limits on vertical integrated vessels, use it or lose it provisions, and the establishment of use caps at both the quota level and the processing level, none of which were included in the whiting program. PSPA also supports modifying the cap under Element 8.4 to apply at the company level instead of the facility level, as discussed in the analysis. In closing, we support the final action on cooperative-based program for the BSAI trawl catcher vessel Pacific cod fishery to address the current race for fish and the resulting negative effects on dependent harvesters, processors, and communities as outlined in the Council's purpose and need. PSPA has supported the development of a program since the proposal was initiated several years ago because we thought the status quo was untenable, and there are too many long-term potential benefits associated with a cooperative-based management system to forgo this opportunity. Our members look forward to improving the safety of the fishery, improvements in bycatch management, improvements in the value in fishery, and we look forward to the increased stability a program will provide for harvesters, processors, and communities. Thank you, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barrows. Any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Barrows, for your testimony. And I don't have your letter right in front of me. Could you highlight for us again, you mentioned that there are some elements of this cooperative rationalization program that are not included in the whiting program, for example, in terms of protection for harvesters. Can you just run through or just point those out for me again so I can make sure and understand those?
Yes, thank you for that question through the chair, Ms. Baker. So the analysis points out that the remote locations of Pacific cod processors in the BSAI and large investments in specialized equipment and infrastructure that can't be used for specialized means. But in terms of the protection elements, the whiting program did not include a use cap on processing activity, nor did it include provisions that prevented the stranding of quota held by processors. So both of these are included in the council's PPA. So the use caps, use it or lose it, and prohibit prohibitions on any processor-owned boats using more quota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Barrows, for that clarification. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Barrows.
Thank you.
Next up is John Warrenchuk, then Trent Hardill, and then Tom Enlow.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
Good morning. Hello, for the record, my name is John Warrenchuk. I'm Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Oceana is an environmental group dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. Thanks for taking public comment today. The council here today is deliberating a major action here to implement a catch share type program for the groundfish bottom trawl permit holders who target Pacific cod in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And the action would allocate cod quota for groundfish trawl permits, bottom trawl permits, and they also allocate quota to processors. This is a major action that you're looking at allocating $20 to $30 million raw value of cod to the fishery that operates in that Pacific cod spawning habitat. Now, you did undertake this action given some pretty compelling observations of the bottom trawl fishery being very compressed in space and time in some of the few remaining Pacific cod spawning habitats in the Bering Sea. And we think while the need for this action is there, we also think that itself is an indicator of a larger problem that this council has yet to address. The Pacific cod bottom trawl fishery operates by targeting Pacific cod when they're aggregating and getting ready to spawn, and perhaps even while they are spawning. And the issue here is that Pacific cod are one of the few gattids, one of the few in the cod family that when they spawn, when they release their eggs at or near the bottom, these eggs sink to the seafloor and actually must incubate attached to the seafloor or structures on the seafloor. The eggs are slightly adhesive and they need a clean, some current, low disturbance environment to incubate and hatch. And we think that very little attention is being paid while you're considering this issue to the fact that cod need these habitats to spawn and incubate and recruit into the population. Just like the state of Alaska carefully manages salmon spawning habitat in the rivers, clean gravel, low sedimentation, this council needs to carefully consider how you manage cod spawning habitat in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and the Gulf of Alaska. So as these cod school up to spawn in places like the slime bank, and it's called the slime bank because there's always been aggregations of jellyfish and other kinds of organisms there in that rich habitat. These are some of the most important cod spawning habitats in Alaska. And as the fishery, the bottom trawl fishery, which drags its gear across the seafloor in these areas, gets further compressed in space and time during spawning season, we think there are some unobserved impacts here that you need to pay much closer attention to. And I also would like to remind the council that even though catch share program is a useful tool to address many management issues, that cod and ocean habitats are common property resources that fulfill crucial ecological roles and these benefits must be shared with many stakeholders, as well as future generations. Cod have been a source of sustenance for thousands of years for communities around the Bering Sea. And bottom trawling for cod during their spawning season on these very important cod shoals is a fairly recent development in the last 50 years. I want to flag that because there's no process or analysis right now that could catch this type of impact that could be occurring to cod spawning habitat. The essential fish habitat analysis takes such a broad approach that would even trigger an inquiry of whether there's an effect. You must hit several threshold levels before you even look into it as an issue. And even if you did hit those levels, cod stock assessment authors have told me that it'd be very hard to detect the effect, given by the time they detect cod recruiting into the surveys, between egg laying and when a cod is detected in a survey, there's just so many sources of mortality, you wouldn't be able to discern which one is which. And so given that fact, and given that Pacific cod have really become a replacement for extirpated cod stocks in other parts of the world, and we've seen how quickly cod can disappear, like in the Gulf of Alaska 5 years ago. The council really needs to manage Pacific cod fisheries and the Pacific cod population with the utmost resilience, build ecological resiliency, manage precautionary, and does not trade short-term gains for long-term opportunities for future generations. You have taken actions in the last 5 years to reduce the cod quota over 40% as the cod population declines and there's more uncertainty as to what's going to happen with cod. And we urge you to keep that in mind as you deliberate this particular action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. Any questions from council members? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Trent Hardill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Trent Hartill with American Seafoods. We own and operate the Katie Ann, which has been processing cod in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands for over 30 years. Today, I'm focusing on element 5.2. Overall, we see no justification in the analysis for establishing a sideboard. The information that the analysts have provided all indicate that mothership processors will be less competitive under a rationalized fishery compared to open access. And to be more specific, the analysis is clear that CPs pay less per metric ton than shoreside processors, and under a rationalized program, CPs will be less competitive compared to shore plants because CVs can no longer compete for a greater share of the TAC, and CPs produce a lower revenue product compared to shore plants. So given that the competitive landscape in this fishery will change with this program, we see no justification or rationale for establishing a sideboard on a minor sector of the fishery that is already limited and far less competitive than the majority of the processing sector. So in this regard, we request that the council select element 5.1. If the council does choose to implement a processing limitation, we request that the council adopt the AP's language for element 5.2.1 and set it at 125% of the platform's processing history. We're requesting this because a limitation based on a straight average results in the Katie Ann operating under its historical processing performance 50% of the time. In addition, and perhaps most important, the Katie Ann will never actually be able to reach that average level, as it will be impossible to perfectly align catcher vessel deliveries to match the average. So a processing sideboard based on our average history results in actual processing that is less than average. 125% will allow us to reach average in more years. And this does not represent an increase in the Katie Ann's processing above what it historically did. It simply represents a buffer above an average historical processing footprint. A couple other points I'd like to make are that the Katie Ann is not benefited by a closed class of processors in this program, as all processors, both shoreside and offshore, are all competing for a limited amount of deliveries. And given that our greatest competitive advantage, which is CVs capturing a greater share of the TAC under an open access fishery, has been neutralized in this program, we agree with the analysts that this program will result in less stability for the offshore sector and diminished benefits for mothership processors. One way to provide that stability is to provide a buffer on a processing limitation so the KDN can reach average in more years. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hartill. Any questions from council members? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hartill. I would just want you to maybe explain, I know you were pressed for time on your testimony. Could you explain how, if you're awarded 125%, you won't be able to exceed your average? What's the limitation if you get that?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thanks for the question. I think my point was that if we are held to a straight average as the current council's motion is written, we would always be performing under that average because we would never be able to align those catcher vessel deliveries to perfectly match that average history. Our request is if the council does proceed with a processing limitation to set it at 125% so that we would be able to achieve average. Some years we would be over, some years we would be under, but we'll have the opportunity to reach that average processing performance in more years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Hartill, for your testimony. Can you help me understand what your recommendation for not to exceed 125% of your processing history is based on? Is that, again, harkening back to my question for Dr. Fina, I think it's challenging for the council not to be able to see the impacts of its decision under this option. So where does the 125% come from in your recommendation?
Well, from through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. I think we've looked at it from two perspectives, one qualitatively and one quantitatively. The quantitative approach is, we looked at all of our history and looked at what 125% would mean. And we see that, we will be curtailed in, 4 or so of our highest years. We'll never reach those high levels of performance. We will be able to reach 2 years above our average, and then a couple years right at the average, and then a few years below the average. So that 125% gets us to a place where in most years, under normal circumstances, we'll be able to be performing at right around what our average performance has been. It served the purpose of the council's interest in providing an upper bound, a limit, constraining that offshore fishery, but it also provides us an ability to be profitable. The qualitative approach is, we've looked at our catch and we know kind of what we need to remain profitable for that operation. The KDN simply can't go out and catch at or process at such a low level. It would be just simply uneconomical to operate the vessel. So, we felt like that 125% kind of provides a balance for remaining profitable in challenging years and challenging times, and also providing a throughput of product where, we can continue to operate year in and year out.
Thank you. And a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So going back to the end of your testimony, which referenced the staff's presentation yesterday in terms of the impacts of this program on the CPs operating as motherships. I thought I understood my conversation with staff yesterday, but now I'm a little unclear about your testimony. Were you saying that from your company's perspective, moving into this rationalization program will provide a more unstable environment? So is it actually would it be your company's preference not to participate in this rationalized fishery? Was I confusing that? That's what I thought I heard, but if you could please help me with that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Ms. Baker, the concluding comments in my testimony were indeed referencing some of the exchange between yourself and other council members and staff in the presentation. And our conclusion agreed with the staff's conclusion that this program would result in less stability for the offshore sector. That does not mean that we are not interested in participating in the program. We simply agree that due to the change in management and some of the resulting impacts of that change, it will inherently mean a less stable future for us moving forward. A couple of the things that we see is if the council does choose to provide a limitation at an average level, 50% of the time we will be performing at less than our historical performance. Those years are important for us. They moderate fluctuations in price of fish, in cost of fuel, in cost of labor, the length of the season. Just in terms of a business, having those larger years is beneficial. Never being able to have those larger years will make it more difficult to absorb the lower years. And if we're constantly operating at a level that is much lower, it is just simply going to be more stressful and more strain on the operation to operate on a year-to-year basis. So that's where we're looking at that less stability in the program. And additionally, we're competing with all of the other processors. That closed class of processors is not a benefit in this program. So I hope that helps clarify my testimony, and just to reiterate, it's not an indication that we're not interested in participating.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Hartel. I think I'm out of questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hartel, I was hoping you could help me reconcile something that I'm not quite able to from your testimony. So I really heard two different things. One is that you're going to be so uncompetitive under this program because you produce worse product forms and your competitive advantage is going away. The other thing I heard is you need more than your average processing history to accommodate your operations. So if you're going to be so uncompetitive under this program, why do you need such a large sideboard compared to your average activity?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Campbell, through the chair. I think the simple answer is that, in the open access fishery, we were able to be more profitable by capturing additional catcher vessels and catch. Removing that ability and constraining our operation on a year-to-year basis is going to make it harder to be profitable. And the average level of catch is at a level for this operation where we will be on the cusp of being a profitable operation. So having that flexibility on a year-to-year basis to ensure that we're not less than our average performance will ensure that we have a greater likelihood of being successful and being profitable.
I guess thank you for that, but it's very challenging for the council because we can't see the data because there are only two participants in this sector, and so to some extent,
I think that makes this more challenging. But I guess I have less clarity than before you started answering my question, because you're a long-term participant in this fishery. And so if on average you're not profitable, and your average performance isn't enough to assure profitability, then I guess maybe you could comment on why you've been such a long-term participant in this fishery if it's so marginal for you at your current levels of operation.
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, I think one of the large factors that's contributing to that is our current TAC levels. At these current TAC levels, our average participation is less. We're not maintaining the same level of catch due to the lower TAC. So, another way to look at it is, our ability under this new program to maintain catcher vessel deliveries is going to be compromised. The simple dynamics of the fishery are changing in that catcher vessels are no longer able to capture a greater share of the TAC, and that is going to result in a negative impact for our operation to attract and maintain deliveries. Additionally, added to that complication of assembling those deliveries to actually land at our average level is severely compromised, because we don't have an ability to go above what our average level is. So we're foreseeing that we will always be at, if we're given a processing limitation that is average, we will always be operating at less than average. So that's why we're asking for a buffer so that we can actually reach that average level of historical performance.
Thank you, Mr. Hartle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Hartel. Okay, next up is Tom Enlow.
Good morning, Chairman Canine. You got me okay?
We do. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this, on the DSAI cod trawl catcher vessel LAMP program. UNICE appreciates the council's work on providing a thorough analysis of the alternatives and supports the council taking final action at this meeting. For the record, my name is Tom Enlow, and I'm president and CEO of UNICE. UNICE's history in the peacock fishery dates back all the way back to 1982, and its partnership with working with the trawl catcher fleet and developing the fishery spans roughly 30 years. Pacific cod remains a very important component of our operations, and our commitment to providing a stable market for our harvesting partners is evident by the investments we've made into our cod operations over the past 10 years, investments totaling roughly about $15 million. Much of that investment was to increase the capacity to support the fleet as they race to catch and deliver the fish in an open access fishery. This action is intended to end that race for fish for all the good reasons pointed out in the analysis, and UNICE is in support of that. With more time to prosecute the fishery, UNICE plans to gain efficiencies, improve product quality, and added value in Alaska. As I mentioned in past testimony, UNICE's primary product form goes directly to the domestic market, and all with before market value added, while in Alaska mostly coming in the form of fillet products. Testifying today in support of including the Pacific cod dependent processors eligible for this program in the initial allocation of quota shares under element of the proposed program. UNICE is an eligible processor and supports an allocation of quota shares at 22.5% as identified in the AP motion. UNICE also supports element 1 regarding the formation of cooperatives, and it is UNICE's intention to place 100% of any processor IFQ allocation back onto the vessel it came from. Unicy has no interest in the discretionary use of the quota. We want it to go back onto the boats that we have the history with. We also support the PPA elements that will establish use caps and the use it or lose it provision. We are in support of an annual report to the council accounting for all IFQ awarded to the fishery, how it was harvested, and how it was processed. And finally, Mr. Chairman, while I didn't mention it in my letter to the council, we are in support of gear flexibility for the rationale offered by the AP motion and believe that decisions should be made at the harvester quota holder level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, for the opportunity to testify today, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Enlow. Are there any questions from council members? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Enlow, for your testimony. And I apologize. My audio kind of cut out at the end. Could you make the very last point again that you had in your testimony? I just wasn't able to hear it.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. I just submitted a letter to the council in my testimony, and in that letter we did not make mention of gear flexibility, and I just wanted to point out and go on the record as saying that Unicy is in support of that gear flexibility. We think, we don't manage vessels, but if we did, we would try to manage those vessels as efficiently as possible. And it seems to me that in those years of low abundance, low tax, to take a trawl boat that's participating in pollock fishery and have it switch out its gear only to go out on the grounds and make, one or two sets, make that delivery and then switch back to pollock seems very inefficient to me. So if you're a vessel manager that has, cross gear platforms, and you can find efficiency in your operations to move that quota to a different boat with using different gear, that makes good business sense to me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Enlow, appreciate your testimony. Has Unicy been having the same kinds of conversations with its affiliated harvesters that Trident has been having with his about how it will actually operationalize the use of PQS within the co-op? And are there any, if you have, are there any parts of that you can share with us at this point to give us an understanding of how of the actual sort of operational effect of PQS?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. We haven't had any formal conversations with our fleet. Our fleet's fairly small. I have made Unicy's intentions known to our harvesters that we plan on putting 100% of any IFQ quota awarded to Unicy back onto the vessel from which it came. I fully expect that how that will happen will take place in some formation of a cooperative or operating agreement negotiations between our harvesters and Unicy. But we don't have any intentions to use the quota for discretionary type use.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Enlow. I wanted to go back to your support for element 14 for gear conversion. And I know Unicy processes a fair amount of crab. And so I wanted to get a better understanding of your support for gear conversion. I heard the flexibility component you spoke to, but that it's likely to increase crab bycatch. And so I just wanted to better understand why that's not a concern for you.
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Van der Oven, a very good question. I'm aware of the bycatch concerns and considerations. Oftentimes the managers of these vessels or owners of these vessels have cross-species platforms where they're boats who are catching trawl cod and fixed gear cod, and are also some of the same boats that are catching crab, or they have interest in crab. And so I think that is a decision that it needs to be made at that harvester level. And in making those decisions for operational efficiencies, one would hope that they take in bycatch considerations when they make those decisions.
Thank you for that. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Van der Hoven. Okay, I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again, Mr. Enlow.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Kineen.
Okay, next up is Ron Kavanaugh, then Mark Cooper, and then Stephanie Madsen.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ron Kavanaugh. We own and operate the fishing vessel Insatiable in Sylvia Star. We've participated in the Central, Western, Bering Sea, Aleutian Island fixed gear cod fisheries in one manner or another under both state and federal management plans since 1990. And I'm here today to kind of highlight a couple things that I've seen. One of the things that stands out, the only consistent thing that I've seen through all of these rationalization programs is the creation of wealth. And I hear a lot about sideboards and whatnot, but the one thing you can't sideboard is capital. And I've seen that come into other fisheries almost immediately after these programs have been implemented. Your sideboards, they work to keep the vessel out, but you can't sideboard the capital. And that's about the only consistent thing I've seen. I hear safety, I hear community, I hear resource protection. That has not been proven to be a consistent factor across any of these programs that have been created. All you have to do is look at the red crab fishery and where that's at. So moving on, we're dependent on this cod fishery, and we are not a trawl vessel, so I'm not going to benefit directly from that. But the one thing I would like to see is this gear conversion element left in. I hear a lot of talk about the crab bycatch. These are some numbers that are greatly exaggerated because of the way the observer program works, and a lot of that crab animals that were used were actually done by a vessel that was targeting crab in a test cod fishery. We have not fished above AMAC. We do not fish above AMAC just because of the crab bycatch. I can say that down below there, we've never seen a red crab in a pot. From there out to Adak Pass, we have not encountered a red crab. So there's, we can all play with numbers however we want to fit what we want. So, and it looks like I'm running out of time. So I support this gear conversion element, and I especially support it under the AI under 60 trawl fleet, as that's a unearned apportionment that they're looking for, and it's going to be a very small apportionment. And I would definitely I think it should be looked at that's made available for gear conversion, as I believe it should be for the Bering Sea also. And if there's areas where pots shouldn't be above the AMAC island there, that's definitely something that needs to be looked at. Other than that,
Mr. Kavanaugh, can you please conclude? Yeah. All right. Let's see if there are any questions from council members.
I thought I still had a few seconds left on the timer there, but I guess that's it.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, so sometimes we have lags in the system. I was timing from my end, so apologize for the technical lags there, but you were past time. So let's see if any questions or any council members have questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. Mm-hmm. Okay, next up is Mark Cooper.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
I hate asking that question, but I hate to start reading and not get there. Okay, Chairman, council members, my name is Mark Cooper. My son and I own 2 AFA exempt cod boats. We have operated these boats out of Akutan since 1990. One boat also fishes in the Gulf of Alaska part of the time. We are very cod dependent. Cod has been as high as 50% of our income. I support most of the PPAs that the council developed in June. I have a few revisions that I would like to see. I will start with element 2. I agree with the window period. I believe that is a good compromise. I would like a 1-year drop year. Most LLPs have included drop years, and this is another compromise. I believe that 25% decrease for halibut PSCs and a 35% crab PSC is just setting this program up for failure. Starting the program at 15% reduction in PSC seems prudent. Cod trawlers have made decreases in halibut bycatch over the years and should get some credit for the effort. Element 5. I agree with the compromise that industry has made the 22.5% to the processors. Processors have said they need this allocation to keep their fleet fishing for them. Processors say they do this by putting fish back on a catcher vessel to bring them back to 100% of what catcher vessels caught in the window period. I would like to see language included that would make this clear in the final motion. Element 6. I support the June PPA 6.1. Element 8. I support a harvest cap of 5% for catcher vessels. I'm already looking at a decline in my catch history and would like to be able to make up for this by leasing fish. The 4% cap limits me to a very small increase. Element 14. I'm opposed to gear switching. I think that the council should honor their allocations to the trawler catcher vessels. Bringing fixed gear into our program is like reallocating fish between gear types. Cod CVs, all CVs had no trouble catching their A and B season allocation. So what is the purpose of bringing fixed gear into the program? Well, boats do catch less halibut, but they catch a lot more crabs. So I see no gain by including them into the program. And then an analysis, it states that pot boats get more for their cod than trawlers. I'm interested in leasing fish, and I believe this will give pot boats an advantage over trawlers, creating an unlevel playing field. I don't think trawlers will convert to pot gear. I believe that pot boats will come into the program, causing unforeseen consequences. I believe they will create more conflicts on the fishing grounds, which we don't need. I strongly support taking final action at this meeting. There's more than sufficient analysis to make a decision. In conclusion, I'd like to say I support MPC's letter that you have in your packet. I agree with Brent Payne's testimony today. Anyway, I would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Let's see if there are any questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cooper, for your testimony. I have a question about your comments on the PSC limit reductions that the council is looking at in the program, and your concern about the preliminary preferred alternative that the council picked in June, the 25% for halibut and 35% for crab. And I'm clear on your perspective on those. What I wanted to ask is, another perspective the council hears is that unless those PSC limits are constraining on whatever fleet we're talking about, there's no incentive for that fleet to minimize their bycatch. And so can you provide a response to that perspective? Because I think that's important for the council to think through.
Yeah, I'll try. I think when you divide the catch up between all the co-ops, there's a possibility that one of the co-ops could go over. And when that happens, I think all the other co-ops freeze and they don't want to let go of the PSCs until they're through fishing. Right? We see this in the whiting fishery all the time. And what happens is it just takes more fish divided between those co-ops, I think, to make this operation run. If you just put out the minimum amount of bycatch that would run this program, I think it'll put us in a situation where people are going to be kept from fishing in the highest productive time, and they're going to have to fish in less productive time, creating more bycatch, and they're not going to get the fish out of the water. Hope that makes sense to you.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Baker.
Thanks, Mr. Cooper. Yeah, that helps. And a related question in terms of your operations, we've also heard that even at the levels of PSC limit reductions we were looking at in June, that this program, from some folks' perspective, wouldn't provide the fleet with any tools to minimize their bycatch to the extent practicable. And so I was a little confused by that, because I think our analysis highlights some of the specific tools that your trawl CV fleet has used in the past, not fishing at night and the other list of things that we have. Am I misunderstanding that your fleet has identified some particular tools that you would use, for example, to avoid halibut bycatch, and that just in a race for fish, you can't utilize those tools like you could in a rationalized program? Is that consistent with your experience in the fishery, or can you help me with that a little bit?
I think that we do use most of those tools all the time. Not fishing at night, using halibut excluders. I think I'm missing one or two there. I can't think of them right now. Anyway, I think that, going back to kind of answering it the way I did the last one, we get too low in the PSCs. It just doesn't give the co-ops time to react to things, and sometimes they'll be getting shut down before they can react by lightning strikes and such events.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I just had a quick question trying to track your testimony. Is it that you do support the AP motion with the exception of element 3 on PSC and element 14 on gear conversion, or were there other additional elements that you differ from the AP motion? Thanks.
Those are the two that I object to the most. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, Mr. Cooper, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Council, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:05 Alaska time and resume public comment with Stephanie Madsen. Ship. Council, please come back to order. We will resume with public comment on C4. Next up is Stephanie Madsen, then Frank Kelshi, and then Linda Benkin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Stephanie Madsen, Executive Director of the at-sea Processors Association. First, we understand how important this program is to the catcher vessel called trawl vessels and processors. This action is not intended to impact other sectors, but the PPA for Element 3 does indeed have impacts to our sector. Halibut. As a reminder, our cod allocation is very low, 2.3%, and only allows one vessel to have a directed fishery if there is enough cod to take care of the incidental needs of our fisheries. That vessel, in the 10 years selected, did not have any directed cod fishery, therefore no halibut usage 3 out of the 10 years. To split out the CV and CP, the Council chose option 2.2.2, which results in the lowest percent to our sector. And in doing so, the Council has likely permanently restricted the AFA CP harvestability in all future years, well below both recent and historic participation in the fishery. This vessel does not have the benefit of a co-op structure, providing flexibility or tools. It is our opinion that the analysis doesn't reflect the likely harm that could be caused by creating smaller boxes resulting from the PPA. Crab. The proposed AFA CP crab PSC allocations for red king crab will essentially prohibit any future directed cod fishing within Zone 1. Although the 2022 AFA CP sideboard limits for red king crab in Zone 1 will already be reduced to just 200 animals. Again, we do not believe the real impact our sector is fully understood or analyzed. We understand to implement this proposed program, it has to identify the elements allocated to the CD trawl vessels, and we have no solution that addresses our concerns and still allows that. What we request today is that the impacts described in my testimony are recognized and noted specifically for the first review of this program. Additionally, maintaining the current tax specification process may provide some flexibility on an annual basis to address impacts to our sector. Flexibility is key in these programs, given the changing environment. Thank you again for your attention to our concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Madsen, for your testimony. And just because I had to ask staff a question about this, can you walk me through how the council's PPA permanently affects the ASACP sector like you're talking about? I'm not sure if you were referring to the proposed reductions in the PSC limit for the trawl CV sector, if there's something before that you were referring to. Can you help me understand that?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Baker. I guess what maybe isn't clear is that when you're talking about a directed cod fishery, you're referring to the CP sector. But in actuality, the CP sector very rarely lately has had a directed cod fishery because of the low allocation of Pacific cod that we received under Amendment 85. So it really is only one vessel in our co-op that the co-op agrees had so much directed cod history in the past that we try to accommodate that vessel for a directed fishery. So it really only is one vessel that ever really has a directed cod fishery. And with splitting out the PSC, both for crab and halibut, you've now put that one vessel in a very tight box. And our estimation is, as I stated in my testimony, that there's likely not going to be enough halibut the way that the PPA is presented for this vessel to have a directed cod fishery in the future when cod stocks hopefully come back. And additionally, that vessel will likely not be able to fish in Zone 1, given the way that the council was required, we recognize that, to split out CD and CP. So I'm not quite sure I've directly answered your question. I think the other confusion in my mind is that we're looking at numbers in the analysis of like 391 for CD halibut or 92 red king crab for the CP sector under your PPA but those are really only examples because the tax setting process will relook at that on an annual basis. And I guess my testimony is that that's going to be critical so that the council has the flexibility to look at the status of the stocks and the need for usage in both those two PSC species. I hope that helps.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Ms. Madsen. It does. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ms. Madsen, just so I understand your testimony, it sounds like your concern is not wanting to have the program be implemented in a way that's unduly constraining on the ability for the council during its annual specifications process to determine the appropriate amount of halibut PSC and crab PSC that is assigned to the trawl CP sector after considering the likelihood of there being a trawl CP sector directed fishery. Is that sort of the nature of your comment?
Mr. Merrill, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, I think you've captured it. You know, we recognize that the council needs to make these splits. I've agonized trying to think of other ways that you could set up this program and not do that. But I haven't come up with that solution. So it will be, as you described, critical for the council to examine that situation on an annual basis. Additionally, I guess I'm also asking for my comments or these concerns to be highlighted in the first review in case the council needs to go back and relook at how they did the split between CD and CP for both halibut and crab PSC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Madsen. No further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Downs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Madsen. I'm just looking. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something. I reviewed the comments, the written comments on this pretty carefully, but I don't see a letter from you. Is that correct, or am I missing something?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Downs, no, there is no written testimony provided, but as you know, oral testimony is part of the administrative record as well.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Madsen. I was just looking what I'll have a follow-up question. So, my question is that some of the things that you testified to here are a little bit complex, not a great deal. I understand where you're coming from, and then you're asking for us to come back and review these certain points in our first review and to include that, but without written comments, it makes that. I think you can see my point. I'm wondering if. I'm wondering why you didn't submit something in writing here to us that would allow us to make that a part of our motion or to follow up some way easier with that. Thank you, Ms. Madsen.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Downs, I guess I'm a little confused. I didn't think that written testimony carried any more weight than oral testimony, and I'm providing you our views in oral testimony.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Madsen. I wasn't indicating that they did, just that it might have had some clarity. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Downs. Further questions for Ms. Madsen? Thank you, Ms. Madsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next up is Frank Kelty.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Do you hear me?
We do. Good morning.
Good morning. How about those Red Sox? Anyway, I'm here to address C4. In your packet, we have a letter from Mayor Vincent Tidikoff, the mayor of Unalaska. I am the fisheries consultant for the city of Unalaska, and I just want to be kind of brief on my comments today. This is the third time since 2019 that Unalaska has testified in support of the action before you today. We're very hopeful that we can take final action is taken so we can get this moving forward. Unalaska has seen firsthand the benefits of rationalization programs, and we think this is a good program and will really help alleviate the problem we're seeing in this cod fishery. Another part of this is with the complete collapse of our crab fisheries in the Bering Sea, getting this fishery rationalized and under control will be a benefit to Unalaska because we don't know how long this crab situation is going to last. So it's doubly important that we get this fishery moving forward. We are very supportive of the 22.5% allocation to the shoreside processors. This recognizes their multi-million-dollar investment in their operations in our community and the integral part of our community that they play. And we also think it cements the partnership between the catcher vessel sector, which has been an important part of Unalaska since the 1980s, and it just cements that partnership between the trawlers, the shore plants, and the community. And as you've heard me testify before, it is a critically important sector to us, right? The cod fishery after the pollock fishery is the most valuable and revenue generator on Alaska. I think in closing, Unalaska believes that moving this program forward will stop the race for fish, will allow for more product development, will stabilize employment in the community and also in support sector businesses. And this provides stability to the harvesters and the peacock fishery, the shore plants, and the community as a whole. We think this cooperative style of management will definitely be a benefit to address bycatch issues. We've seen the benefits of that through the pollock fishery. And so we think this is a win-win situation and hope that you can move it forward. Thank you very much for the time this morning.
Thanks, Mr. Kelty. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thanks for your testimony. Next up is Linda Benkin.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. The mission of our association is to maintain sustainable fisheries and thriving fishing communities. While we have very few members who participate in the Pacific cod fishery, most of our members depend on halibut and all depend on a healthy resource and are concerned about the access of coastal residents to that resource. My comments will be limited to just three aspects of this action in front of you, or three elements. And I am not steeped in a lot of the minutiae, but these three elements are important to our members. On element 2, we do recommend or support leaving the C section or C season unallocated, as it has historically been. That C season does provide some opportunity for smaller community-based vessels that have relied on the season historically. It's important to these vessels. We think it's important to the communities and does provide a benefit from this action to those smaller boats and communities. We also hope that it may continue to provide some entry level to the Pacific cod fishery that is also an aspect of rationalizing fisheries that we hope the council continues to take into consideration. We'd also recommend that you review the PESC rollover hierarchy through this action as well as in other actions. So there's an opportunity to think about when leaving that PSC in the ocean rather than rolling it to another sector may be the best decision available to you. On element 3, we support the AP's recommendation for a 35% reduction in halibut bycatch. You are slowing down the fishery. You're providing stability and opportunity to a relatively small group of stakeholders, and we believe it's essential to consider the broader impact on all who depend on the halibut resource. But also note that the bycatch reductions accomplished in 2020 and 2021 would indicate that this level of bycatch reduction is in fact practicable. On element 14, the gear conversion or flexibility, to us this seems like a really essential component of this action, allowing a reduction in bycatch, a lower carbon footprint to the harvest, some protections to habitat, and certainly the potential for improved product quality by switching gear from trawl to fixed gear to pot gear, and allowing that flexibility in a future when it may be the best possible option for all involved in the fishery. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd conclude. Those are my comments, and thanks so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball. Ms. Kimball, I think you might be on mute.
*6. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I never had to do that before. I don't know why that happened. Sorry. So, Ms. Benkin, I was curious about your second point on reviewing the PSC hierarchy through this action, and I guess I didn't quite understand that. My understanding is any PSC limits set through this program, if unused, that PSC remains in the water. There's no opportunity for rolling PSC to any other sector. So maybe I just need clarification on your ask there.
Yeah, to the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that question. That's our recommendation. We just note that this year in other fisheries, we saw rollover of Chinook salmon, where it seems it would have been a good time to leave PSC in the water, and it's something we'd like the council to consider in how PSC is managed in other fisheries. So specific to this action, we are supportive of the element or the strategy that you've included.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Thinken. Next up is Jeff Lackey, then John Moeller, and then John Gruber.
Yes, hello. My name is Jeff Lackey, and I manage the FC Seeker, an independently owned AFA-exempt cod catcher vessel. The Bering Sea cod has been the Seeker's primary Alaska focus fishery, heavily participating every single year for the last 3 decades. In some years, cod was upwards of a third or a half of the vessel's revenue. The Seeker's investment in and dependence on the cod fishery is extensive. I support the MTC written public comment letter. I now specifically advocate on 3 issues. 1, 5% vessel use cap. 2, 15% halibut PSC reduction. And 3, not using the regulated approach to gear conversion concurrent with rationalization. There is very good rationale on these and written public comment from MTC, UCB, and Evening Star Fisheries. First, vessel use cap. At a 5% cap, there would still be likely at least 25 vessels. During and after AFA qualifying years, the Seeker was one of about 10 cod vessels on the cod grounds to start each season. 4% vessel cap in 2021 would be less than half the pounds the Seeker averaged annually in the 14 years prior to the race for fish heating up in 2018. 5% is not currently a great amount, particularly with allocation moving from federal to state fisheries. The second, halibut PSC. There is not likely a material difference in the real-world results of halibut mortality in 25% or 15% PSC reduction. The actual results are likely to be driven by 2 primary factors. The first is what the ocean gives you in any particular year. And second is new incentives of individual and co-op accountability. Going with 15% would give the fishery a little space to adapt to a new program and co-op operation, and likely result in little material difference in results and still allow further evaluation of program review. Third, gear conversion. Rationalization is a major change and is advantageous to focus on maximizing the trawl fishery without adding in a potentially destabilizing gear conversion wholesale into regulation at the same time. This was done on the West Coast, and it was an unmitigated disaster. It effectively introduced the never-ending allocation battle that harmed non-whiting. The 2 gear groups have an incentive often in direct opposition. Fishery issues evolve into a tug-of-war with 2 groups pulling in opposite directions, drowning out other issues. It has been a costly reminder on why we have sectors in the first place. Major groundfish processors realized this mistake, caused harm to their business stability, and have been unified in advocacy of significantly curtailing it. It would be wise to learn from this mistake and take a more measured approach when considering a major change like piercing sector integrity across fisheries. If there is a desire to explore gear conversion, consideration of an EFP makes much more sense, especially for such a sea-changing issue. Thank you, and that concludes my remarks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lackey, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lackey, for your testimony. You've highlighted kind of three components, but in the big picture, how does the overall effect of, say, the AP motion or the council preliminary preferred action meet the needs of your business plan in the future? Thanks.
The first is stability. Many of the things Shannon Carroll talked about that Trident could gain from the fishery and efficiency value are things that the vessels would work together with them in the co-op. The second is the Seeker's been it was a cod exempt vessel, and it was so much of our fishery that the race for fish has really been so destabilizing and hurt our business so much, along with the other issues that it's hurt a fishery that we've been highly dependent upon, and stabilizing it would be extremely beneficial. And so, as far as the AP motion goes, there's some things obviously I don't agree with. I'm more in line with say the MTC letter and the original motion before it was amended as it was introduced into the AP. There were too many things in the AP motion, such as the PSC reductions and the gear conversion, that could significantly harm us going forward.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just checking audio since I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Leckie, for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on your first point. I think you were referring to the vessel use cap that the council is considering in element 8.2. And
yes,
you referred to the 5% use cap probably resulting, I think, in 25 vessels. I thought that was your testimony. Can you confirm if that's correct, and also help me understand why you're recommending what would be, it sounds like what you're recommending would be a change from the council's preliminary preferred alternative of 4%.
Yes, thank you. And the 25 vessels, I realize theoretically there could be 20 vessels with the 5% cap, but realistically, I think most people in discussion of that not every vessel is going to have a cap and reduce down to 20. There's more likely going to be at least 25, probably more. There's going to be some ebb and flow in the fishery. And advocacy for the 5%, as I said in the testimony, it's still going to be well less than what the Seeker had averaged for years, being a primarily focused cod vessel year in and year out, first and foremost. And because the allocations have gone down and there's fish moving from federal to state waters, 5% is really historically, in terms of a pounds amount, not a percentage amount, is very small relative to previous years. And 5% would give some incentive to a little more being able to focus on PSC, captains getting good at it, investing in it, in reducing it, and give co-ops the flexibility to move fish around where it's efficient, and hopefully some focus and some expertise that allows quality focus that would benefit the processors and the product development that Shannon Carroll had talked about in his testimony.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thanks for that, Mr. Leckie. And so, again, I'm sorry if you said this, but with that response, is then it appropriate for me to infer that the council's PPA of 4% could potentially constrain some of those benefits that you talked about in terms of increasing value of the fishery and things like that? Is that appropriate for me to take away?
In short, absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want me to expand on that, but that's yes.
I think I've got. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding. Thank you, Mr. Leckie. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions for Mr. Leckie? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next up is John Mueller.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Moeller, and this morning I'm speaking on behalf of the ADAC Community Development Corporation. ACDC appreciates the work of this council. However, we do not agree with the preliminary preferred alternative 6.1 and urge you to consider 6.2. We believe 6.1 is fatally flawed and falls short of protecting ADAC as a commercial fishing dependent community. I wanted to clear up a couple things that I think may still be lingering out there relative to some misunderstandings. I understand some council members may have had some concerns with the transferability section of 6.2, and maybe one of the reasons for not giving 6.2 more consideration. As I testified to the advisory panel, I will say to you as well, in terms of ACDC's position on this, and we want to be very clear that we are not asking for anything that isn't afforded to any other stakeholder. And that is, Mr. Chairman, the ability to transfer in the event of emergency, not asking for anything more. And I think it's important to remember that the best economics for ADAC is a viable shore plant with fish being delivered to it. This is not about collecting lease fees or collecting coupons. For ADAC, it's about stabilizing an Alaskan fishing community. Another potential misunderstanding that I want to clear up is regarding fixed allocation. Although through this whole conversation, there's been numerous references to a fixed 5,000 metric ton set aside, ACDC is not, I repeat, is not asking for a set tonnage, but instead a percentage be considered that offers ADAC and an operator a reasonable chance to open its doors. I have to say though that there is a strong record to justify 5,000 metric tons of cod from the directed CV trawl fishery as a long-term average. As the data shows, between 2004 and 2009, ADAC accounted for over 24% of the total targeted landings. And we believe some weight should be given to that processing history prior to the plant closure in 2010. We all know without adequate cod, an AI shore plant cannot support itself, much less offer markets for other fisheries like state water cod, halibut, brown crab, and black cod. ACDC has submitted some detailed written comments on our concerns with 6.1, but today I will just highlight some of the bigger flaws with 6.1 as we see them. Number one, the set-aside expires at the end of A season with no rollover in the council's selected PPA. There's no B season set-aside. Number three, are concerns with the intercooperative flirting with antitrust constraints. The fact that there's no way to use the set-aside as we see it as leverage to attract additional deliveries. And finally, relative to some of our concerns, Mr. Chairman, the PPA, once an ICA is taken off the top, 10% of the A season is about 2,860 tons as I see it, on average over the long term. That is about 39% of ADAC's 2004 to 2009 average landing of federal cod. Now, I don't know, maybe with the exception of a few here, people are not expecting to become made completely whole with this action. But in the world I live in, 39% is a little bit shy of that goal by a long shot. So, Mr. Chairman, yes, I've been a bit critical on 6.1. Part of it is, there seems to be, as we view it, some real difficult components of this that put the community of ADAC kind of hanging in the wind, if you will. And the intercooperative agreement, I haven't been able to find anything in there that really describes how it's going to work. Now, I admit I'm not a co-op expert on this particular thing, but nonetheless, I'm sure there'd be more conversations on that. So Again, Mr. Chairman, in closing, I've been a bit critical of 6.1, and that's because I believe that it simply does not work for ADAC, and I would ask this council to consider 6.2. I'll end my comments there, Mr. Chairman, and try to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muller. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Muller, for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. One of the flaws that you mentioned with option 6.1 is that there's no way for the operating short plant to use the set aside as leverage. And you might have explained that a little bit further, but can you expand on that a little bit? I was focused on leverage in terms of, the main program. But it's, as you know, it would be a very different situation in the Aleutian Islands should there be an operating processor. And so can you highlight for me your concern about that particular aspect of option 6.1?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. As I understand it, that provision in 6.1 is not only a floor, but it's a ceiling. Where all other shore-based plants are allocated 22.5% of harvest history, ADAC is not. And as I understand it, it seems to me that this creates a scenario where a vessel, through the intercooperative agreement, whatever that might look like, is assigned to fish an AI set-aside, and in doing so, would likely be given up the 22.5% processor match by foregoing, deliveries to other locations. And hopefully that answers your question, but that is my understanding in terms of how it would work. Is that helpful, Ms. Baker?
It is. It's helpful to explain your perspective, and I think that is consistent with written material that we received. So, that's helpful. Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. And Mr. Muller, in your support for option 6.2, I was wondering if you can help provide suggestions to the council related to the discussion we had yesterday during the staff presentation about I believe your recommendation is that the CQ allocation under option 6.2 would be given to the community entity. And we heard that if the council was going to do that, we would need to follow the Section 303A fishing community allocation process to do that. And there is really not any information in the analysis except for the council would need to do that. And so do you have specific suggestions from ACDC's perspective about what the council would need to do at this time, at this meeting, when taking final action to comply with that particular requirement? And then if we were to take that approach, how ACDC would approach the requirement to do the community sustainability plan as part of those requirements?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. And our hope is that we are actually faced with this question as a industry, as a council, and that we have an opportunity to actually explore what that might look like. In further reviewing this provision in 6.2, Ms. Baker, ACDC is not, even though it may have been not directly by me, a statement that we made that a community entity would necessarily be the recipient of quota. Part of that conversation, I think, came up when there were some concerns, I may be wrong in this, but when there was some concerns about potential transferability, moving quota outside of ADAC to other communities. So ACDC's position on this, Ms. Baker, is we believe that 6.2 is the most equitable path forward in terms of having a fair opportunity for all coastal communities involved in this and all stakeholders. We're not completely sold or set on the fact that it has to go to a community entity. From our perspective, it can go to a community entity, it can go to a processor. I think the conversation and the narrative kind of shifted a little bit when there was concerns about the possibility of transferability out of ADAC. I hope my comment, my statement in the beginning is quite clear. That's not the intent. And so that being said, Ms. Baker, I would say that we get to the point when they have an opportunity to actually develop what that might look like. I recognize that community entity provision and plans is some untested waters, and that we would have an opportunity, we as an industry and a council, to develop what that might look like. And being this is a new program, but we do have we do have some examples of this in other rationalization programs, somewhat. The CDQ, for example. So I'm not so concerned about it. I realize that provision being untested, that there'd be some work involved with it. But again, I want to close on that. And with my answer on that is ACDC is not stuck on a community entity or processor. We would live with whatever the council decided was the best path forward relative to that. Hopefully that answered your question. I'm sorry to be long-winded, Ms. Baker.
To the chair. Thank you, Mr. Muller. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question also goes to the transferability element, and I appreciate your testimony that it's not your intention to transfer it, that wouldn't be the ideal outcome for ADAC, and that you're only looking for the ability to transfer in case of an emergency. But can you explain what you mean by that? Because it seems to me that to avoid stranding quota, it would have to be transferred anytime there wasn't an operating processor in ADAC, which is not an unforeseen circumstance. It's something that unfortunately occurs regularly. So I'm just not sure I'm following your testimony completely on the transferability option.
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, thank you for that question. I guess, I recognize the bumpy history relative to processor stability in the community. I think what we're hopeful here with your action here over the next few days is that there is, there's actually an adequate allocation to either the community entity or processor out there, that stability issue is extinguished. I testified to you earlier on another agenda item that had, we asked for an extension of some provisions there relative to the CQE halibut, and really it centers around the fact that there's instability in terms of a shore-based plant. And none of us are going to argue that road hasn't been rocky, but I think under Amendment 113, there was some, there was some light at the end of the tunnel relative to some stability with a shore-based plant in ADAC. And I guess I think all I can say, Ms. Campbell, is we're hopeful that we actually get to that threshold that actually supports a shore-fied plant, that instability is not there. Through the intent to operate provisions that we have there, you're right. The lack of a fish plant out there has been more frequent than I'd like to admit. But again, that being said, from a transferability standpoint, if we have enough allocation to attract a shore plant for ADAC, the provision to transfer will be based on emergency, on an emergency with the plant. Some of the COVID situations that we've been dealing with, if the fish plant burns down, like we've seen over in numerous communities across the state over time. So that would be probably the best answer I can give you, Ms. Campbell. Stability, a stable program that supports all of the communities is all we're asking for here, to give a chance to open those doors.
Thank you, Mr. Moeller. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Are there any additional questions for Mr. Moeller? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Moeller.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is John Gruber, then Caitlin Yeager, and then Mike Hyde.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm John Gruber, the AFA Catcher Vessel Intercooperative Manager. It's important to keep in mind that fleet safety is the first and foremost reason for building a successful COD program. This program, any rationalization program for that matter, should contain elements that allow participants to fish in a safe manner and not including elements that may cause co-ops and vessels to be impacted by another co-op's harvest outcome. In its current form, this program would accomplish that goal. However, an addition of an element that brings in shared overarching PSC limits, as was discussed at one point by the AP, may very well result in a race for the harvest of cod, causing harvesters to fish weather conditions that may otherwise they may have chosen to avoid. That's contrary to the main goal of safety in this program. Additionally, the addition of this element would, by creating this race, would likely increase the catch of PSC, not conserve it. Regarding PSC conservation, under a rationalized program, one of the biggest contributing factors towards minimizing PSC bycatch occurs when these PSC mounts are split all the way down to the vessel level. Cooperatives receiving a PSC allocation typically allocate the PSC to their harvesting vessels pro-rata to the vessel's target species allocation. A harvesting vessel's captain does not view this PSC allocation as the amount of PSC it may take while harvesting its target allocation, but as a limit it must stay under. The result is an accumulative collective PSC savings by each co-op's harvesters. It ends up with a co-op PSC catch that will be well below its initial PSC allocation. This requires an initial sector-wide PSC allocation that is reasonable to start with, not one that creates unreasonable restrictions at the harvester vessel level, like I just talked about. Selecting the proper overall PSC allocation needs to be a bottom-up process, not a top-down process, and to not take the individual vessel restrictions into consideration. Finally, I have a word about inter-co-op management. The co-ops, through overarching intercooperative management, are able to solve issues between co-ops as often found in co-op-based rationalization programs. The co-ops, by their desire to have a successful program, are driven to search out these intercooperative solutions to achieve that success. The AFA catcher vessel intercooperatives have solved all sorts of issues without wandering into antitrust territory. All of our agreements and transfer documents have been drafted by attorneys with this consideration in mind. For example, the intercooperative agreement allocates the A and B season pollock splits between the inshore catcher vessel cooperatives. The inshore co-ops receive only an annual pollock allocation under the regulations. In this case, the intercooperative agreement is the only way that this A and B season split takes place, and it has a huge impact on each of the processors, too. It limits how much A season, how much B season pollock they are going to receive, not just the catcher vessels themselves. The intercooperative limits for each of the over 99 vessels harvested inside the sea line conservation area, the intercooperative limits each of the over 99-foot vessels harvest inside the sea line conservation area in the 8th season to provide the under 99-foot vessels to harvest all of their pollock inside the SCA. So, and this is not the ratio of under 99-foot vessels. It's not common across all cooperatives. Some cooperatives have quite a few more under 99-foot vessels than others. And so here the agreement doesn't consider an antitrust problem that it has restricted or limited how pollock harvest could favor one processor over another. The intercooperative, without being involved with marketing and pricing issues, is able to coordinate sideboard management that has kept the non-exempt AFA fleet under the sideboard caps. Regarding sideboards, the intercooperative acts as a clearinghouse for the intercooperative transfers to sideboard limits and leaves all other marketing issues up to the harvesters themselves. The takeaway is that co-ops, via an intercooperative agreement, will be able to accommodate the harvest requirements for Aleutian Island cod harvest as found in element 6.1 without creating legal issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gruber, for your testimony. I'll follow up on your last points first. I thank you for addressing the intercooperative agreement component of element 6 and with using examples in other fisheries. I just wondered if you could give us a little insight as a longtime cooperative manager, how element 6.1 might work as envisioned in the council's PPA. Because we know that only certain LLP license holders will have Aleutian Islands endorsements, and there's been concerns raised about the intercooperative agreement's ability to sort through all that and actually determine how the harvest set aside is going to be harvested and landed. And so have you thought through how the intercooperative agreement could actually provide for that set aside? And is it within the bounds of the types of things you've described for us so far that the cooperative's done in other fisheries?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. I have spent quite a bit of time thinking about it. I think, there's a lot of details. There's no doubt about that. And, especially when you think about that some vessels have Aleutian Islands permits and of course, the majority don't, I believe. And so how you would work all that out. And I think those details will all be found in an intercooperative agreement that would outline these issues and figure out who the harvesters are. So, let's see. I guess I'd say in general to start with that the intercooperative, my experience has been that the intercooperative is a problem solver. And that's what it does. It's faced with issues that come up, whether it's salmon bycatch or the under 99 foot inside the SB issues, whatever. You get you take a look at the details and you find out in this case who the potential harvesters are and what co-ops they're in, for example, and then you know that this is your group of people that could land this fish. You would look at each co-op has to contribute their percentage, whatever you choose, say the 10%, for example, into this pool that the intercooperative would create, as outlined in the preferred alternative. And then you would have to negotiate. Negotiate is really not the right word. You would have to take into consideration how those vessels could harvest that fish and who's willing to, and get it done. But the key is to this whole thing is that it has to get done, right? each of the co-ops would be required, in order to be supply a successful application each year, would have to say, yes, we are going to contribute this percentage into the pool. And an intercooperative would have to acknowledge, because it has to be approved too under this situation, would say, yeah, we are going to make sure that this fish gets into the hands of people that can harvest it. In other words, vessels with AI permits. And we identify that pool and leave it up to those folks to go that are willing to catch the fish then to go out and negotiate with the processor or processors in the Aleutian Islands to figure out their delivery schedule, what they're going to get paid, and that sort of thing. We would just be putting together the pool of folks that are willing to go and do it. And, you know, and quite frankly, people have fished in the Aleutians before when there's been fish out there to catch, and this really wouldn't be a lot different than that. We would find willing harvesters, and they would go out and work this deal with the processor themselves. Otherwise, this fish would get stranded. So I think there's a lot of details. It's a long answer to your question, but there's a lot of details to work out. But basically, that's what intercooperative, that's what we've done. That's our legacy, is to figure out the details and make things work.
Thanks. Follow-up, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gruber, the first part of your testimony referred to PSC in this program, and you referenced some shared overarching PSC limits as contrary to the main goals of the program as discussed in the advisory panel. And I didn't, I guess, hear that conversation because I wasn't quite sure what you were referring to. And so can you provide a little more context on what your comments were there, please?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. Yeah, there was discussion and talking about crab, that the concern that the crab allocation to the cooperatives didn't have an overall cap on the fleet. And because each of the co-ops would be capped, but they wouldn't be capped in the aggregate. And so there was a motion put forward that failed, that I don't remember the exact details, but said if a given percentage of a several co-ops allocation was reached, it would result in a total cap on the fleet. And then that creates, so if you had this cap that could restrict everybody, and you had participants that had stayed under their cap and done a good job, all of a sudden they're put in the panic situation of, oh my God, I could be shut out of this fishery if I don't get out and catch my cod. And then cod becomes a priority, and PSC starts to take a backseat. And as these limits would get closer that have been created by another cooperative, if that were the case, you would begin to create this race. And that's not what this program's all about. It's to try to figure out how to eliminate the race, of course. I think I got to your question there. Thank you.
To the chair. Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Yes, you did. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Gruber. Some of your comments on the details and the intricacies of operations were telling a bit. But based on that, how long will it take this program to mature, or at least work out the kinks and get to more normal operations? Is this shovel ready, or is this going to take several years? Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Marks. I would hope, and I believe, that it would happen relatively quickly. As it's written right now, there's a good set of rules, and we have a lot of experience in dealing with these things. And as I mentioned in my comments, everybody that's a participant in the program that has an LLP that receives an allocation requires the program to be successful. And that's a pretty big incentive to get things done. That doesn't mean it would be perfect on the first draft or the first draft of an intercooperative agreement. We certainly weren't perfect in our first couple of drafts of the AFA intercooperative agreement, but we're pretty darn good because it was worked through a group process and a lot of input from a lot of people, and that were all had the common interest of a successful program. So I would hope it would be not just hope. That's a terrible strategy. I am confident that it would be really well vetted out to start with. There might be some details that comes along, but I think there's enough experience in cooperative management that this program could hit the ground running. So a little unfortunate that the timing is not until 2024, but that also gives us plenty of time to run some straw man proposals and think about all the details. Thank you.
Thanks. Any further questions for Mr. Gruber? Thanks for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Chairman.
Next up is Caitlin Yeager, then Mike Hyde, and then Linda Larson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Caitlin Yeager, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of Alaska Boat Company. We manage a fleet of 6 AFA CVs, primarily owned by 2 CDQ groups with extensive history operating in the BSAI. Our fleet maintains close ties not only with our processor, but with other vessels delivering to Alyeska Seafoods as well. With access to a market having been our limiting factor, we prevented a scenario in which one fleet was overboated while the other was underboated, leading to lost fishing days and increased operating costs for the plant and all vessels involved. It is through this thoughtful cooperative management that we were able to implement arrangements that suited all parties while operating within the parameters we are bound to through regulation and industry agreement. Before you is an extensive suite of options for development in a PCTC program. And although we participated in the council process from the onset of this issue, we're seemingly faced with few options left to address our need, but I'm remaining optimistic that a compromise can be met. So with this in mind, I would urge you to consider the inclusion of a transferability provision under element 7.1.1. And it's after listening to some of the earlier comments today and yesterday, I was hoping to highlight a few things. That this provision would address a variety of arrangements that would otherwise be difficult to capture within the options available to you. And if a dispute resolution provision is included, it could serve as a tool in which the onus of responsibility is placed on the stakeholders rather than the agency to suss out those details. And stakeholder concern with overconsolidation should be tempered, that this provision would be limited in scope, representing a one-time opportunity for AFA non-exempts only. So to wrap up my comment, although we remain in support in the implementation of a PCTC program, this is truly a zero-sum game for us without the inclusion of a transferability provision, along with some additional means to prevent parties from waiting out the 90-day period. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Yeager. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Yeager. Can you just quickly sum up for me then the ability for people to wait out the 90-day period? Is that resolved through the ability or the inclusion of a dispute resolution process that you mentioned?
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, I believe Phil Powell had touched on this earlier. Prior to some of the discussion this morning regarding the operation of law that would be included under final rule, it was my understanding that a dispute resolution provision would be needed to prevent waiting out the 90-day period. And you'll have to pardon, legalese is not my strong suit, but it sounds like there are a few ways to address this, and that although dispute resolution is one, it's one tool that's available to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Yeager, thank you for your testimony on this. I guess I'm interested in understanding what kinds of arrangements you think, or what kinds of outcomes you think could arise from having a dispute resolution process that wouldn't arise without that. In other words, what will this do to sort of, from our perspective as a council, do to assure that the kinds of outcomes we see from this result in meeting the objectives that we've set out for this program?
Thank you, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I think the intent here is to prevent any sort of it's to include more of an amicable collaboration rather than perhaps gaming a system to wait it out. It would have parties. It would enable them to pursue a mediation provision, and ultimately, our goal was to alleviate the strain that was put on the agency and address this ourselves. I hope that answers your question.
Some, yeah. Why is it in the council's interest? Let me just maybe re-ask it slightly as my second question. Why is it in the council's interest to ensure that there's amicable outcomes? From our perspective, the cod are going to get harvested either way, correct? So why should we be interested in having mutually satisfactory arrangements arrived at?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, you're correct. It's from my perspective, it's important for the council to establish a program that adequately addresses stakeholder needs and concerns. And if it creates ill will with certain groups, then so be it. Ultimately, once again, what we're trying to do is remove the responsibility of the agency on this and put the pressure on industry to sort this out amongst themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Yeager, for your testimony. I wanted to ask about your reference to the consolidation concerns that apparently were discussed in the advisory panel, and you indicated that the council providing for a dispute resolution process or whatever the tool is could help, shouldn't increase, this is how I interpret it, increase consolidation or anything like that. Is that the appropriate interpretation for your testimony? And I think you said consolidation concerns would be tempered. So can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. It was really interesting to listen at the AP because I heard individuals concerned not only with over-consolidation, but also with over-capitalization. And it seemed that regardless, there were individuals who were nervous about what a transferability provision would entail. And having worked through cooperative management for so long, I can see how, as John Gruber previously mentioned, how those tools available through inter-co-op management can really work to prevent the nasty side effects of either scenario, with over-consolidation having relatively few vessels within a fleet. The transferability was actually intended, at least from my perspective, to provide an opportunity to vessels that in theory could have been addressed with the blend. And for individuals who are worried about overcapitalization, I think that is largely a concern associated under a race for fish, and that under a rationalized program, those side effects could be minimized.
Thank you, Ms. Yeager. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Yeager, for your testimony. On this issue of the dispute resolution, I guess a question maybe that I have is, given that we've had sort of a limited number of folks who've come to us at the council and raised questions or concerns about something like this, is the industry availing themselves of the opportunity at this time to start having those discussions internally about where there may be particular conflicts or questions about the specific disposition of quota share, and trying to solve some of those potential issues or disputes before we get to an application period?
Mr. Merrill, through the chair, yes, there have been loose discussions amongst industry members on that if and when a program were to come to implementation, how the various individuals would be affected and how to possibly try to resolve that. I believe that a lot of those conversations weren't pursued further in lieu of everyone trying to see how the development of this program would work. So I can't speak for anyone else, but in our specific instance, we would attempt to pursue something amicably to alleviate strain or avoid any further interruption to the fishery while this is in process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Great. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Yeager.
Thank you.
Next up is Mike Hyde.
Good afternoon or good morning, members of the council. I'm Mike Hyde, testifying on behalf of the KDN. I'm with American Seafoods Company. The issue I'm testifying today is the request by Bob Breskovich to take the catch history that would be assigned to the LLP that we own and move it over to an LLP that he owns. And I'm testifying today against that idea. I think it's a bad idea, really, for a couple of broad reasons. It's bad for process and it's bad for equity. I'll start first with the process. This council has been working on this program for a long time. It early on said, is this going to be a vessel-based program or an LLP-based program? And it clearly chose that this would be an LLP-based program. What Mr. Breskovich is asking you here is to make a one-off exception and make it a vessel-based program in his case. And I think that's inconsistent with the entire design of the program. And my 30-plus years of the council, I don't ever remember the council making a significant exception that would be hard on one company that's outside the parameters of the program. Second thing is this whole issue that we're talking about has already been discussed. As Mr. Breskovich testified today, he said now I think 5 times before the council and asked the council to do something along the lines that he's proposing. And each instance, the council has said no to that request. The last time was in June when the council adopted a PPA that did not include that as an alternative. The consequence of not including it as an alternative is that there's absolutely no analysis of what he's asking for. And he testified today that he's checked with 9 vessels or something, and none of them have a problem with this. Well, maybe one has a problem, he says. He said council staff has identified that there's one person certainly issued, but there may be impacted, but there may be more. But the critical issue is that our operation is hugely impacted by this, and nobody has suggested there's been any analysis of how that might work. So just from council precedent, I don't think you can go and adopt at final action something that's being looked at really for the first time with zero analysis. On the equity side of it, what Mr. Brechovich is asking is to take all the catch history that was earned on an LLP with an Aleutian Islands endorsement and all the fish history that was generated in the Aleutian Islands and put it onto an LLP that is not endorsed for the Aleutian Islands. The problem with that is that he simply won't even be able to fish in the future in the area where all this catch history was generated, whereas our LLP has both a Bering Sea and an LLP endorsement, and it maintains that flexibility that I think is so critical to being able to adopt to issues in this program, whether it's reacting to bycatch levels or reacting to an imbalance of too much catch going on in Aleutians and impacting other sectors. You know, when you have a license that allows you to move both directions.
I apologize. Your time's up. Can you provide a concluding comment?
Yeah, the last thing I was just going to say is that we have offered Mr. Brechovich kind of an unconditional 5-year access to every bit of fish associated with that permit. So any testimony that his operation will be disrupted or that his crew won't be compensated isn't the case. He'll have the full opportunity to keep fishing with us, and hopefully things will go on for years the way it is. So summary, we're asking the council to stick with its PPA, to do what the AP recommended, and not change the elements of this program as Mr. Brechovich requested. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Down and then Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions for Mr. Hyde. So first, you spent all your time on the Brechovich situation, and I think you were quite clear on that, so I'm not going to ask you about that, but I am going to ask you about element 5.2, 5.1, and the 125% that and Trent had brought this up in his testimony. I didn't ask him because he got quite a few other questions, so I saw you were coming up, Mike, so I apologize for that. But my question here is, when I'm looking at what the council is going to do on that, from my perspective, I see a connection to element 6, which is that during this this action, if taken by the council, would solve part of a problem that when there's a plant operating in ADAC, that there'll be access for trawlers to be able to deliver that. But in most years, when there has not been a plant in ADAC, and I imagine that could continue into the future, the only option is the CP. So is there a connection, in your opinion, between element 5 and the ability to return to some kind of a balance of catch in the Aleutian Islands that will help out the freezer longliners and the pot guys and some of those people that have had a difficult time harvesting that fish? So that's my first question.
Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. Obviously, there's a connection because the more you limit the KDN, the less flexibility it has to process fish, whatever area makes the most sense. And that's one of the advantages of a boat like the KDN. It's not fixed to a particular location. And so in a given year when that plant's not open, I presume that we would go down there and fish more. And in years where the plant is open, we'd fish more in the Bering Sea. We've been in the discussions with the FLC. It's clear that's an issue that needs a solution, but I think it's a really tough solution for the council to come up with. So being able to maintain that flexibility without rules, but recognizing that we're part of solving a problem is critically important.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. So my second question is on element 14, and I thought about this. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask you, but you've been at this for 40 years or so, and maybe I shouldn't point that out, but you've been at this a long time, and you've seen a lot of these programs, and I think probably everyone we have you've seen. And so when you're looking at that and looking at flexibility in these programs, I just wondered what your thought I kind of consider you an expert on these things. What's your thought on having flexibility in programs, particularly the kind of flexibility we're looking at here with transferability of some of this quota to pot vessels if the guys get in trouble with halibut, for instance?
Yeah, thank you again for the question, Mr. Down. I probably sound like a broken record here because I have been kind of saying the same thing with respect to every program that comes up, that once you rationalize a program, I don't think you need to have these hard, firm walls that we had in the past. I think you've got to have soft edges, and you don't want to allow something that's totally disruptive to a sector, but I think you've got to have the flexibility to be able to move fish in or out at least at the margins. And so when I look at this proposal for gear switching, I say, I don't want to allow all the cod to go from the trawlers over to the pot boats, but allowing some amount of it makes absolutely good sense to me because it helps you say, are there problems that can be solved by doing this? Are there better ways to operate? And so having some amount of flexibility makes eminent good sense to me.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. I'm out of my number of questions. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. I should remind council members to limit their questions to the scope of the testimony from the testifier. So, in the future, let's be sure to do that. Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Mesereau, I think you need to star 6 or unmute somehow. I'm not hearing you. There you are.
All right, I'm back. Right?
Yes.
You got okay. Anyway, I totally lost my train of thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hyde. And with what the chairman just said, I think I'm on safe ground asking these questions. We've heard quite a bit and spent quite a bit of time looking at this issue between your company and Mr. Breskovich's company over the last couple meetings. And it struck me as being unusual that people that have been doing business together for a long time, that live in the same town and sort of came through this industry for years together, couldn't work this out in some way. And then at the very end of your testimony, you informed us that about some sort of an offer. And I would not be being honest if I said I didn't hear your testimony in the AP that explained it a little better. But I think for as far as informing the council goes, it might be helpful to know what that really means. Is that a durable offer from American Seafoods to Bob's company that is in writing that he can accept or not accept? Or are you guys working this out on your own? Or do you really need the council to wade in on this? It seems like the kind of issue that two people that have been in business together for a long time and probably will be in the future could work out. I was just giving you the chance to explain that a little bit further for the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question. You forgot our most important connection, which is that Mr. Breskovich's sister introduced me to my wife. So I'm forever grateful to him. But in any event, yeah, our goal, as we said from the very beginning, is simply to maintain our long-term operation and ongoing business plan just the way we've been doing it before. Bob has been a terrific partner. We let him use our LLP to help him do this because he didn't have the ability to deliver to anybody else because he didn't have tanks on his boat. It wasn't like he could have gone and delivered to somebody else. now we just said, Bob, we want to do the same thing. And to show how serious we are about this, we will give you, in writing, whatever you want, an absolute unconditional 5-year access to that fish, 100% of the LLP fish, 100% of the processor quota, if you just keep delivering to the KDN. And, so far, Bob hasn't been interested in that, but I suspect if we get our way today, that he'll be very interested in it, and hopefully that'll resolve the problem for the short term and the long term.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any further questions for Mr. Hyde? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Linda Larson. Following Ms. Larson is Chad C. and then Paul Wilkins.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Linda Larson. I'm an attorney at Nossaman LLP, and I am representing Bob Breskovich, so I guess we're going to get the double dose of this issue right now. I'm testifying today in favor of the amendment that Mr. Breskovich submitted in his written testimony to the council. I understand that there are concerns have been raised about creating an exception for one vessel or one company. But the reality is, no matter what you do here, you will be creating an exception for just one company because only 2 companies are involved in this issue. This has been analyzed. It's clear on page 190 of the current analysis and from the information in Mr. Breskovich's comment letter that only these 2 companies with stacked LLPs are in this particular situation, because in all of the other stacked LLP circumstances, the same company owns all of the stacked LLPs. The Aleutian Challenger situation is the only one where ownership of the vessel making the harvest and the LLP, the owner of the LLP, is split between 2 different companies, and there's no written contract between the 2 companies on how to assign the quota share. And despite what Mr. Hyde just said, there is no agreement between the companies on who will own this quota share going forward, regardless of whether there have been discussions about an operational agreement. So my message to you is that the only way to resolve this while being consistent with the Magnuson Act is to adopt the amendment to allow the vessel owner, Mr. Breskovich, to make the assignment in this situation. You are determining how to allocate harvesting privileges. Therefore, the guiding statutory principle is that the company that actively and substantially participated in harvesting cod is to be allocated the harvesting privileges. This is clear from Magnuson Act Section 303A, C, 5E, where you are directed to authorize limited access privileges to harvest fish to persons who substantially participate in harvesting. The other involved company does not have the ability to create catch history because, as they've admitted in public testimony, they don't operate CVs. So in other words, without the Aleutian Challengers, the American Seafoods LLP would not be worth anything. You would not be awarding anything, any quota share to them, because there wouldn't be any catch history associated with it. If you do adopt the amendment, you will be allowing a long-time harvester to continue to operate its vessel to harvest cod. This is consistent with the MSA's policy and is the course that you should take. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Let's see if there are any. Don't see any questions. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Larson. Just briefly, how should the council consider what substantial participation in the fishery means? What is a reasonable definition that we could turn to?
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, thank you for that question. That's an excellent question. I think in this particular situation, you have set that up by the way that you have phrased element 2.2, because you are requiring vessel participation during certain qualifying years, and you're defining catch history as legal landings. So I think you're going to look at other LLPs where there weren't any legal landings on the LLPs, and they won't qualify for quota share. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is that, as I said before, what you're doing here is awarding harvesting privileges, so it's appropriate to consider who made the harvest. In other circumstances, you're considering processing participation, and certainly the KDN will be allocated processing privileges based on their substantial participation in the Aleutian Islands over the last few decades. So what I'm really trying to say is you shouldn't be mixing apples and oranges. You're making a decision about harvest in this particular part of the program, and you're going to make a decision about processing in a different part of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Larson. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Hey, Ms. Larson, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next up is Chad C.
Morning, Chairman Kaneen and council members. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Chad C., Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. The FLC represents the participants in the Freezer Longline sector of the Pacific cod fishery in the federal waters off Alaska, including the BSAI. Our fishermen are almost entirely dependent on the annual harvest of Pacific cod to support themselves, their families, and their communities. Our 9-member Alaska and Washington companies employ over 1,000 crew on their vessels each year. Today, I wanted to briefly expand on FLC's written comments submitted on the Trawl CV lab final review. At the June council meeting, FLC spoke to some key points of interest our coalition as council, council continued consideration on establishing a Trawl CV lab in the BSAI Pacific cod fishery. Key among these points was better understanding through the analysis the impacts of the proposed alternatives on the Freezer Longline fleet. FLC recognizes that the development of a trawl TV lab may offer more flexibility to facilitate additional harvests from trawl sectors in the AI. The development of an AI processor set aside or allocation as proposed in this action can also help to ensure harvest of a portion of the AI allocation when an AI short plan is operational. These tools can be useful to help avert future early closures of the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery. That said, in June, FLC again expressed concern that in some years, given the changing dynamics of the fishery, the trawl CV lab may result in a de facto trawl-only Pacific cod fishery in the AI, a development that would be detrimental to members of our fleet with a long history of and reliance on cod operations in the AI fishery. FLC is appreciative of the Council's selection of certain elements and options as PPAs that will help to address specific concerns about our fleet's opportunity to participate in the AI year to year. This includes the selection of element 2.5 as part of the PPA for element 2. We believe element 2.5 provides a needed backstop to potential CV trawl sector ICA overages within a given year, while also serving as a mechanism for maintaining Stella sea lion catch apportionment within the development of this lab. We encourage the Council to maintain element 2.5 in final action. In examining the final review draft, FLC likewise welcomes the additional description of our fleet, including the incorporation of patterns of CBQ ownership in our sector that the community impacts section of the document, under the community impact section of the document. While Council's actions in June in the final review draft address some of the points of interest raised by FLC, we continue to maintain concerns about potential impacts of the development of this proposed trawl CV lab, particularly in ensuring annual fishing opportunity for the vessels, for our vessels in the AI. In particular, in June, we raised the potential that if too large of an AI processor set aside or allocation is permitted under element 6, this could, in some years, depending on the amount of an incidental catch, all but eliminate an unrestricted directed fishery and create a de facto trawl-only fishery in the AI. The review document notes this to be a potential outcome of Element 6, noting that under Council's selected PPA for Element 6, Option 6.1, when the AI CQ reserve is set equal to the AI DFA, directed fishing for cod in AI may only be conducted by the trial lab participants that deliver their cod to AI shore plants for processing. All other sectors would be prohibited from directed fishing for Pacific cod in the AI until the AI CQ reserve is removed and only if sufficient fish are available. A similar outcome would occur under 6.2 if the AI shore plant allocation is set to the AI DFA. FLC does not feel that all ramifications on our fleet of Element 6 have been adequately analyzed, including the financial implications and loss of market share for our members of our fleet with a reliance on AI cod for their operations. Some suggestions for FLC recommends Council identify and taking final action are, if option 6.1 is selected, support the PPA identified in June to set the AI set aside at 10% of the BSCI trawl, CV trawl directed A season harvest and to limit its effect to the A season. If option 6.2 is selected, include option 6.2.1, reissuing the annual quota equal to the unharvested portion of the cooperatives to if no AI shore plants are operating. In final action or rulemaking, Council should also provide more clarity on how fish will be moved between a restricted and unrestricted fishery, regardless of the option selected. As this option LAP moves forward, FLC asks Council to be cognizant that this final action will undoubtedly create new uncertainties in the BSCI cod fishery that is already in flux. There is still a lot to be learned about how this action ultimately impacts the freezer longline fleet. The review notes that each sector's ability to harvest a portion of its BSAI cod allocation in the AI may be affected either as a result of changes in the DFA attributed to this proposed program or by fewer reallocations of Pacific cod from the trawled CV sector. In questions on the staff presentation yesterday, it was noted that potential management measures to address possible impacts to other sectors were not explored in this review. It may be that Council needs to take separate action to look at possible impacts in more detail. We ask Council to be prepared to do so as specific concerns are brought forward. We look forward to continued dialogue on this action moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. C. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. C. I'm going to ask you a question about what you actually testified to. And I just want to point out too that I think you've taken over very well for Jerry Mergen. You fit an awful lot in just a few minutes of testimony. The piece that I'm interested in is you mentioned that you had issue with the potential impacts of the shoreside plant in operation, that it could result in a de facto trawl-only fishery and usurp the ability of fixed gear to harvest. You said that was a potential outcome that was analyzed, but I think you also mentioned earlier in your testimony that you felt that there was impacts that maybe this hasn't been fully analyzed. So I just wanted to give you a chance to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kane, Mr. Down, through the chair, thanks for that question. The impacts that we were looking at is in if there is a no unrestricted fishery in the AI because of the set aside or allocation and the ICA that's set for that year, that would shut out our fleet from operating in the AI. And that, for some of our members, that has a very strong impact on their operations. We have members who have been fishing in the AI since the 90s, and there continues to be a reliance on that fishery for certain members of our coalition. And we would like to see that better analyzed so that there's an understanding of how that is going to, the financial implications of that loss of that opportunity to fish there. We understand there's a balance in trying to facilitate additional harvest in AI, given the recent developments in the Bering Sea cod fishery, but excluding entirely a sector from the AI would take that opportunity to fish out there away from those members who look at that fishery as a key component of their operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope this is not asking the same question, but thank you, Mr. C, for your testimony. I guess given that there are only a few cod sectors that really can fish in the Aleutians and only a few sectors that, such as yours, that have a large enough allocation to close down other sectors in either the BS or the AI, I'm just wondering about this testimony. Doesn't this, in terms of trying to provide more stability for shoreside processing operation in the Aleutians, provide more stability to all sectors, not just Aleutian Islands communities, but all sectors that are more dependent on both the Bering Sea and the Aleutians under our current structure?
Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question through the chair. As I noted right up front, I think we recognize that there are benefits to this action in providing some. I didn't say stability specifically, but I think that's one way you could put it for this fishery. But it's a balancing act, and we want to make sure too that those members who have a specific reliance on the AI operations, that there's still some opportunity for those members, those vessels and operators to be able to participate in the AI fishery, and so it's just making sure that element is accounted for in this action, or assuming this moves forward, that is something that council is cognizant of, willing to take a look at down the road as we see the impacts from this action unfold with implementation. So we understand the value in addressing a lot of elements of the cod fishery, the concerns that are currently in the cod fishery through this action, but there are components that we want to make sure, particularly that element of being able to still have some harvest in the AI year to year, that we want to make sure is addressed. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. A follow-up, Mr. Chair. I'm inferring from your testimony, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that you do support taking final action at this meeting, but you're letting the council know that we may need to look at further actions in the BSAI cod fisheries to deal with some of the issues you've mentioned.
Kimball, to the chair, I think we're acknowledging that that council is going to move forward with this action, and so we are flagging these additional measures to be looked at, and we do recognize again that there are many benefits that might be taken from this, but we given the elements that were not analyzed in this action, we want to make sure that those matters can be addressed in the future if that is going to be something that becomes a problem for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. C. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. C. Let's go ahead and break. Thanks. Let's go ahead and break for lunch and come back at 12:45 Alaska time. Resume public comment. Council, please come back to order. My audio okay? Thumbs up, Mr. Merrill? All right.
Yes, it is.
Great. Okay, we are ready to pick back up with public comment on agenda item C4. Next up to testify is Paul Wilkins, then Heather McCarty, and then Hunter Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Paul Wilkins, and I am the Quota Manager for Coastal Villages Region Fund, or CVRF. And I have some brief comments regarding historical participation in this action item. I just want to say at the outset, my comments are aligned with Caitlin Yeagers and Phil Powell's, who you've already heard from. CVRF works for 20 coastal communities with a total population of over 9,500 residents. Many of our region's residents experience high rates of poverty and low median household income. CVRF does its best to mitigate these difficult circumstances with programs designed to benefit region residents in varied ways. As noted in the RIR/EA, CVRF is similar to other CEQ groups in that we have some ownership in the BSAI shoreside trawl fisheries. We have one partnership in particular that has investment in multiple AFA shoreside vessels, which primarily fish pollock. Since before the inception of this partnership, those vessels have participated primarily in the pollock fishery, and our trawl cod sideboards have largely been leased out. Revenue from the overall partnership, including sideboard leasing, has supplemented our other fishing revenue to fund our benefits programs. According to the Council's June PPA, as well as the AP's motion of last week, sideboard blend option is likely not going to be part of the final action. However, the aforementioned actions both included sub-option 7.1.1, which would allow for transfers that could be used to address the consideration of sideboard leases, and CVRF supports the retention of this sub-option in the final action. CVRF applauds the work of NIMS and Council staff and stakeholders to develop the RIR/EA. This action, like all others the Council takes up, needs to find the best balance for all interested parties. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wilkins, if the Council does incorporate a provision that would function along the lines of what you and Mr. Powell and Ms. Yeager have described, can you tell me what a good outcome for your boats would look like under that scenario? What does the future look like for those boats if it works in your favor?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's a great question. I would obviously there would be the 90-day provision, and that would allow for some level of arbitration and compromise to go on with the quota share that had been issued, and gives us a way to sort of to have to split that quota share, I guess, for lack of a better term. And then from there, I am not 100% sure what the plan would be. I would not. I suppose it would depend on the rest of the action and how the cooperatives would function. Potentially, there could be some resumption of Pacific cod fishing as each of the vessels in question has had fished cod in the past. But the level of detail there has not been really discussed at this point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. White. Any additional questions for Mr. Wilkins? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Heather McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you hearing me?
We are. Good afternoon.
Okay. I'm seeing nods. Thank you very much. I'm Heather McCarty, council members. I'm representing the views of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association today. CBSFA, it's a CDQ group that represents St. Paul Island in the Pribilof. And as you have heard before and can see in our letter, we depend on a wide range of fisheries in the BFAI to achieve the goals of the CDQ program. We have cod trawl and cod pot fisheries, we have pollock trawl fisheries, we have crab, and we have halibut. We believe in the cooperative management provided for in this action to rationalize the cod trawl catcher vessels in the BFAI. We have a letter detailing many of our positions on most of the elements, but I will speak here to two main priorities in this action: meaningful and practicable reduction of bycatch of halibut and crab, and the provision in the Council's PPA to allow a gear flexibility tool for the cooperatives in this program. And so I don't leave it till the very end. I would also like to address economic data gathering as recommended by the SSC, and as the SSC stated they needed to adequately review the impacts of this program. To our priorities, under B reports, the last few days there were a number of public comments that referred to recognizing and responding to changes in the ecosystem and what tools the Council had to tailor fisheries management to the need for flexibility and sustainability. Some of those tools are available to the Council in this action in the form of bycatch management of two species in serious trouble in the Bering Sea and gear flexibility that could be used to address how fisheries could help protect those species. Speaking to bycatch, one of the main rationales for the establishment of rationalization programs used in the purpose and need statement for this action is the provision of tools for increased stewardship of the ocean and its resources, and for decreasing bycatch and waste of other species. Oh, did you hear that, Mr. Chairman? Can you still hear me? Okay, sorry, it was a loud, some kind of something. Anyway, what's provided for in the purpose and need statement is for decreasing bycatch and waste of other species important to Alaska and its coastal communities. In previous rationalization programs, the rationalized fleets have achieved amazing results. The success of the rockfish program, for example, in the Gulf, and we look forward to seeing great results in this program. The Council's PPA acknowledges that fact and proposes a 25% reduction for halibut bycatch and 35% for crab. As you know, we support a more meaningful reduction of halibut bycatch and ask the Council to consider again a 35% reduction, accompanied by inclusion of stair-step reduction provisions to provide the fleet the ability to adjust to the new program. We believe that percentage of reduction is practicable based on the information that can be found in the analysis. We see that the analyst depended on a rate that is actually 2.6 times higher the average rate utilized over the last 2 years. The rate for 2020 and 2021 is 3.8 kilos per metric ton of cod. The rate used by the analyst is 10 kilos per metric ton of cod. That rate is also higher than the actual rate seen each year from 2008 to 2018, Table 2-104. The analysis thus overestimates PSC use both looking backward and projecting forward. We and others have spoken several times to the Council about depending on the misapprehension that what happened in a derby fishery will continue to happen in a rationalized fishery, and in this case, even assuming that the rate could perhaps be even worse than what has happened in the past with halibut bycatch. You can refer to the letter we sent for more details. Regarding crab bycatch percentage reduction, we support the 35% in the PPA. Regarding gear conversion, I will address it briefly, and Jeff Kaufman will later testify to the practical business aspects of this element. As far as gear flexibility helping halibut bycatch, we have seen that the halibut bycatch rate in trawl is 108 times higher than in pots, Table 2-166. Gear flexibility as a tool is something that several trawl participants have recognized to be potentially useful in situations where cod trawl fishing may impact halibut bycatch. Regarding the crab bycatch numbers from 2021 that have put fear in everyone's hearts, We have recently heard information that indicates that the large number being used is misleading. It does not include calculation for crab mortality in pots, which reduces that number to half of what has been reported. In addition, we are told that all the bycatch attributed to the sector in September by the one vessel participating in the gear modification research and then extrapolated. I believe that will be further explained in later testimony. We generally oppose the EFP concept as we believe the questions proposed are either already answered or could not be answered by an EFP. We're also confused about how the trawl associations can propose this when they are also saying publicly that they entirely oppose gear flexibility that pierces the integrity of the trawl sector. The Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, the Trade Association of Crab Harvesters, supports gear conversion for added flexibility as a tool for bycatch management and for reduced habitat impacts. The recent research they have spearheaded on pot gear modification has shown great promise in reducing crab bycatch. CBSFA's dependence on crab is great, and we support gear flexibility. UNICE depends on crab, and they support gear flexibility, and so on. To be doubly cautious, we have talked with various folks about restricting pot gear fishing for CQ from being in the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area for the first 2 years of implementation, to be absolutely certain that all pot gear in use is fully modified to prevent crab bycatch.
McCarty.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McCarty. Let's see if there are questions. And there are. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. And Ms. McCarty, your last point there, I didn't quite get that. So are you saying that your position is that in transferability under element 14, that pot vessels you would support a requirement for pot vessels to fish outside of the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area, including the area to the north and northwest? Is that and is that something you've discussed with the other pot vessels, or would that be something you'd be looking for us to add to element 14 as a requirement that the pot vessels that keep crab bycatch to a minimum would be required to fish outside that area? I just wanted to get the clarification. I don't think we heard that in public testimony before, and I don't think it was in your letter, so I just wanted to come back and ask you about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Down, thank you for the question. You have not seen it in our written testimony. We heard at the AP, of course, the tremendous concern that the trawl sector and others expressed about increased red king crab bycatch if pot gear is fishing CQ. And we thought that perhaps we came up with the concept amongst ourselves that, and it wasn't just us, it was other members of the trawl cod sector that we are, sort of in partnership with or share a potential co-op with. And also in conjunction with the crab folks who have proposed protection for emergency action of the red king crab savings area plus a half-degree adjacent northward as a sort of the prime crab habitat just now, and they're proposing protection of that particular area. So we thought, in reaction to the extreme concern we saw about increased potential for increased crab bycatch, and knowing that pot gear modification was underway, but not yet possibly in the water in practice, that for the first couple of years of implementation of a program that included gear flexibility, that pot gear, any pot gear using CQ or any, any vessel with pot gear using CQ in this program would be restricted from fishing in that particular area that was identified as the hotspot, if you will, for crab habitat, sort of crab central. And so we thought maybe 2 years of restriction followed by 1 year that would be not restricted, but assuming that by that time it would be clear that all pot gear would have these modifications, that 90% reduced crab bycatch in at least in the lab tests that have been undertaken, and that we could see then with a 3-year review, which we are also proposing, and that is in the AP motion, that we could then test exactly what is happening with crab bycatch with pots in the Bering Sea. I hope that helped.
Thank you. That was a help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions from Ms. McCarty? Don't see anything. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McCarty.
Thank you.
Next up is Hunter Burns and Mateo Pasadon, and then Jeff Kaufman. And just as a reminder to testifiers, the timer we have on the Adobe Connect is a guide. I think depending on your internet connection, it may not be entirely accurate. So I keep track here, and perhaps if you wish, you can keep track of your own time. Perhaps set a timer for yourself, just so that we're on the same page. But I think I think we're experiencing some lags here. So with that, I will call on Hunter Burns.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great. Let me set up my timer here. All right, thank you. Chairman Kineen, members of the council, my name is Hunter Burns, and I am the general manager for Evening Star Fisheries. We own 9 vessels that will be impacted by this action. I strongly support taking final action on this program at this meeting and support the AP motion with the exception of elements 3 and 14. It's really important to note that from the outset, this program was a middle-of-the-road approach undertaken in a highly transparent process with a high degree of public participation, even in the midst of virtual council sessions. The outcome of which are compromises made by the CV trawl sector to ensure that there are strong protections and benefits that flow to communities, processors, Gulf participants, and Aleutian Island communities. And that's not even where the list stops. From these compromises, cod trawl fleet deservedly receives stability in an overcapitalized, compressed, and most importantly, an unsafe fishery, something we support for all fisheries. The trawl fleet also receives a cooperative-based program, which gives them a powerful tool to manage their PSC. Please refer to my written comments, and I would note that I support the comments made by both UCB and MTC. I'd like to quickly touch on a few elements that I feel are critically important. We support the addition of language under 2.3 that would allow the vessel owner to assign their qualifying catch history to their LLP, regardless of the area in which the catch was taken during the qualifying years. We're on both sides of that issue, and out of principle, I just feel that the vessel owner invests a lot into the fishery, and they really ought to have a say about where that quota goes. We support issuing 22.5% of the harvest shares to processors based on eligible landings. We support element 6.1. We feel this offers a great deal of protection and benefit to Aleutian Island communities for when there are AI shore plants operating. I think you'll see when this fishery is slowed down a great deal of interest by the CVs to fish in the Aleutians when a market is present. Speaking to some assertions made at the AP that this approach may run into antitrust issues, it's my experience that every cooperative and intercooperative agreement that we are party to has been carefully reviewed to fully comply with all legal requirements, including antitrust requirements. We support a use cap of 5% for reasons that Jeff Lackey testified to earlier so eloquently. And we do not support selecting element 14 as part of this package. Unlike some other vessel owners, I don't, and our trawl crews certainly don't feel that switching over to cod from pollock fishing is an inconvenience, even at lower tack levels. I also feel the uncertainty of the impacts to the stability of cooperatives and to the incidence of crab PSC make this element too risky to put into regulation at this time. I feel that the proper route to test this approach would be an EFP alongside program implementation. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this important action, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Burns. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burns, for your testimony. I I believe you said that you support the AP motion except for elements 3 and 14, and so I wanted to ask you about your recommendation for element 3. I don't think you covered that. With respect to the council's PPA that's in front of us, I assume you don't recommend the AP motion in element 3 due to the PSC limit reductions, but can you speak to your support or not of the PPA in terms of element 3?
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Baker. I am not going to be very eloquent when I speak to PSC reductions, and John Gruber, I felt really spoke well to it, as did Brent Payne. But I think that the concern expressed among the trawl industry and my concern is that when you set those levels too low, you create a race for PSC, and every year is different. There's variable halibut incidents all the way into mid-February and in March. And if we're looking at a longer window to prosecute this fishery, we're not always going to have 25, 45 boats out on the grounds to really have a solid estimate of what our PSC rates are. And so it's going to be fairly variable from month to month within a year and also between years. And so if you set it too low, it will be more than constraining. You'll create a situation in which people are racing for cod, and I think that's exactly what we're trying to avoid here, and really the problem that we're trying to address through a rationalization program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One follow-up, and I guess I'll also ask you a question in reference to your comments about element 6.1. You, in your experience with cooperative fishing, I guess I would just ask the same question I've asked. Is the approach that's in option 6.1 in terms of the intercooperative coming up with a plan to harvest the set-aside in years when there's an operating shore plant, is that something within the bounds of the cooperative experience you have that you think could be accomplished? Or how is this fundamentally different in 6.1 in ways that we should consider?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, it is my experience, as Mr. Gruber said, that intercooperatives and cooperatives are fundamental tools to solve problems. And if the council makes this a requirement that we set aside 10% through element 6.1, then we'll roll up our sleeves and we'll work through that. I can't speak to my experience specifically setting aside quota for delivery to ADAC. That's not really in the bounds of my experience, but I have plenty of experience managing boats that have fished in the Aleutian Islands, and I was around when Icicle was operating that plant, and it's perfectly viable to when the seasons are lengthened to expect that there will be plenty of interest to fish in the Aleutians, and as long as there's a viable market out there. And so I think that's really a strong tool and will benefit the harvester and the plant and the communities out in the Aleutian Islands. I hope that answers your question. I know I didn't speak directly to my experience, but I am certain we can solve that issue.
Mr. Chair, thanks, Mr. Burns. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you all.
Next up is Mateo Pasadan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, Mateo Pasadan for the City of St. Paul. For starters, let me state that the City of St. Paul supports this action. Stability, greater efficiency, safety to the stakeholders in this sector. These are all good outcomes amid the uncertain times that the Bering Sea fisheries are experiencing. From St. Paul's perspective, this action could also potentially provide opportunities for reducing bycatch of species such as halibut and crab that are critical to St. Paul and other communities. And this action could also create tools for responding more effectively to the impacts of climate change and shifting fisheries. These are the issues that I want to focus today on in my comments. So the city supports the options in elements 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 14 that involve bycatch reduction, PSC rollovers, unallocated sea season, the process provisions, and gear flexibility that would maximize benefits directly and indirectly to Bering Sea communities and that are responsive to the purpose and needs statement. In particular, given the dismal status of the crab stocks upon which St. Paul's economy is largely dependent and the bad shape of the halibut stocks, the city is interested in the potential for diversification into other fisheries, including the potential for cod processing. The city is therefore supportive under Element 5 of an allocation of harvester shares to the shoreside processing sector that recognizes the processing sector's investments in this fishery and would allow for cod processing on St. Paul should the market and infrastructure conditions be right in the future. And they are not now, but they might be right in the future. It seems like the Goldilocks number for this is 22.5%. Under Element 3, the city is supportive of options for providing the highest possible reductions of halibut and crab PSC for obvious reasons, given the community's dependence. We therefore agree with the AP's recommended bycatch levels of 35% for both halibut and crab. Finally, under Element 14, the city understands that this element is controversial. However, the city believes that gear flexibility could be a useful tool in the future to reduce bycatch and respond to changes in fisheries. 15 years ago, for example, the crab rationalization program spent a lot of time and resources developing tools that at the time many considered unnecessary or overkill, such as a framework for relief from regional landing requirements. This tool has never been used. However, it could yet prove to be extremely useful to deal with the situation we're dealing with crab this year and possibly future years. In retrospect, those who are skeptical of this tool may now consider it fortunate that time was spent up front to develop it. That's how the city views Element 14, something that the sector could be glad it has in the future to respond to all the changes we are witnessing in the Bering Sea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Pasadan. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Oh, sorry, Ms. Kimball has a question. Kimball, I believe you're muted.
Did that work?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Pasadan, I wanted to explore that last statement about potentially establishing regulations that might not be usable or feasible today, but usable in the future. And is that in recognition that with the PPA that you're supporting on crab, those limits are fairly small to the overall sector? So maybe not so usable for gear conversion today, but maybe more possible in the future. And if I misunderstood that, please do correct me.
To the chair, Mrs. Kimball, that is exactly what I meant. We want to have a tool that may not be perfect. It may not be, it may need to be changed and updated over time, but have the space through a GearFlex tool that would allow for, and we don't know what that might be right now, but there, we can think of a number of things that would allow for responsiveness on the part of this sector or members or elements of this sector to deal with circumstances that are out there. So and I think that quite frankly is consistent with the bigger picture. I mean, there's a number of executive orders that came down earlier this year. There's legislation in D.C. To update the Magnuson-Stevens Act. All of these ideas point or are suggesting or recommending that agencies and councils as well think about each action that they're undertaking in light of all the environmental phenomena that we're seeing nationwide and globally. And so having these tools, which again, I think for me the perfect example is the relief from regional landing requirements in CRAB. At the time, it was very controversial. A lot of time was spent on it. A lot of council and staff time was spent on it, and yet, we, thank goodness, we may have to use it this year. It may be a lifesaver for a lot of stakeholders in the crab fishery. So, that for me is a great example of how we should be thinking about these actions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball, any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Posledon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up is Jeff Kaufman. Following Mr. Kaufman is Julie Kavanaugh and then Teresa Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I get a radio check?
Radio check, loud and clear. Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Jeff Kaufman, and I am the CEO of St. Paul Fishing Company, a subsidiary of CBSFA. I manage 6 catcher vessels that participate in the trawl, pot, and hook and line sectors. CBSA purchased ownership interest in 3 AFA-CB trawl vessels with Starboard, Starlight, and Fierce Allegiance in 2004. Our vessels are members of the Unity Co-op as well as UCB. All of our trawlers participate in and are beneficiaries of the CB cod trawl sector. CBSA is very proud to own the Starboard, Starlight, and Fierce Allegiance and very much appreciate this sector and its stakeholders. We are not enemies of trawl or this sector. We are proud participants. R&B Fisheries, longtime CBSA partners in 2 crab vessels, owns an active vessel in the CB trawl cod fishery. The Starfish is not affiliated with CBSA in any way. Rick and Mary Mezich cannot testify today, but ask that we express their support for gear flexibility. These 4 CB trawl vessel entities, also support inclusion of the 3-year review and the closure of the Red King Crab Savings Area, the pot vessels harvesting CQ. Gear flexibility was identified as an important element from the onset of this action and stands on its own merits. It isn't about trawl versus pots, where some game people are playing. It won't be for everyone, but it may help others. After 8 consecutive years of TAC reduction, there just isn't enough quota left. CQ holders will need every tool in the toolbox to extract the most profit from what little TAC remains, as well as meet other PCTC program goals. Practically speaking, and as an example, in 2021, through the sector's voluntary catch sharing plan, the Starboard was allocated 619,000 pounds in the A season. The Starboard, like most others in the sector, started the season late due to COVID-related plant closures. The Starboard switched its gear from pollock and headed for the cod grounds on February 15th. The Starboard made 2 sets in less than 24 hours and its season was over. After uploading cod, it was 7 days before the Starboard was able to get back in the pollock delivery rotation. It was not the most efficient use of the Starboard's time, and under our rationalized program, we can fix this. When the B season rolled around, the catch sharing plan allocation was 139,000 pounds per boat. It was determined that it was too inefficient to stop pollock fishing to target such a small amount of cod, leading to foregone revenue that is more important than ever. The Starboard and its partners need every penny we can get out of this fishery. In addition to pollock and cod, all 3 boats have crab allocations, and the loss of income from reduced cod tax, the closed Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, and the collapse of the Ophelia fishery will be very difficult on our company. By allowing this flexibility, companies such as CBSA that have pot and trawl vessels can determine the most efficient harvest strategy on an annual basis, maximizing the value of every pound of pollock, cod, or crab we have remaining. Given the current tax levels, the Star World will not have a lot of CQ at implementation. We need flexibility to harvest CQ the most efficient way possible, and in some years, we may use a net, and in others, we may use pots. Finally, an EFP is not the right tool to test the efficacy of pots in this sector. The EFP process is lengthy, involves NOAA, AFSC, and others, and the NEPA and ESA processes. It also requires significant human resources, a test vessel, and a lot of money. Then the council will need to recognize an issue with the CV trawl cod sector to get flexibility back on the agenda and start the EARIR process, which could take years. As a trailing amendment, gear flexibility is unlikely to ever see the light of day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Let's see if there are any questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman, for your testimony. Can you please review for me the suggestion that you had for, I think, modifying element 14 to address concerns about crab PSC? I think it involved an area of the red king crab savings area. I'm sorry, I just didn't hear that.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. We support, not only do we support gear flexibility as described in the council's PPA, but we also support a 3-year review of that. We also, one second here, we also support a 3-year review of that and closing off important areas of high crab abundance from pot vessels harvesting CQ. And so I think the red king crab savings area is already closed off to the CV trawl sector. I believe, I'm not certain on that, but it makes sense to keep pot boats that may fish CQ out of that area as well for protection of red king crab.
Just quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so it is the whole red king crab savings area that you're talking about. Is that correct? Yeah,
exactly. The red king crab savings area. And then I think there's proposed changes for half a degree north of that savings area being proposed by ABSC, and we would also support closing that up if that's where the crab are at this time, and doing that with regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Kaufman? Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. So just in a follow-up to Ms. Baker's question, on this proposal, you have to have any pot vessels harvesting use from this program would be outside the Bristol Bay red king crab savings area in any additional area. I thought we heard some testimony that would be for the first year or something, but I think what you're recommending is that we do a 3-year review. So this would be put in until perpetuity. Maybe we could change it to 3-year review, but that would be the earliest. And so this would be something that you would propose be part of this program for up until the council decides that it's not something that would be limited to just this year or a time when crab would be as close to the direct fishery. Is that right?
Yeah, that's pretty close, Mr. Downs. The way that we spoke about it is it would be nice to have those regulations in place for the first 2 years after implementation, and then not so in the 3rd year to see how they perform. It's our feeling that the CQ holders will not sabotage themselves and go into high bycatch areas. We need to extract every single pound out of this fishery and every dollar that we can, because there's just so little left. And so we thought if we can close those off for a couple of years and then look at it for a year, by the time of the 3-year review, we'll have a really good understanding of the pot gear harvesting CQ's ability to minimize, or in some cases even eliminate red king crab bycatch. And I say that because we have a pot cod vessel and a captain, Michael Spokus. He's worked for us since 2012. He's hauled 209,000 cod pots since 2012 and has landed 48 million pounds. and he's never caught one king crab west of Amac Island. He ventured up in 2018 past Amac a little bit and got us some king crab, but never went back. And so we know that this absolutely can be done with certainty.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. That was quite helpful for me understanding your proposal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman, on that last exchange. I just want to understand, we don't have anything in our current analysis that would be able to regulate the use of pots in the way that you've described or prohibit fishing in the savings area. So is the suggestion of a trailing amendment to consider something like that, or was there another mechanism you had in mind?
No, we would prefer not to see that as a trailing amendment. The trailing amendment, it doesn't work for us. And we think that if we don't include gear flexibility right up front, that it's likely that we'll never see it. It would take, between the EFP process and going through the council RAR EA process, it could take years, 6 or 7 or more years to get it implemented. And I think that the council has a lot bigger fish to fry. And so I think this it will be small potatoes in the long run. It's very important to us within this sector, and I think we could deal with it holistically here and include it up front.
Thank you. And yeah, I bet I didn't ask it correctly, but as a follow-up then, just to be clear, I think the gear conversion is clearly analyzed. I did not mean to assert that, but the ability for the council to undertake your proposal for moving pot gear out of the red king crab savings area, that is what I was suggesting is not analyzed, and was asking if you were anticipating something like that in a trailing amendment.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. I believe that the red king crab savings area has been analyzed for both trawl and pot gear, and I think it's very clear that that's where the concentrations of crab are, and I don't think there's a whole lot of analysis to be done to prove that it will reduce king crab bycatch. That's where they live, and if you stay out of there, you're a lot less likely to encounter them. And so I'm not sure that further analysis is needed. I think it's spelled out pretty clearly. The catch per unit effort rates in there of king crab as PSC, and it just seems very clear that this could benefit the program without needing a bunch of additional analysis. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Ms. Kimball got to the first part of my question, and so I'm thinking back to our presentations that we had in crab specs earlier in this meeting, and the where we saw that the center of distribution for crab is moving around and moving farther north and east, and we've had conversations in the past about whether or not these areas are in the right place. And so knowing how long and complicated it is to make those kinds of changes in the regulatory process, with trawl, catcher vessel, cod being rationalized, aren't those kinds of closures you're proposing, couldn't those be dealt with within the co-op or the inner co-op, that you would have a lot more flexibility and adaptability on a more timely basis?
Thank you, Mr. Van Rohe. I think that's I lost my train of thought here. Can you ask me one more time? I'm sorry. My brain is going like 100 miles an hour. You know how nervous I get when I get up here. So trying you one more time, man. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Basically, couldn't you get the kinds of closures that you're asking for more flexible, more rapidly and more flexible and quicker to adapt to changing crab conditions if you dealt with that through co-op agreements and the inter-co-op agreement rather than regulations and the lengthy council process involved there.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you very much so there. And we didn't have this initially as part of the AP motion or in part of our testimony letters in the past, but we believe that co-ops are set up to do that exact thing. And setting regulation, setting boundaries and regulation is only an idea because there's so much concern about the red king crab being expressed around the table that we should put in whatever it takes as far as restrictions to keep pot boats from having high catches of red king crab. And so ultimately, I think the co-ops will do that already. They have full authority and full ability to set rules and regulations within the co-ops so that they can successfully and fully prosecute their fisheries. And with so little cod left, every pound is important. And I guarantee the co-ops will find a way to get this quota harvested. And I think we can do that with pots. And so if the council doesn't need guarantee up front, I think it's fine. The co-ops will do that anyway. But if it gives any insurance to council members who may be on the fence about red king crab bycatch, this could add some insurance for them and help tip the scales. And again, I just think this is such an important element for efficiency purposes and all of the other benefits. And we can do it regulatorily here, or we can do it at the co-op level. I'm fine with either. But for insurance and to get to help get some votes from the council members, I think that this added piece may be beneficial.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No more questions.
Thank you. No, second question.
Was that a recognition, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Jones. Second question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Chairman. My question is, I just listening to the exchange between yourself and Ms. Kimball when she asked about doing this and maybe this hadn't been analyzed. Is this something that your group, if you harvested your own trawl fish and or other fish with pots, that there would be a voluntary stand down in the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area? Is that a possibility or assurance that you can give the council that if we move in this route, that at least for you and your vessels, and you would encourage others to voluntarily stand down out of that area and minimize the bycatch of crab that might be a concern to the council?
Thank you, Mr. Dan. I think that's a great question. We will absolutely not. If we fish CQ with one of our pot boats, for instance, we would never go into the red king crab savings area and sabotage ourselves. There's just no reason to do that. And as I mentioned a little bit ago, we have boats that participate in the pot cod fishery, and the captain sent all the numbers. He's an amazing record keeper, and he set 206,000 or 209,000 pots in that area, 206,000 pots in the area for 49 million pounds. Never caught one single crab west of AMAC, and we haven't needed to go past. We haven't needed to go to the northeast of AMAC at all. We've just stayed, with the exception of one day we went up there in 2018. We catch all the cod right out front, and there just is no king crab bycatch in that area. And I think some members from the trawl sector responded to that earlier as well, that they just don't see them in that area. And so just confirming that from what we see in the pots as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dan.
All right, Mr. Kaufman, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Next up is Julie Kavanaugh.
Sound check.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Kavanaugh. Our family holds LLPs in the Central and Western Gulf, as well as the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands for pot cod. Two elements directly affect us: the open access limited liability sea season and the AI protections under Element 6. And our support hinges on the FFPs for final action on these issues. I also have concerns regarding 7.1.1, which allows unlimited confidential transfers with no link to leasing agreements. But my focus today is on Element 6, the AI processor provisions. We're asking the council to select option 2,
as the final preferred alternative moving forward and include that the AI community stakeholders have indicated willingness to limit transferability. When comparing option 1 and 2, option 2 provides the processor operator the ability to make harvesting partnerships, determine those partnerships, the landing and processing schedule with that partner, and independently negotiate market price. The open access season and its rollover matrix can provide the solution to any stranded fish. Option 1 creates a set-aside managed by the cooperatives, and I think I can best illustrate this through a parable. I liken it to a situation where the host has invited a good friend or a valued family member to a party. On the way there, they get caught in the rain, so when they show up at the door, it's awkward and they need a spare set of clothes. The host, who cares about the guest and would like them to stay, offers this to them, but the suit is too small and it's suited for campfire songs while everybody else is wearing formal wear. They are no longer dripping wet, but the awkwardness is still there. No one hangs out or wants to speak to them. The host has a decision to make. Do they leave them in that situation, their valued friend and family member, in what has become the clown suit, destined to be a sidebar or entertainment? Or do they choose to offer them the extra suit of clothes hanging in the closet, the outfit that gives them the situation necessary to converse and stay for dinner? If they stay, does the campfire get up resemble a clown suit? Was the invitation genuine? Why isn't the host inclined to offer the appropriate and available solution? If that solution is to remain in the closet, the transformation uncomfortably fits like the clown suit, destined to become entertainment. Or does it look like the host may have assumed that the guest wasn't going to show up at all? That feels like the door being shut at the beginning. This is a policy decision. The choice is about power structure and doesn't adversely affect the success of the overall action. It does affect my family, their safety, productivity, and the quality of their catch. Thank you for the opportunity, and I am happy to address questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Teresa Peterson. Following Ms. Peterson is Lauren Devine and then Dawn Ashley.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kineen, council members. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. The Comprehensive Management Program under development will impact Alaskan fishing communities, habitats, and PSC of the halibut and crab for the foreseeable future. The policy decisions which shape management measures of the nation's common fisheries resource must include meaningful measures to reduce waste. Our comments today are focused on the objective to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable with a focus on halibut. AMCC supports a 35% reduction of halibut PSC with a phased-in approach. From our perspective and our interpretation of the meaning to the extent practicable, the analysis clearly shows that a 35% reduction of halibut is a reasonable and expected outcome of the catch share program. It is a struggle to foreshadow what a rationalized fleet may accomplish with PSC reductions in the context of harvesting under a race for fish, but in this fishery, we have real-life examples to factor in the final decision. Table 2-105 on page 199 captures the success of the voluntary actions organized by the trawl fleet in 2020 and 2021. In 2020, the fleet used 140 metric tons of halibut, and in 2021, 50 metric tons. This is really good and captures the potential of a rationalized program. The average use of halibut PSC in these years was 95 metric tons and represented using 25% of the apportioned limit during the qualifying years. In other words, in the last 2 years, the catcher vessel trawl fleet successfully harvested the A and B seasons using limited voluntary catch share tools with a 75% reduction of halibut PSC. To us, this data clearly illustrates that the fleet can operate without constraint, even in a quasi-rationalized fishery. The contributing factors attributed to the reduction include not fishing at night, gear modifications, voluntary stand-downs, voluntary cooperation, and coordinating with processors. In addition to these tools, a comprehensive program will include additional means to reduce bycatch, such as 100% observer coverage, individual accountability, the ability to choose when and where to fish, transfer of PSC between co-ops, and increased spatial distribution. The achievements made in 2021, when the fleet organized a voluntary catch share plan early on and initiated a mid-February start date, capture the PSC savings in a manner consistent with what we would expect from a comprehensive program. The fleet will fish when the fish are schooled up, not on an arbitrary start date. There can be test tows before others fish to make sure the fishing is clean, and we've heard from members of the trawl fleet that this can be a clean fishery. While a low TAC is recognized as a contributing factor to the PSC use, under higher tax, the use data indicates the fleet will continue to prosecute the fishery under this reduction. Using a retrospective look over time when harvests were much higher than in recent years, the trawl fleet would not have been constrained in any year under a 35% reduction. I encourage council members to look at the table in our comment letter. If we use the average PSC rate from 20 and 21, we end up with 3.85 kilograms of halibut PSC per metric ton of cod. Even under a high tax, such as 2012, the use was 72% of a 35% reduced PSC limit of 248 metric tons. When the analyst highlights that the fleet would be constrained in 11 out of 16 years, it is important to note that the analyst also states that this measure does not account for the incentives cooperatives would likely utilize to reduce halibut PSC rates and thus increase their ability to harvest a larger share of peacock quota share. Under a cap that has been reduced by 35%, the trawl fleet's halibut PSC rate would need to be approximately 40% higher, 5.35 kilograms per metric ton, than the average achieved over these last 2 years to be constraining in a year like 2012. Obviously, when taxes are low like they are now, they have considerably more headroom for PSC rates before it becomes constraining. We encourage council members to ask themselves, what halibut PSC rates are acceptable in a rationalized fishery? How much headroom does a trawl fleet really need? AMCCs believes that this data is critical to factor into the decision-making process as the council has a real-time understanding of PSC achievements under a cooperative program. It is a policy call, and Alaskans and many others throughout the nation support policies which minimize bycatch. It's also a policy decision to allow gear flexibility. AMCC supports Element 14 as gear conversion provides flexibility in a changing ocean climate. We understand the concerns with crab bycatch and support 100% observer coverage, gear modifications, and use of inter-cooperative agreements to mitigate bycatch issues. We also support the comments made by previous testifiers in support of gear flexibility. And finally, we support the council's selected PPA of Element 8, ownership and use caps. These are really important for limiting consolidation and the associated negative impacts to fishing communities. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. See if there's any questions. Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Okay, thank you all.
Lauren Devine.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kenny, council members. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon, Dr. Devine.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Lauren Devine. I represent the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. I admit I am absolutely not an expert on the intricate details of this agenda item, but I really wanted to provide the following input from our community's perspective. First, we support this program. The intent and this action as a whole provides stability, greater efficiency, and increased safety for participant groups, as we've heard in earlier testimony. This provides an excellent framework that meets the purpose and needs statement, addresses the race to fish, and meets the needs of participants and communities. First, regarding element 3, we echo others who have supported 35% reduction for both halibut and crab PSC. A 35% reduction in halibut bycatch is the reasonable choice and will provide widespread benefits across multiple user groups. The Council selected a preferred preliminary alternative of 25% for halibut PSC reductions, but a 35% reduction is a reasonable and expected outcome for the catch share program and is consistent with the purpose and needs statement regarding reducing bycatch to the extent practicable. The reductions requested may be viewed by some as constraining, but they're supposed to be constraining. We live in one ecosystem, the health of which depends on the health and productivity of all species within it, and they are all interdependent. And currently, our ecosystem is collapsing. Comments supporting crab PSC reductions and speaking to, quote, recent headlines about crab stocks that indicate concern, end quote, neglect to mention that halibut stocks have been a constant source of concern for thousands of families, businesses, and communities that depend on the health of the halibut resource, which is frankly abysmal. We're not called to manage our ocean to maximize profit garnered for one species. We're called to take into account conservation and management measures that shall, to the extent practicable, minimize bycatch. Regarding practicability of the BSAI Pacific Cod trawl fleet, in 2020, they stood down and did not start fishing until later in the season and operated under a voluntary co-op harvest plan in 2021. In both years, they reduced halibut bycatch successfully well beyond 35% reductions under which is what we asked for under consideration for the action. You heard about the actual tonnage in Table 2-105. Regarding element 3.3.2, we continue to support the Council's preferred preliminary alternative and the advisory panel's final preferred alternative of 35% reduction to crab bycatch in the program in order to immediately address our struggling Bering Sea crab stocks and conserve these resources and their cultural, recreational, and commercial values to our Alaska fishermen, processors, dependent communities, visitors, and consumers alike. Second, element 14 is critical to us as it provides a voluntary opportunity for gear flexibility. The inclusion of this element provides a much-needed option with many potential benefits, including increased product value, harvesting efficiency, meaningful reductions in carbon emissions and a reduced carbon footprint, critical reductions to bycatch of multiple species, and more. Voluntary gear flexibility through the gear conversion element, meets the purpose and needs statement. It provides flexibility in a rapidly changing ocean climate. And there are written comments that I would like to highlight from Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers and from Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, our representative CDQ group, which further detail the benefits to this element, such as the ones that I mentioned above. As stated during staff presentation, a lot of behaviors pot fishermen can employ improve bycatch into the future. And the analysis for this action is based on historical numbers and does not consider future changes in behavior. But those anticipated future behavioral changes are critical because that is what's so important to contributing to eliminating the bycatch risk that's talked about in the comment letters that I mentioned a moment ago. Gear flexibility as a tool provides opportunities to develop climate-friendlier gear and fishing practices. We encourage the Council to retain this element, knowing there will be evaluation and review, and that we have tools to adapt and adjust when the future is needed. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to these two elements, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. Is there any questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Up is Don Ashley, then Craig Lowenberg, and then Brendan Raymond Yakubian.
Good afternoon. This is Don Ashley with the fishing vessel Gold Rush. We're an exempt AFA trawl vessel homeported in Kodiak. We fish pollock and cod and rockfish in the Gulf and pollock and cod in the Bering Sea. We're a small family business that are completely dependent on the Gold Rush for our fisheries and our livelihood. My brother began working on the gold rush in 1987, and he brought me on board in 1990. Together, we caught the cod that qualified us in 95 to 96. He found the fish. I worked on deck and stabbed the majority of those fish. We bought the gold rush in 2001 and built this livelihood into what it is today. We have done that ethically and conscientiously. I ask that this action be moved forward for final action at this meeting. Highly functioning cooperative management structures for our fisheries allow industry partners to properly plan, execute fishing and processing plans, allow for better resource conservation and utilization, safer prosecution of fisheries, and greater benefit to our participants and our communities. We are supporting the letter that Midwater Trawlers Cooperative submitted and highlights key components in this action. We've enjoyed a co-op cod allocation of roughly 1 million pounds in the past, which we realize will be dramatically reduced by supporting 2009 to 2019 Drop 1. That is a compromise that we believe we have to make to continue to move this action ahead. We support the 22.5% harvester shares utilized by our processing partners to help create better stability and product flow, as well as help create greater certainty to allow for more localized product processing and product variety. We support the 5% vessel caps. We oppose gear switching at this time. We ask that you minimize the PSC reductions. We advocate for the 15% reduction in halibut at the outset of this program. As I have listened to the public testimony today, I am appreciative of the care, concern, and thoughtfulness of those involved in our fisheries and co-op structures. I am confident in the success of this program to conserve and protect our fisheries resource. That concludes my testimony for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Greg Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of the organization as well as the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the fishery. There's been quite a bit of focus on Element 14 gear conversion at this meeting. I'm happy to see that gear conversion was selected as the council's PPA earlier this year, and that the AP also recommended the option of gear conversion. What I'd like to address in part is the fishing performance in the over 60 pot cod CV sector. In the last decade, there have been 2 years in which mitigating factors and lightning strike events have extrapolated out to significant bycatch numbers. In 2018, there was an observed vessel that experienced mechanical issues resulting in increased bycatch. In the recent 21B season, the only observed vessel to encounter red king crab was participating in the BREP work by Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers and Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. This BREP work was meant to study the efficacy of various crab exclusion measures in groundfish pots, and I understand the information produced by this research looks very promising, with a potential for even up to 90% reduction in crab bycatch. While most of the pot cod fleet has an inherent reason to avoid red king crab, this sector has been in an increasing race for fish for the last decade. The bycatch rates reflect this. Earlier in the meeting, the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op indicated to the council its intent to refrain from fishing in the red king crab savings area in 2022. We do, however, need the tools afforded in a rationalized fishery to hold all stakeholders accountable and achieve the goal of reduced bycatch. We encourage other sectors to take voluntary measures as well to avoid crab. I urge the council to make rationalization of our sector a top priority in an effort to improve the prosecution of the fishery, reduce bycatch, provide stability and sustainability for the resource, as well as all the stakeholders, and most importantly, promote safety. It's the responsible thing, and we need to do it now. Mr. Chairman, focusing more specifically on Element 14, given the current race for fish in the pot cod sector, it's not fair to assume that current fishing practices will continue under a rationalized program. Whether that be a rationalized directed fishery or participation in a trawl rationalization through gear conversion. Additionally, comparisons to the rationalized West Coast whiting fishery are misleading. The two programs have very different frameworks and elements. The document clearly points this out. From my understanding of staff explanation in the AP last week, a single co-op can harvest the entire sector's red king crab PSC cap of 545 animals without shutting down the sector. With a minimum of 3 permits required to form a co-op and approximately 114 permits in the sector, there could be 38 opportunities to exceed the PSC cap without shutting down the sector. Trawl representatives have asserted that a sector-wide hard cap on PSC will create a race for fish. This sounds counter to the assertion by trawl participants that the take of red king crab, or of crab PSC of any species, by trawl vessels is so negligible that it has zero impact on the stocks. And it seems to indicate a fundamental flaw in the framework if PSC caps create an incentive to race for fish in the program. I understand this is final action, but this seems to be an oversight that may need to be addressed. At least 3 companies have approached me expressing interest in participating in gear conversion. Assertions that there are no interests are incorrect. In fact, we've heard from trawl stakeholders in testimony earlier today in support of gear conversion. Co-ops would have complete control over the fishing operations. They could test pot use just like an EFP-style study, but manage within the co-ops, and could directly affect vessels' ability on where they are allowed to fish, given areas of high or low crab abundance. Fixed gear has less habitat impact, and gear conversion should be encouraged to benefit crab habitat and provide added flexibility when building a comprehensive forward-looking rationalization program. Remember, gear conversion is an option in the program. There's not a requirement that it be used. If gear conversion is allowed, a 3-year review seems reasonable and prudent. Mr. Chairman, in closing, it seems there are elements of the program that have the potential to exacerbate an issue experienced this year in the peacock fishery. If efforts are not made to land AI peacock earlier in the year, or there's not an AI processor operating, there is potential to shut down harvesters in the Bering Sea before their sectors have the opportunity to fully harvest its tack, as we saw earlier this year. I encourage council members to take this into consideration when reviewing and choosing elements and options of the program. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lowenberg. If there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. I had a question about your concern about individual co-op being able to exceed the co-op PSC limit for Bristol Bay Red King crab. And is there support then from you or your sector for a sector level cap to prevent that outcome?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Kimball. My understanding is that there is a sector-wide cap, and that sector-wide cap is the 545 animals that's calculated for this upcoming year. But that individual co-ops that exceed their allocation or prorated allocation of that cap doesn't shut down the entire sector. So my understanding is it's called a hard cap, but it's not operating as a hard cap. And I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that's my understanding of the situation.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. No, that's great, Mr. Lowenberg. I guess I should have been more specific. There's an opportunity to not allocate crab PSC or one species crab PSC out to the cooperative level and leave it at the sector level to operate as a hard cap. So I was trying to ascertain whether you support that approach.
Thank you for the clarification through the chair. I had not considered that scenario, having a sector-wide cap and not allocating down to the co-op level. That would be something to consider, I suppose, but I don't think I can comment on if I would support that right now.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Mr. Chairman, I've got 2 questions. But first, Mr. Lowenberg, you mentioned on that one vessel that was doing the BREP work was responsible for the crab bycatch, and the other vessels had no crab bycatch. So those vessels in your fleet, my takeaway from that is that there were other vessels in your fleet that had observers that had 0 bycatch. And I just wanted to make sure that I was calculating that correctly. You said that you'd have one vessel that was responsible, but the other vessels didn't. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the other vessels that didn't have bycatch that you're referring to were vessels that had observers.
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Down through the chair. In speaking with NIMS, my understanding of the recent observer coverage and reporting that we got out of our 21B season was there were 5 vessels with human observers on board. Only one vessel encountered red king crab as bycatch, and that was the vessel participating in BREP work. There is also electronic monitoring in the sector, and I believe that electronic monitoring bycatch has not been reviewed or reported. And so that's forthcoming, but my understanding is that's expected to not dramatically skew the numbers that we're seeing.
And Mr. Lowenberg, or Mr. Chairman, my second question, Mr. Lowenberg, since your testimony was very supportive of element 14 being included as it was in the PPA, in the AP motion, my question to you is, would your group, be willing to just voluntarily, as we'd heard from Jeff Kaufman, stay out of the Bristol Bay red king crab area when harvesting any cues that came to your vessels that would, in other words, you'd be willing to stand down and not fish those in that area and give us the council assurance that you would do that as an avoidance measure to keep the take from Bristol Bay red king crab? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down through the chair. If I understand your question correctly, you're asking if Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op intends to stand down in the red king crab savings area? Is that your
yes? If you voluntarily stand down in that area, yes.
Yes, sir. That is our intent for 2022, and we'll look at it again in 2022 and extend as needed or as necessary. Yes, that is. We would stay out of the red king crab savings area, and if we were fishing CQ converted from the trawl program, we would stay out of there as well.
Thank you very much. That was the clarification. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't clear on that.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. I'm struggling with this issue with the crab bycatch with the gear conversion, and we do seem to be focused a little bit on the 2021 numbers, I think, because of how dramatic they were, especially in light of the status of the red king crab stock. But that's not the only year that it's been really high. And having heard about the gear modifications that ABSC and BSFRF have been working on, so let's say the 90% does end up being what the rate ends up being that it improves, we're still talking more than 20,000 crab. And we've heard about discard mortality of only 50%, which doesn't factor into PSC, but still we're talking 10,000 crab at that point. And I'm just kind of flummoxed about why we would even think about putting ourselves in a position to increase crab bycatch that much, considering the stock and how much lower the bycatch rate of crab is in trawl. And so if you can just explain your position one more time on that, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you for that question through the chair. As I said before, I don't believe current behavior or past behavior is a good precursor for what you will see performance-wise out of the pot fleet going forward. If they're allowed tools for rationalized behavior, whether that be in the directed fishery or the trawl rationalized fishery utilizing CQ, they'll have the tools and ability to operate very differently. Most of the guys operating pot cod vessels also have an interest in red crab and definitely want to see it sustainable and recover. So they're going to work in their best interest, I believe, when the tools are in front of them to avoid crab as best as possible. Typically, in a typical year, this 21 years you mentioned is an area of focus this week, but typically our PFC take is on the order of 10 times lower than that historically. And then I would say also that although, in the trawl fishery, I think there is some amount of unaccounted for fishing mortality that we're not seeing. And so that has to be taken into account as well. I mean, it's a hard, I guess, concept or number to wrap your mind around. If it's unaccounted for, it's not visible. We don't see it, but we know it has to occur to some extent. So it needs to be taken into consideration from that perspective as well. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Mr. Chair, follow-up, second question?
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. And so you spoke to having different tools in a rationalization program. The trawl catcher vessel fleet has demonstrated voluntarily how to use some of those tools. Your fleet is much smaller. Is there any reason why your fleet could not organize a voluntary co-op and demonstrate those bycatch reductions of crab that you've indicated you could do if gear conversion were allowed in this program?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, I think that right now the participants in the directed pot cod over 60 sector aren't all on the same page. We have quite a bit of participation from historical users in that fishery. We also have new entrants in that fishery who are leasing permits and racing for fish, racing for history. So they don't have the same incentive to cooperate voluntarily basis with the expectation, or maybe expectation isn't the correct word, but with the possibility of a catch share plan or rationalized program coming at them in the semi-near future. So getting everyone to cooperate on a voluntary basis has been challenging from that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I hope this isn't a question that's already been asked. I'm kind of struggling a little bit here, so please feel free to correct me if it has been. I don't want to use extra time. But Mr. Lowenberg, I'm trying to understand your testimony. I think you addressed gear flexibility with maybe some council member concerns about increased crab PSC. And I think you said there were things the pot cod fleet could do to maybe address those concerns. And you talked about staying out of the red king crab savings area and a couple other things. I'm trying to, and then you talked about perhaps observer data that wasn't representative. What am I as a council member supposed to do with those assurances and the explanations of data in terms of what we have in our analysis for the gear conversion option? Am I supposed to take your testimony to say that, for example, the PSC rates for crab for the pot fleet that we have in table 2-166 are not representative, and we should consider these other things when considering the gear conversion element? I'm just really struggling to, what do I do with the things that you brought up in terms of what the fleet could do, assurances and whatnot under gear conversion?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker, through the chair. There was a lot there. Let me figure out where to start. I think it's important to remember that there's always outliers in PSC rates, throughout the years here. And so not to put too much weight on those outlier years. But I think if you're asking me, what assurance do you have that current operators will employ different methods to prosecute the fishery if allowed to fish against the CQ quota? Is that the question?
Yeah, how does the council analyze the impact of those voluntary actions?
I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. How does the council analyze or understand the impacts of those voluntary actions?
Thank you for the clarification. Well, I think that we know and have seen from past catch share plans, rationalized fisheries, that there's always an improvement in bycatch rates. People do change behavior. It slows the pace. It spreads the geographic area usually. So I think by looking at past programs that have been implemented and a reasonable expectation of a change in behavior, I think that's reasonable to assume, even if there isn't a specific analysis on an actual element there. We're talking about rationalizing a fishery, and we can expect to see the same type of results, I would say, from other rationalized fisheries. Hopefully that addresses your question.
Just quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Do you have a specific rationalized fishery in mind that you could recommend we consider that's comparable?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, no, I'm not pointing at one in particular. I think that all of them have shown improvements in bycatch and change in behavior.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lowenberg, for your testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lowenberg, for your testimony. Just following up on some of the questions, your earlier comment when you referred to incidents that caused some of the high levels of crab bycatch, and which is a reality, and you know that those things happen, accidents happen, or lightning strikes. So you have the same thing, but at the same time, we hear a number of proposals that would ratchet down PFC so low that those similar lightning strikes in the trawl sector, or even if there were vessels that participated and from the pot side, at the fixed gear side, would have similar overages or lightning strikes. Should we accommodate those? The other part of that is we have a number of other sectors and fisheries where we give them plenty of freeboard to work within, and again, the administrative levels are well above the realized on the ground levels through the cooperatives. But it just seems there's a big disparity on how we treat the different sectors with respect to bycatch and the headroom we give them, and to accommodate those types of lightning strike events or similar incidents. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Marks, through the chair. If I understand your question and the scenario correctly, I don't think lightning strikes can shut down this program. That's the point I was trying to make in the example I gave on the 545 animals being prorated down to a co-op level. That individual co-op could exceed their prorated amount of PSC and then exceed the entire sector's 545 animal allocation of PSC and still not affect the sector. So I'm not sure lightning strikes even occur under this program, or are accounted for under the program.
Right, and I guess that's is kind of my point, that they're not accounted for, and we heard that there in a lot of cases there would be a reluctance to transfer PSC until later in the season, and it could reduce those or just close a cooperative to their opportunity. And again, I'm just more about the trust in the cooperative to manage PSC and with enough headroom so they could accommodate those within. I mean, just when we look at the crab PSC at 545 individuals, I mean, that's, theoretically, based on the history of the trawl sector alone, it's not going to happen. Maybe 2016 or 2008, 2011, we had some high levels, but those are infrequent. But somehow there's folks feel the need to push that down administratively that could really cripple this in those types of years. But we afford that protection to other sectors, but not this one. Do you see that as an inequity, or should we just look at that apply that same principle to everyone?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Marks, to the chair. If I understand your question correctly, I think we are giving plenty of headroom, even with the 35% reduction. Current the 545 animals is 20 times the take of red crab PSC that was taken this year so far. So to me, that seems like there's a lot of headroom there, and we've heard from trawl representatives that they have great ability to manage and avoid crab PSC. So I think there's plenty of headroom there.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks, and I'd like to keep to fairly straight questions and avoid looking like we're getting into any sort of deliberations here as we go through testimony. So I don't see any additional questions for you, Mr. Lowenberg. So I think we're ready to move on to Brendan Raymond Jacobian. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lowenberg, and we will take a break after this testifier. Are you available, Mr. Raymond Jacobian?
Yes, I am. Sound check. Am I being heard?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on agenda item C4. My name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, Inc. COERIC is the Alaska Native nonprofit tribal consortium for the 20 tribes of the Bering Strait region. Our comments will be brief on this agenda item. We're restricting our comments to the aspects of your work on this agenda item which pertain to bycatch. We support efforts to reduce bycatch of all species across all fisheries as much as possible and as close to zero as possible. Waste such as bycatch runs contrary to the values of the tribes of the Bering Strait region and to our values as an indigenous organization. Waste is disrespectful to subsistence-dependent communities that depend on a dynamic, vital ecosystem and to the animals and environment. The health of the ecosystem is crucial to the health of our communities and families. The Bering Sea is experiencing dramatic and radical change, as we've all been hearing about more and more. We would also note that we are in favor of taking increased steps to protect benthic habitat from trawl impacts. So in conclusion, we'd like to support the ideas that aim to reduce bycatch related to the development of this program, such as those presented for this agenda item in written comments by the Aleut community of St. Paul Island, Oceana, the Ocean Conservancy, and the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. And thank you very much for the consideration of our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond Jacobian. Are there any questions? Don't see any. All right, thank you for your testimony. Okay, council, let's go ahead and take an afternoon break. We'll come back at 2:30
Alaska time and resume with public comment.
Davis. I connected on my third try here. Okay, Council, please come back to order. We are ready to resume with public testimony. Next up is Jamie Goen, then Dan Martin, then Ephraim Fraley. Ms. Goen, are you available?
Good afternoon, Chairman Kineen and members of the Council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're an industry trade association representing the majority of harvesters fishing with pot gear for king, snow, and beardeye crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Crab Rationalization Program. We are tracking this issue from a crab bycatch perspective. We continue to be concerned that current crab bycatch measures may not be effective and are not tracking with the health of the crab stock. As you know, the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock is at historic lows, and the directed crab fishery is closed for the first time in 25 years. The snow crab fishery has just experienced a record collapse, and the stock is expected to be declared overfished. ABSC is looking for opportunities like this action to further reduce crab bycatch in all sectors and gear types where practicable. For Element 3, prohibited species catch limits, we continue to support the Council's PPA for a 35% reduction in crab PSC. Even with the supplemental analysis for crab PSC, the PPA is only expected to be constraining 3 out of nearly 20 years and only for one of the crab stocks. Really, I think we should be talking about a 45% reduction, but I realize we are in uncharted territory with low crab stocks and going into a new rationalization program, and 45% could be challenging, so we continue to support 35%. The PSC limits should be constraining at times of low stock abundance for crab. That's precisely the point of this abundance-based management tool, to create an incentive to move off of crab species to reduce impacts. If there was ever a time to review and reduce crab PSC limits to take pressure off stocks, it's now. In addition to the 35% reduction, the implementing regulation should make it clear that the sector closes if the overall PSC limit for the sector is reached. ABSC does not recommend a phased-in approach for crab PSC. It's not necessary given the conservation concern for red king crab and snow crab. Even the 35% crab PSC reduction is expected to rarely be constraining, certainly not in recent years and with the scarcity of crab. Therefore, implementation of the 35% crab PSC reduction should be implemented as soon as possible with the start of the program. Finally, we find it concerning for stocks that are at a conservation concern that bycatch on those same stocks outside of a management boundary do not count towards PSC limits. Bycatch throughout a stock's range should count towards PSC if the intent is to reduce bycatch. Moving on to Element 14, gear conversion. ABSC supports the Council's PPA and the AP motion to support gear conversion for added flexibility in the program as a tool for bycatch management and for reduced habitat impacts. We support gear conversion because with 100% observer coverage, full control of gear use by the co-op, and PSC limits in place, the risk of high crab bycatch is nearly eliminated. Pot gear has less habitat impacts and a smaller footprint on the ocean floor than trawl gear and could give added flexibility to fish in areas with habitat protections where trawl gear is prohibited. In addition, pot gear could be a useful tool in times when a higher value product is beneficial. For example, if the cod fishery all of a sudden got a 90% cut like snow crab just did, you might want the option to be able to land a value-added product. Regarding concern over crab bycatch with pot gear, there are solutions actively in the works to address this through gear design, plus with 100% observer coverage and co-op control. If I understand co-ops right, the co-ops could direct pot vessels what tunnel design to use to keep crab out and where to fish, avoiding areas of red king crab. For the gear design, after the 2018 high crab bycatch year in pot cod, crabbers, pot cod sectors, both over and under 60, gear manufacturers, nymphs, and ADF&G met to start discussing gear designs to reduce crab bycatch. We sought and were awarded a grant. Preliminary research on gear designs to reduce crab bycatch in cod pots is very promising, and lab results from this NOAA BREP grant work were available to you at your February 2021 meeting. If you haven't checked it out yet, I recommend you do. It's under the Council's Executive Director report at the February meeting. The bottom of the first page lists all the collaborators. This work is supported by the Council, and all of the research lab and field design work has been developed working with NIMS and ADF&G scientists and managers, as well as collaborators from fixed gear sectors and gear manufacturers. Field testing just wrapped up from the September bee season pot cod fishery, and preliminary data should be available soon. From a quick look, it appears that sock tunnels and their variants are doing what they're supposed to. They're reducing crab bycatch while maintaining cod CPUE. NOAA scientists will take a lead on statistical analysis from fieldwork data as they did from the lab work data. And then we would like to come and present the results to the council as soon as December or at your earliest convenience. I've heard the idea of an EFP to test gear conversion. I do not think an EFP is necessary to test gear conversion given the tools already available to the co-op. First, gear conversion is an option. It's not a requirement. The co-op can choose whether to use it or not and can choose whether and how to test gear conversion just as an EFP would without taking NMFS and council staff resources. Second, the co-op can direct where the pot boat would fish and could require them to fish away from red king crab areas using spatial information readily available on red king crab bycatch hotspots. Third, the co-op could direct what gear design the pots use, for example, requiring sock tunnels or sock tunnel variants proven effective from this BREP grant work that will be available before implementation of the program. This gear conversion option has been thoughtfully developed, learning from and evolving from concerns with the West Coast Groundfish Trawl Program. With full control of the use of gear conversion by the co-op, 100% observer coverage, and PSC limits, there should be no fear of adopting gear conversion as an added option for flexibility in the trawl program. Right now, we need to be thinking big picture and long-term to build a flexible, adaptive trawl program. Gear conversion is a useful tool for added flexibility at a time when changing ocean conditions and moving stocks need more dynamic adaptive management and options rather than limited management structures. Thank you for the opportunity and happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Goen. Let's see if there are any. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Goen. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the field testing of the sock tunnels that you've been working on. I guess my first question, I'm curious how many vessels were using that in this most recent pot cod fishery where we saw the huge crab numbers that we all keep talking about this week. And so I guess that's my first question.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, we had 4 vessels testing different gear configurations, different tunnel designs, and ramp variants. There's only one of those vessels that was observed. And I think as you heard in previous testimony, there are only 5 observers out on the pot cod fleet. One of those was our vessel, and that is the only vessel that caught red king crab that's being extrapolated up to the fleet.
Okay, thank you for that. And so follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. So, Ms. Goen, thinking about good scientific methods and reflecting back on school, do you feel like that's going to be an adequate sample size for us to kind of hang our hat on with this program? Or because it's so controversial in the trawl fishery, would we be better off if you continue to work with the pot cod fleet going forward until we have a better grasp of what exactly the impact is, the reduction is with your gear modification?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I would leave it to the NOAA and ADFNG scientists that we're working with on whether they think that their design that they came up with was an adequate one. I think that's a question for the scientists. I would hope that we trust what our scientists are doing. As far as having a gear conversion option now, if I understand it correctly, the co-ops have control over whether a vessel fishes with pot gear and whether they would be using either a sock tunnel or a sock tunnel variant. They could also direct where that vessel is fishing so that they could stay out of areas that have red king crab. So I would think those tools are already available under the co-op structure. So essentially they could do an EFP style testing under the co-op without taking NMFS and council staff resources.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Vanderhoven. Further questions for Ms. Goen? you for your testimony, Ms. Goen.
Thank you.
Next up is Dan Martin.
Do you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We do. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Kineen, members of the council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to comment on this agenda item. My name is Dan Martin, and I'm a captain on board the Commodore. It's an AFA pollock and cod trawler that fishes in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. In addition to this, I also manage 8 other AFA trawlers, some of which operate in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. I would like to commend the current administration, staff, the AP, and this council for the countless hours that you've all given this issue, and I look forward to achieving final action at this meeting. As in any proposed program of this magnitude, concessions and compromises must be made. I'm in full support of MTC's position on all the elements of this package, as I believe it represents an equitable balance for all stakeholders. The core reasons that the trawl sector petitioned for this LAP were safety at sea, responsible management of PSC, increasing the stability and value of the resource for harvesters, processors, and community alike. In my mind, these are the big wins for this program. But it's to the second point, responsible management of PSC, that I'd like to expound upon, specifically regarding element 14. While I appreciate the work that is being done by the fixed gear sector to mitigate crab bycatch, I'm still struggling with the fact that even with the 90% crab bycatch reduction in the pot cod fishery, it will still far eclipse the amount of crab taken by the trawl sector. So, saying it won't be a problem just doesn't pass the red face test for me. Science-based management is at the heart of the council's charter, so I'm unclear as to why we'd be considering including element 14, considering the evidence against it in this latest analysis. My intent is not to harm the fixed gear sector by excluding this element. I just believe that an EFP is warranted to fully vet the efficacy of gear switching and all the nuances before writing it into a regulatory package. I appreciate your time and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Council members, any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martin. With your long experience in this fishery, can you just talk a little bit more about what you've seen as far as bycatch and why that concerns you then with your conversion? You were focused on crab, and I guess I was just looking for a little more information on your experience.
Certainly, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you very much for the question. Thinking back to previous testifiers and kind of relating that to some of my own experience, I believe one of the testifiers said that he had a captain that hauled over 200,000 pots. But my question, I guess, without any PSC, my question was that in a rookery? And would we be able to, if pots were allowed to harvest trawl CQ, would then they be able to fish inside the rookeries? And then would that trigger some kind of sea line reg or review? And then one of the other testifiers, I believe it was Mr. Lowenberg, talked about the extrapolation of PSC by observers. You know, I mean, my only response to that is, hey, welcome to the Toucher Vessel cod trawl world. And we deal with extrapolation of halibut PSC every season. So, and we've come to this council before saying those exact kinds of things, saying that, you know, if you have some outliers, but that's not necessarily reflective of the fleet as a whole, well, that kind of fell on deaf ears. And last thing I would like to say about just bycatch in general is that I guess we get recognized for some of the things that we do to mitigate halibut in particular. So inviting someone that there could even be an outside chance that this could be problematic in a co-op. It's not a co-op I'd want to belong to. It's just there's too many uncertainties, with regard to how it would function. Again, going back to there's a lot of questions that have yet to be answered, and I don't think the time to answer them is when it's already in the regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Any further questions for Mr. Martin? Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next up is Ephraim Freilich. Following Mr. Freilich is Jim Stone and then Steve Miner.
Hey, sound check.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Canine and council members, for the opportunity to testify today on agenda item C4. My name is Ephraim Freilich, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters. We are a collective of pot cod harvesters formed in 2020, representing give or take 13 permit holders and also a number of crew in the over 60 pot CV sector. Today, we want to clarify some of the data surrounding bycatch numbers in the pot cod fishery and also express our support for gear conversion flexibility. First, I would state that our membership is actively engaged in crab fisheries across Alaska. And when it comes to the conservation of and concern for our crab stocks, we assure you that it is of greatest concern to us. Last week at the AP, red king crab bycatch numbers were presented from the B season pot cod fishery. And during C1 on crab specs, it was also noted that red king crab bycatch continued to be down in pot cod and about level for the Amendment 80 fleet. However, during the AP meeting, new information came out from the B pot cod season showing high numbers of bycatch. That data was, however, not fully contextualized. And over the last year, at least for myself, at a national level and especially online, I learned that it is never adequate to take data and not review the purpose, methodology, and of course, its limitations. If we take raw numbers without context and use them to create sensationalized or inaccurate conclusions, we run into problems. As far as I'm aware, only 5 boats were observed during bee season, one of which was a boat doing work testing new gear designs alongside control designs, which is gear previously used in the fishery that we know causes high crab bycatch. Of the 5 boats, none caught red king crab except for the research boat. That boat is a member of the IPCH, and IPCH membership is actively engaged in research through BREP grant work to help avoiding bycatch. The BREP grant work to reduce king crab bycatch in cod and halibut pots is important work that our group is proud to be involved with. It is supported by the council and is being done in collaboration and coordination with NIMS and ADF&G. Taken in full context, an extrapolation of that red king crab bycatch based almost exclusively on BREP grant control gear is not fully accurate. The independent pot cod harvesters want to see crab bycatch reduced and better counting of crab bycatch across all sectors, including ourselves, of course. Related, we are supportive of the stand down in the red king crab savings area in 2022, along with the other members of our sector who have said so today. Regarding gear conversion, IPCH supports gear conversion for added flexibility in the program as a tool for bycatch management and for reduced habitat impacts. And lastly, I would just add that we are actively engaged in productive internal sector discussions regarding cooperative management. We have formed an internal sector working group to discuss potential path forward toward rationalization. We have met multiple times this year, and the discussions are going quite well, and we're excited to see that through to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Freilich. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Freilich. I just wanted to understand better, and thanks for the rundown of the grant work. Appreciate that. But the interest for your members in this program are your members interested in leasing trawl catcher vessel quota, or did I misunderstand the link to your members in this program?
Yeah, we are interested in gear flexibility, and I think if those opportunities arise, absolutely, yes. but mostly we are just interested in having gear flexibility generally.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It takes me a second to get unmuted here. I get the double mute. So, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Frolich, for your testimony. It's always good to hear from you, Ephraim, and enjoy your participation. My question is on your voluntary stand down. I just wanted to be clear that if your vessels are fishing pot cod, you would be voluntarily standing down outside the Bristol Bay red king crab area. I think that's what you said. And have your group discussed the additional area outside of the Bristol Bay red king crab area, that additional zone that's being asked for protection, habitat protection by the Alaska Bering Sea crabbers? Would that include that area? Or have you guys had a chance to discuss that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, we have not in a formal capacity, but I believe that we would be amenable to essentially doing what is needed to conserve the resource. That is our overarching policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Frolich.
Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Froelich. Good to hear your voice. I'm following up a little bit on the question that Mr. Down just asked you, and appreciate that the group feels like they'll be able to voluntarily keep the red king crab stagings area closed in next year, which do you have any estimate of if your group and Mr. Lowenberg's groups are able to do that, how much of the fleet that covers?
Thank you. And through the chair, I don't have the exact numbers. I mean, our group number has fluctuated a tad recently as well. And so it's the vast majority, but no, I don't have a specific percentage or a number for you.
Thanks. And then a second question, sort of a follow-up along that. Part of Mr. Lowenberg's testimony sort of reflected on the some of the difficulties that his group has felt, not in terms of addressing these issues that we're talking about today and what they raised for the pot gear. In his testimony, I'm wondering if your group has been having sort of similar conversations raised by this issue as well as the ones Mr. Lowenberg was reflecting on, relative to still being in a race for fish while this rationalization program is moving forward.
Thank you. And through the chair, I mean, we have been actively having those discussions internally, as well as with Mr. Lowenberg's group. We believe that we can come to agreements internally as a sector. And I think we believe there's measures that we can take right now to help reduce that race for fish, but also we believe that we have agreements on the horizon to bring to the council outside of, council action preceding that. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I certainly look forward to hearing more at some point. Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Froelich? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Jim Stone.
Mr. Chair, you pick me up, okay?
We do. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Council, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. My name is Jim Stone. I'm an owner of a cod trawl vessel, the Ocean Hunter, and a pot cod vessel, the Polar Sea. We would like to have the ability to fish our trawl CQ on our pot boat. This could be a valuable tool for our operations. All the red king crab bycatch in the pot cod fishery has been coming from the sea seasons in September. These pot boats fish on the king crab grounds, not only in the red king crab savings area, but in the nearshore no trawl areas. At great cost to ourselves, our pot boat does not fish up there, precisely because of the heavy king crab bycatch. Well, our pot boat never catches any king crab. We fish only in Unimac Pass on the north side of Unimac Island, where there are no king crab. It is very easy to avoid king crab simply by not fishing where they live, stock tunnels or not. A pot boat fishing responsibly can target cod with no halibut or king crab PSC, making gear switching a very valuable option in some seasons. For safety reasons, we strongly support this trawl catch share program with processor shares and reduced PSCs. It does come potentially at a heavy cost to independent trawl boats. Again, gear switching could potentially help. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Steve Miner, then George Pollock, and then Julianne Curry.
Chairman Caneen, council members, this is Steve Miner. Sound check.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, Steve Miner with Peter Pan Seafoods. First, I'd like to echo the observation of Ernie Weiss that there are no community protection provisions in this package other than those associated with shore-based plant operations. That observation informs our following comments. Regarding our shore-based operations in the Aleutian East Borough, we support the sideboard and leasing provisions in option 4.2. However, we oppose option 4.2.1, but if the council elects to include 4.2.1, we ask that you select the lowest qualifying amount, which is less than 200 metric tons. Regarding mothership sideboards, and again with a community protection perspective in mind, we support option 5.2, which grants eligible motherships their history. Again, however, we oppose option 5.2.1, which increases the mothership sideboard to 125% of their history. Regarding 5.2.1, we'd like to remind the council that during the development of Amendment 120, one of the two remaining mothership entities testified that they would not exceed their historic footprint. Please hold them to that commitment. Turning to element 6, we remain opposed to element 6.1 and in support of element 6.2 as do all major Western Aleutian Island stakeholders. Element 6.1 is anti-competitive. It deprives an ADAC shore plant operator of the same marketplace tools that all other processors receive. Element 6.1 also creates a framework and a process that could be susceptible to collusion and a likely violation of the antitrust provisions of Section 1 of the Assurement Act. In effect, element 6.1 eliminates ADAC's ability to select its suppliers and thereby potentially gives that decision to our competitors. By contrast, element 6.2 gives ADAC the same ability to negotiate the terms under which deliveries are made as all other processors covered in the program. Element 6.2 also eliminates the antitrust risk that will arise under element 6.1 by eliminating the need for harvesters, including vessels affiliated with ADAC competitors, to communicate about competitively sensitive terms. Element 6.2 creates a level playing field for the ADAC processor and also eliminates the means for collusion and the risk of antitrust. I would refer you to the submission from the co-chair of the Dorsey Antitrust Legal Practice Group that was submitted by ACDC for more detail. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miner. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is George Pollock.
Yes, mic check, Mr. Chairman.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Chairman Canine, council members, for the record, I am George Pollock, president of Aleut Enterprise LLC, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Aleut Corporation. The Western Aleutian Islands are one of the only areas in Alaska where protections for shore-based processors do not currently exist. After Amendment 113 was vacated in March of 2019, Element 6 of this package was developed to address this shortcoming. Recently, Peter Pan Seafood Company initiated a feasibility study to evaluate the potential of operating the ADAC processing plant. The preliminary preferred alternative adopted in the June meeting had an immediate and chilling effect, resulting in Peter Pan suspending all activity regarding further evaluation of the ADAC plant. In response to this, the board of directors of the Aleut Corporation strongly support a thriving fishing economy on ADAC through the operation of a shore-based processor. This support was expressed by Resolution 14-2021 that was posted as a public comment to this agenda item and is attached to my comments submitted for your review. I encourage the council to enact community protections that reflect the catch history of the ADAC plant that result in commercially viable harvest levels of Pacific cod. The council has performed extensive analysis over the past decade. This institutional knowledge should inform the protections afforded to the Western Aleutian communities under this action. In conjunction with other ADAC stakeholders, I express support for Element 6.2 with appropriate fixes providing the bottom line is a commercially viable harvest. In closing, let me reiterate that previous council analysis is documented, and the Aleut Corporation is convinced that it is in the best interest of the community of ADAC, Aleut Enterprise, and the shore-based fleet that operates in this remote region for online fisheries development to occur at ADAC. Commercially viable harvest levels of Pacific cod that reflect the catch history are required to allow the reopening of the ADAC plant, which will also allow for the efficient utilization of state water Pacific cod, Pacific halibut, golden king crab, and black cod resources that will be stranded without the ADAC plant. Thank you. I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Just a brief one. I understand your testimony not to say that you want to move under option 5.4 that allocates a percentage to a processing sector in the Bering Sea, but that you're still committed to element 6. And so is there an option under 6.1 or 6.2 that you think reflects your processing history in the eligibility years?
The eligibility years, the biggest part of the catch history on ADAC is outside of the years. It was before the interval that's under consideration. And as we go forward, really looking at the fix for 6.2 that our ACDC is doing, I come in with a plant and trying to have a commercially viable incorporation of that history. And I don't see how that comes in. That's incorporated under the current alternative that's been put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any additional questions? Okay. Thanks again, Mr. Pollock. Julianne Curry. Following Ms. Curry is Steve Beard and then Justin Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I figure out my unmute?
You did. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Members of the council, I'm Julianne Curry, the Public Affairs Manager for Icicle Seafoods. We're testifying in support of taking final action on this agenda item. Our written comments highlight our processing history and dependence on cod in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Icicle is now primarily focused on processing ground fish in the Bering Sea and Aleutians, with 2 decades of history in the region and a strong presence in the Dutch Harbor area. We don't own harvesting vessels, and we rely on our relationships and histories we've built with our harvesters. We've established a partnership that we're really proud of. We support the Council's PPA that pertains to the processing sector with additional considerations. Under Element 1 for the co-op style system, Icicle continues to support the ability of processors to form an annual association with harvesting partners that doesn't create a permanent linkage. This will help create processing stability and allow for adequate planning for our cod-dependent operation, while also slowing the rate of product coming to our plants, allowing us to focus on quality and value-added product forms, which would increase returns to our harvesters and would support communities with increased landing taxes and other economic drivers. Under Element 5, processor and community provisions, under 5.4, we support a meaningful allocation of cooperative quota for processors of 22.5%, as this blends stability and flexibility for both sectors. Our intent is to put shares back on vessels that deliver to us to continue our strong relationship with our harvesters. We also support the Council's PPA for the qualifying years. Although Council actions can eliminate all instability for the processing sector, this action goes a long way to usher in an era of better planning and workforce reliability to right-size our processing operations and maximize the return to our harvesters while continuing to innovate and create efficiencies for a more cost-effective operation. Under Element 6, the Aleutian Island processor provisions, Icicle has operated in the Aleutians and provided a market when no other or very few options existed for harvesters, and we support the Council's PPA as noted in our comments. Under Element 8, ownership and use caps, under 8.4, pertaining to processor shares, Icicle requests changing the facility cooperative quota cap to a company cap. This doesn't increase the amount of cod a company can process, but rather allows for critical flexibility to maximize production. Without this change, our ability to effectively shift quota between our two platforms will be more difficult. We also recommend that the Council consider adopting the higher processing cap range of 30%. If a processing facility suffers from a temporary disaster that results in a major or partial shutdown, the cod held by that facility will likely need to shift to a different processor for a season to ensure that no cod is stranded. The lower the processing facility cap, the higher the likelihood that the cod would need to be split between multiple processors or facilities to stay under the processing cap. Best path forward would be to shift that cod to a single processor on a short-term basis, and selecting a higher cap now would reduce the likelihood of having to address this issue through an emergency action. In closing, we've been testifying on this issue in some form since February of 2019. We urge the Council to take final action. It's time to bring this issue across the finish line and set up the BSAI cod fisheries and communities for success for years to come while helping build on and strengthen existing long-term relationships between harvesters and processors. Thank you for the hard work to the Council members and the staff on this, and also the advisory panel and the SSC and members of the public. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Curry, for your testimony. I have a question about the last point in your testimony, your recommended changes to Element 8.4 in terms of use caps, and I understand your recommendation to change that from facility to a company cap. I wanted to ask you about your recommendation to increase the cap in that case to 30%. And I guess as the state of Alaska representative on its face, increasing the cap like that could raise concerns for more consolidation with potential, with the resulting impacts on communities, potentially losing some of that processing activity if there is consolidation. Have you thought about that? And do you think that's not a concern under the 30% you're recommending? Or can you help me put that in context with the specific cod fishery that we're talking about?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker, I really appreciate you asking this question. Actually, it was really a struggle for us to come up with this recommendation because of the concerns that you outlined when it comes to increasing that use cap. We recognize that there is definitely potential for consolidation in this fishery. There's already a small number of processors that participate in this fishery. So we definitely don't want to create more opportunities for any kind of excessive consolidation. But we do want to flag for the Council that there is a tremendous amount of potential for an issue with the facility or a single processor to have one of those major shutdowns. I think COVID really helped prove that for us and for the majority of the processing sector operating in the state of Alaska, that it really doesn't take much to be able to shut down a facility. So it would be very helpful if we could shift that cod to another facility if we have an emergency that arises. And I don't know if that needs to be taken care of right now in this action, but I do know that if there's an emergency with a facility and you have to go through an emergency process to be able to try and adjust and shift and allow that quota to be transferred to another processor, by the time the emergency rule was put into place, the season would likely be over. So, our attempt isn't to create opportunities for excessive consolidation. We do just really want to flag for the council that it could be a potential problem, and most likely one processor or more will experience issues like this into the future. So I wish I had a better answer here for how to handle that, for how to handle those short-term shutdowns and issues that a processing facility may come across. But in the short term, this was really the best that we could do in order to address that issue.
Mr. Chair, thanks. Thank you very much, Ms. Curry. That's helpful. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Further questions for Ms. Curry? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Steve Beard.
Good afternoon. Am I heard?
You are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name's Steve Beard. I'm part owner, and I've operated the Golden Pisces, a 98-foot independently owned trawler, since 1986. I began my cod career in 1981, and I fished cod in every month of the year, in the Bering Sea, the Aleutians, and the Gulf of Alaska. Yet today we have only a Bering Sea endorsement. No Gulf, no Aleutians, no whiting. And because we fished primarily cod, we have very little pollock. The Golden Pisces is one of 10 cod-exempt vessels. Some of the original 10 don't and haven't participated in years. We are a truly cod-dependent boat. I've been testifying in front of this council on needing a rationalization program for this fishery since before it was an agenda item. And I'm glad to see the council is finally to the place where you will take final action. I support the MTC recommendations in their letter, and I also support Bob Breskovich's ask concerning stack licenses, as we are one of the vessels this affects. But I will also note that I've made a lot of compromises to get to this point. There's a lot in this package to please people who are not in this fishery, and each compromise feels to me like a takeaway. I've fished ADAC in the years where there was a plant, and I would do so again. I've fished the sea season, trying to make a go of it. And if we can figure out how to harvest that fish with less bycatch, the trawl sector could catch all of the sea season. We've stood down voluntarily in times of high halibut, only to be told our voluntary efforts aren't enough. It's like being held hostage to get a safer and better managed fishery. My ask today at this point is that you do take final action this week and you consider the longtime trawl participants who this program is intended for, the harvesters, processors, and communities that have invested in and depend on trawl cod. We know how and when to best prosecute this fishery. We know what will work and what probably won't work. We've made a lot of concessions to get to final action, and I ask you to take these concessions into consideration as you decide how this program will work successfully when implemented. Thanks for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Are there any questions? Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Beard. All right, can you hear me? Thanks, Mr. Beard. With your long history in the fishery and you've been through a lot of cycles, certainly we look at that on paper, at least I do. can you talk about kind of the history and, in hopefully a condensed Reader's Digest version, but just what are some of the key changes that we should be thinking about or that we could encounter by implementing these packages, this package that we might not be thinking about? Is there anything there? Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Marks, thanks for the question. When I listened to the testimonies about the crab bycatch, it seems like on the fixed gear sector that their data is just a few years and working on reducing their bycatch. And we've been reducing our bycatch for decades, and it takes a big investment for reconfiguring nets and I just don't think it's time for the gear conversion element in this go round. So I'm putting decades of work into just a few years.
Thanks.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Chair and Mr. Beard. Mr. Beard, you mentioned that you supported the language that Mr. Breskovich has suggested for amending this package. Can you tell me how that language would benefit you?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, sir. I had a permit stacked on me at one time, and I'd like to. It's part of my history, and I just would like to end up with that fish.
Thanks, Mr. Beard. So in other words, that history would come from somebody else, and if we adopted this language, that history would come from somebody else and end up on your boat or on your LLP?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Beard? Okay, thank you again for your testimony today. Next up is Justin Johnson, then Alexis Kwachka, and then Abby Duffy.
Do you receive me, Mr. Chairman?
We do. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Chairman, council members, I'll start by telling you I'm attempting this call via satellite phone as I'm currently fishing. My name is Justin Johnson. I'm the captain and manager of the fishing vessel Pegasus. The Pegasus is an independently owned and privately operated catcher vessel. It participates in the Bering Sea Cod program, is an AFA sideboarded vessel. The company employs 6 men. Some, like myself, have fished cod since the 90s or early 2000s. My support for this program is founded on a basis of increased vessel safety. Safety that had been eroded on annually as low quotas and increased effort drove the fishery to a pace I hadn't seen before in nearly 20 years. The fact that this cod, Bering Sea Cod, is the last Olympic fishery in the region for trawlers only increased the need to be out every day. The wheels of government often turn slow, but I assure you the wheels of a runaway train barreling down a track do not. That's exactly what the fishery in question had become. So after repeated attempts to get the situation under control, or even a control date established, our company made the difficult choice to miss its first cod season in over 20 years and remain south to sponsoring the boat, winter of 2019. Testimony came in from myself and others over the last several years about the dangers of the fishery, so to penalize long-term participants by not including drop years or attempting to fix a problem that they could not get support in solving seems to be an unfair burden. We were required to improve the situation ourselves and shouldn't be punished for it. Just like not allowing a mulligan for low production in extreme weather years or in cases of a major breakdown is overly punitive. Drop years have been a key part of many catch programs in Alaska and beyond, and I feel a compromise of at least one needs to be included in this program. As a 41-year-old, half my life in the industry, I worry about consolidation and jobs being lost for my generation and the next. For this reason, I support a 4% user cap. Finding the balance will be tough, but the opportunity has to be left in the industry for future generations to emerge, some of who likely landed the shares you're being asked to divide up. I also support the 22.5 processor share as a compromise came to by industry to allow this program to move forward. I have been assured that the quota will be returned to the participants at the end of it. That happens, as long as that continues to happen, and this is what needs to take place, that the fishery can be stabilized to all that participate in it. Thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions I may. Well, good day.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from council members? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your testimony. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. I think you testified in support of a 4% vessel use cap. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am. I do.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And can you just, you're speaking kind of quickly, can you expand a little bit on your rationale for supporting that? I didn't quite catch it.
Through the chair, thank you, ma'am, for the question. It's a fine line between rationalization and over opportunity to consolidate. I'd like to see room left in the fishery for people to expand their operations or start operations. I believe too much consolidation could lead to a situation where that became unable to happen. And so it's trying to balance the right size fishery that isn't, or a fleet that isn't too large and yet too small. And that's what the balance I personally see and support.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate your testimony.
Any additional questions for Mr. Johnson? Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Alexis Kwachka.
Chairman Kaneen, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chairman Kaneen, members of the council. My name is Alexis Kwachka. I'm representing Gulf Groundfish Fishermen's Association. Thank you for letting us speak to BSA Pacific Cod CV Trawl Lap. We're made up of pot, seine, longline, jig, trawl, and set net fishermen. We do not support moving this forward without addressing some glaring problems with the program, with this program and other programs. Suffering runs of king salmon and chum salmon across the state, huge interactions with PSC species, halibut, black cod, crab, and herring. This program should not be implemented without real and meaningful savings of all PSC species interacted with. By this we mean savings, not rollovers into other fisheries. Before implementation, we feel that a much better understanding on the causes of the failure of the Bering Sea and snow crab fisheries. Our members are quick to point out that the downturn to red crab coincided with AA80's rationalization program and all the tools that they have at their disposal to maximize their catch. And not to pick on the AA80, we feel that all rationalized fisheries should be further scrutinized at this point. PSC constraints should be set at their number and applicable to all co-ops as that number. Our members are also quick to point out the state harvesters and users are bearing the burden of conservation, while ours in the public view is that federal fishers are continuing to do business as usual. There is always a lot of rhetoric about whether this creates wealth. Well, it does. The wealth exacerbates all other fisheries with economic opportunities in them, both state and federal. Our members are all state residents and ask you to manage the fisheries instead of giving them away. Our point is very well illustrated by the success of voluntary co-op and halibut savings in this fishery. And while we're on that, we feel that you should include ABM, or the workings of ABM, into this program. And this is a new program, so why not put all the new tools we can into it? We can clearly see the successes and failures of previous programs. Your conversion should and must be considered in all programs. How our grandparents caught fish is not how we catch fish, and who knows what may happen in the future. Basing a fishery on a snapshot is not responsive to how fluid things are. Cod crashes in the GOA, fleet runs west, exacerbates longtime participants and new and old. Let's rationalize, hey, it didn't get enough quota. Let's put this in a co-op and go back to the Gulf. You know, we've seen this time and time again. To be fair, the council tries to mitigate this, but the money is always ahead of the regulation. The council and the stocks are causing a yo-yo effect. If we spend as much money and time managing the fisheries versus giving them away, we'd all be better off and could still meet the national standards with much more flexibility. Basing crab bycatch rates on a race for history and experimental gear observed in the crab grounds is not reflective of what the true bycatch and mortality is. Both sides of the gear group needs much more work to be done before numbers can be hurled at each other as they are. Finally, we do not support the state moving forward for final action at this meeting. We support 35% PSC halibut reduction at the onset of the program. This motion is labeled, we do not support processor allocation on any level. This motion is labeled BSAI, Pacific Cod CV Trawl LAP, keep it that way. State of Alaska residents and fishermen are bearing the burden of conservation. Lastly, we find it ironic for the concern for crab. We have advocated for crab and the crab grounds around Kodiak for 15 years in the council process. We know as little now as we did then. We understand we'll have a season this year. We hope that you will help us protect and understand the impacts of other year groups on them in the future. Years 18, 19, 20 are the first, second, and eighth largest recruitment events in 40 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Thanks again, Mr. Quatchka. Next up is Abby Duffy, then Leighton Lockett, and then Julie Bonney.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can. Good afternoon.
Hi, this is Abby Duffy. I'm speaking on behalf of the fishing vessel Miss Leona. We're happy to see this much-needed process moving along to final action, hopefully, and are in support of much of the package. I do have some comments to make about a few elements. We've argued for the rationalization of sea season in this program because of our reliance on it and our concerns over what will happen with sea season in the future. I just want to reiterate this because our concerns were reinforced this year when sea season, along with all of the Bering Sea cod fisheries, closed early due to increased pressure on Bering Sea cod. Though right now, perhaps even more imminent of a concern for us is the issue of gear conversion. We adamantly oppose gear conversion. We can't see how to justify its alignment with the purpose and need statement of this program. Gear conversion would further destabilize the trawl fishery by using quota that trawl vessels have historically relied on and allowing pot vessels to fish it. These are vessels which have other pot fisheries to participate in, and many of those fisheries have increased opportunity in them in recent years. We're an independent cod trawl vessel who would be hurt by gear conversion. From a more personal perspective, as a crew member on a trawl vessel, gear conversion that would allow an unknown number of new vessels into the fishery would lead to losing out on crew share when trawl quota is moved to non-trawl vessels. So trawl crew members, myself and others, would see very real impacts on our abilities to support ourselves and our families, especially for those of us on highly cod-dependent vessels. Of grave concern is that gear conversion also has a high likelihood of increasing crab bycatch, which we've heard repeatedly. This is in direct contradiction to the intent of the council to reduce bycatch, and it compromises the ability of the trawl fishery to be executed, given the very reduced crab bycatch numbers. We also advocate for 2 drop years to be included in the program. Vessels require maintenance in shipyards, which can be long and often go much longer than planned. And vessels encounter unexpected issues such as breakdowns and accidents, which can cause lost fishing time. The Miss Leona has a very long history of participation in the cod fishery, though recently we've missed 2 years of A and B season. The first was due to a necessary shipyard for maintenance and updates, and the second was due to an incident involving a rogue wave that we took in Unimac Pass. This occurred as we were traveling to get to Akutan for the 2019 cod A season opening, knowing that it was going to be a very compressed race for fish. Drop years have been built into other rationalization programs to protect vessels from exactly these types of issues, so we think it reasonable to include 2 years in this program. Thank you for your time.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you, Duffy. Okay, let's see if there's any questions. Right, thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Clayton.
Just gonna ask if you could hear me. I guess that's a yes.
Yes. Good afternoon.
All right. Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Leighton Lockett. I'm the city manager for the city of Adak. First, we'd like to thank the council for moving swiftly through this action. The city in general supports this package, however, specifically has concerns regarding Element 6. The city provided a written letter as well as a resolution passed by our city council. We do not support Element 6.1 as selected in the PPA in the June meeting. We ask then and ask again the council select 6.2. Element 6.2 puts the opportunity but also the responsibility of the AI in the AI. In looking at the recent past in which there were entities that were agreed to voluntarily stand down when Amendment 113 was active, the amount of coordination that was required was significant and problematic, and we saw the ill effects of that. We appreciate those that did participate in the voluntary stand down, but there were others that did not, which created all kinds of problems during those years. We are concerned that under Element 6.1, waiting on the co-ops to figure this all out it requires a significant amount of work. To now learn about potential antitrust issues if 6.1 were to be implemented leads us further into supporting Element 6.2. We do know that 6.2 has its challenges for implementation as well. In fact, we wrote in written testimony regarding 6.2.2 that we were confused as to how this might be implemented. However, we have heard that about a sustainability plan that might be needed. And we wanted to let the council know that if this is an expected step forward, the community of Adak is willing and interested in doing our part to provide a sustainability plan. None of us want to see this program being held up, and as such that we feel that defining what that sustainability plan is and moving forward can happen after final action. And we'd appreciate your support with doing Element 6.2. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lockett. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Julie Bonney, then Patty O'Donnell, and then Heather Mann.
Mr. Chairman, do you got me?
We do. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, trawl catcher vessels, and shoreside processors. First, I want to thank the staff for their great work on the revised analysis. There have been many improvements compared to the June document. I want to call your attention to Alaska Groundfish Data Bank's written comments that address Element 4, Gulf sideboards, and Element 11 monitoring, and the handout for my testimony that addresses Element 3 PSC limits and Element 11 monitoring. AGDV supports the AP motion for Element 4 sideboards. Option 4.1 with the addition of an annual halibut PSC sideboard limit. Option 4.2 adding in the under 60-foot LLP licenses with Aleutian Island transferable endorsements and the selection of 200 metric tons of average annual qualifying Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Pacific cod history as the threshold to allow for leasing for sub-option 4.2.1. Selecting the 200 metric ton level is a balance between our heavily dependent Gulf members, those that only fish the Gulf of Alaska and those that fish the Gulf and will receive a Bering Sea Aleutian Islands CQ cod allocation. My members were sympathetic to participants that would receive very small cod allocations that may not be economical to fish. The leasing provision could be the one mechanism to allow them to receive some economic benefit for their cod participation. With regards to element 11, we do not support NIMS's suggestion that at-sea data transmission exemption should only apply to the under 60-foot non-AFA vessels. We support the Council's PPA from June and the AP October motion, which would exempt all non-AFA vessels from the at-sea data transmission requirement. AGDB, MTC, and UCB conducted an informal survey of groundfish catcher vessels. The results, which is shown on the handout, showed that we got 36 vessel responses, the 23 AFA vessels, all of which had at-sea data transmission, and 13 non-AFA vessels, about half of which do not have a system. Of those non-AFA vessels that do not have a system, 80% of those vessels are over 60 feet. We believe that the cost of at-sea data transmission capacity for non-AFA vessels is not warranted, since these vessels will most likely only fish 1 or 2 weeks in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. As the co-op manager for all 6 Central Gulf CV rockfish co-ops and inner co-op manager, I wanted to express my concerns regarding the PSC reductions that are being contemplated for crab and halibut PSC in both the Council PPA and the AP October motion. With regards to halibut, the handout reworks the information provided in Table 2-181 of the analysis that shows that at a 25% halibut PSC reduction, the sector is underfunded when cod quotas are at historically higher levels. While many suggest that the sector can perform miracles once the race for fish is ended, much of the low-hanging fruit has already been picked within the present management system. Efforts by this sector are detailed on page 197 and 198 of the analysis, include use of halibut excluder devices, use of cod end with mesh size no smaller than 7 inches, no fishing at night, and fishery stand-downs when halibut PSC is high. For co-ops to function as intended and to meet the goals of the program, there needs to be enough grease in the system to create functionality. Otherwise, a race for PSC could occur where vessels feel forced to fish early, small co-ops are disenfranchised in comparison to the larger co-ops, new processor and fisherman entry is inhibited. Too little PSC will result in cooperatives and cooperative members hoarding PSC, thus hampering the effectiveness and intended purpose of the co-ops. PSC limits are not targets. A reasonable limit allows the fleet to cooperate on PSC avoidance, creates best co-op function, and will result in bycatch savings that all stakeholders desire. It is not about the limit, it is about the co-op functionality. Based on the calculations in the table, a halibut PSC reduction of 15 to 20% is more reasonable and appropriate at this time. In the rockfish program, we have a very small Chinook salmon bycatch cap, 1,200 fish or animals, similar to the red king crab cap proposed in this program, 545 animals. This Chinook cap for the RP program is managed at the catcher vessel program level and is not allocated to the individual cooperatives. The reason that we manage it this way is because distributing the amount across all the co-ops could shut individual co-ops down due to the lightning strike nature of salmon bycatch and the variability of the way estimates are derived from at-sea basket samples. For the cod program, the best management structure for crab bycatch could be at the sector level and not the co-op level. However, this only makes sense if gear conversion is not part of the program. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I'll take any questions.
6 minutes on the dot. You've done this before, Ms. Bonnie. If there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. On your comments about the protections for Gulf of Alaska boats and under Element 4, and in looking at your comment letter and then looking at the AP motion, it looks like it's the AP is trying to resolve that issue. It's not in exactly the same wording as you provided in your comment letter, but I'm wondering if that's your understanding, that the AP motion is consistent with your testimony.
The AP motion is consistent with what we are looking for, yes.
Thank you. And then the second question, Mr. Chair, on a different topic. I'm curious a little bit about your statements that all the low-hanging fruit have been done in terms of halibut PSC. And I ask that because this part of the whole point of this program is creating a new cooperative structure that has not yet been done except for one possible year or 2 years of a voluntary co-op. So I'm just looking to align your comments with everything's already been done, and so a more minimal halibut PSC limit is warranted compared to the big changes we expect in this program structure.
So I think through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I didn't mean to intend that everything's been done, but I think the easy pieces that have already reduced halibut bycatch over the time series up to this point has been done. So they're going to have to stretch out to go deeper or go less with the new program in place. I just don't see. I mean, the better to have more grease in the system to allow the co-ops to function, to get everybody on the same page working together, versus setting up a system which creates winners and losers because there just isn't enough PSC to fund all the different co-ops, all the different fishers in terms of their capacity and ability to meet the mandates. Otherwise, I think you create winners and losers based on who's got the biggest co-op, who's got the best platform, who has the best gear. And personally, for me, as a co-op manager, I'm always looking at raising all boats versus just trying to meet the level of perfection. The one in my group that always at that level of perfection is obviously Mr. Cochran. But if I wanted to manage a co-op to do what Kirk can do, then I would lose probably 70% of the participants in my fishery. So I guess my goal would be to take it, do a reason cut, but leave enough grease in the system so that you can raise all boats to get all the participants to the high level that you're hoping for.
Thank you for that response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Bonnie, for your testimony. I wanted to ask you about the handout that you referred to in your testimony and your reference that according to that analysis that you did, a 25% halibut PSC limit in this rationalization program would underfund the trawl CV sector. And so can you just give me a high-level explanation of why that is? I just looked at your handout for the first time, and it looks like you used a rate-based approach to make that determination. Can you help me with that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I did. So, I mean, when you do a rate-based approach, I just took the information that was provided in 2-181 and reformatted it so you could see the rate of the bycatch over the qualifying years, 2009 through 2019, and then I also added in 2020 so that you can see that in comparison to the other years because that's been referenced in public testimony. And as you can see, if you do the average of those, you're at 0.008, and then if you use the median, you're at 0.0072. And then the question comes that, well, if you're going to do a rate, how much cod are you going to try to fund with the PSC that you're apportioning to the fishery. And based on, the high mark here, it looks as if about 40,000 tons would be the amount that you're trying to fund for an AMB season cod target catch, and that's where I come up with the calculations that are shown in the table, which shows the PPA at 272. It was on the staff slideshow, and if you use the median, that would say you'd need 288 tons. If you did the average, it would be 324. So under either the median or the average, the 25% reduction underfunds what you would need for PSC to harvest a higher TAC. We'd all like to be back to those levels, I'm certain. But like my biggest thing on this is my experience with rockfish when we did that program and we funded the HAL of it. We're fortunate that we have enough grease in the system, and for two reasons. One was when we started the program in 2007, compared to where we are in 2021, the quota has more than doubled in that program that wasn't envisioned by the council. The other thing that we did was you thankfully, and the agency put an emergency rule in the water for us, which meant that we could fish a month earlier. And since we had enough grease in the system, so to speak, we could, experiment with fishing a month earlier, which we'd never done before. And we've also had enough PSC to be able to harvest double the amount of quota, or more than double the amount of quota. But in terms of the functionality of the co-op, I think our PSC rates have been really good. So that's why I keep saying that grease in the system basically raises all boats and deals with things that aren't understood at this point versus kind of starting the LAP program underwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Bonnie. I appreciate you walking through that. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie, for your testimony. My questions are revolving around the issues concerning the data transmission. And specifically, I think we point out in the analysis a number of advantages that we have identified with being able to have that. Those include primarily our ability to get accurate and timely information on PSC, whether that's halibut, crab, herring, or other species, but also to understand whether or not there are issues on a specific vessel in terms of questions observers may have for sampling protocols or otherwise. That has a lot of advantages that we've identified in the analysis. It appears from your handout that there is about maybe 5 or 6 vessels that are not currently equipped in order to be able to take that kind of data transmission. Can you please walk me through reconciling some of the advantages we've identified in the analysis for having improved data transmission with, I guess, the limited number of vessels that currently don't have that capability?
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill. So I think the first thing that I should say is this wasn't a formal survey with all the right bells and whistles in terms of the sample selection. But so actually, based on the analysis, there's 15 AFA and then 8 severables. So there's actually 23 vessels in the non-AFA universe. We only surveyed 13, so I can't answer the other 15 in terms of that. Let's see, 823. The other 10 in terms of whether they have the system or not. But I think the issues that you raise in terms of data quality, we in the Rockfish program have the ability to transmit data once they deliver versus at sea. And there's a couple things that help that. One is obviously the boats have sat phones, and so if the observer has a question, they can call at sea. Also, they can always work out the details at the end of that delivery because it's only a 2 or 3 day period. The operators are typically where we get bycatch information, not from the observers. So they're the ones that are calling us and notifying us that we have a problem. I think the biggest benefit for the at-sea transmission really is for the observers in terms of data checks for Atlas, the ability to communicate within season and those type of things. But I just can't justify the cost for the vessels that I work for. I mean, the leasing and the charge basically suggests that you can lease a system, but I followed up with some of my members, and the lease contracts are 3 years. So basically, you'd be paying that lease fee every month for a 3-year period to be able to do the transmission at sea. So I do also agree with you, though, that there are some vessels within that sector, and we've had communications with that. Those that do have systems will allow those observers to use the system for transmission, but I just don't see regulating everybody into the same category. Hopefully I answered your question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Any additional questions? Thank you, Ms. Bonnie.
Thank you.
All right, Patty O'Donnell.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Patrick O'Donnell and I own the 85-foot catcher vessel Caravel. Caravel's endorsed to fish in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea. I'm a non-AFA catcher vessel and I'm Gulf dependent. Bering Sea cod's an important part of my business plan. I'm asking for 2 things. Under element 2, choose sub-option 2.2.2 and add 2 drop years. Under element 4, sub-option 4.2.1, choose sideboard exemption threshold of at least 258 metric tons. The drop years, when I bought my LLP in 2002, I could race in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. As a Gulf boat without AFA affiliations, it's been hard to find Bering Sea markets. In some years, I could not find a market and could not fish in the Bering Sea. Adding 2 drop years to this program was reasonable and would help level the playing field for non-AFA boats like mine. 2 drop years were used in the Rockfish program, which had 7 qualifying years, the West Coast Whiting program, which had 10 qualifying years, and this cod program has 11 qualifying years, so using 2 drop years is reasonable. Gulf of Alaska sideboard exemption, I asked in June for 300 to 400 metric tons because that would ensure I would have equitable flexibility and options moving forward. I would still be happy with a threshold at 300 metric tons, but will provide a mathematical rationale for a slightly broader range between 258 and 414 metric tons. I believe a 200 metric ton threshold is too low because it does not reflect the amount of cod I will actually have access to under this program, yet I would be prohibited from leasing any of my cod quota. It would not be a fair result if the quota share I get under the program is too small to make it worth a trip to the Bering Sea, but too large or large enough to prevent me from leasing it. My rationale for 258 metric tons is that's the amount I would have to start with to end up with 200 metric tons after accounting for 22.5% going to processors. Since I deliver to more than one processor in the Bering Sea, I may not get that 22.5% back, and I think the sideboard threshold should reflect that. My rationale for 414 metric ton is based on the value of the 1,700 metric ton pollock threshold under the AFA program. While AFA was being developed, 1,700 metric tons of Bering Sea pollock was worth $337,000. $337,000 worth of Bering Sea cod is approximately 414 metric tons based on 2021 ex-vessel price of 37 cents a pound. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Council members, any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell, for your testimony. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned your recommendation for drop 2 years for this program, and that would be reasonable and consistent with other programs. But we've also heard testimony that kind of penalizes long-term, consistent participants in this program, and if we go with the 2 years. So can you try to help me balance those two things a little bit with your situation versus that other testimony that we heard?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. So you hit the nail on the head, and it's a matter of balancing. And you heard from Ms. Duffy when she testified, looking to drop 2 years to accommodate her shipyard issue and rogue wave that it took. So this is exactly why we have drop years put in the programs to accommodate that. So it is a balancing act, but it's a balancing act between, the majority of votes versus a handful of in my case, non-AFA votes. So where do you find that balance? I mean, do we get to see the scales and who's on what side of it and who has what? We don't have that. We have it at an individual level, but it is exactly that. It's a balancing act, and it was put in the program to accommodate unforeseen circumstances. And I don't fully understand why we go from two drop years to in other programs to one drop year in this program, especially given a long suite of years of 11 years. I hope that gets to your question.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. It does. I appreciate that. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions for Mr. O'Donnell? Okay. All right. Thank you again, Mr. O'Donnell.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Council, 4 o'clock Alaska time. Let's go ahead and break.
No.
Let's go ahead and break for the day and come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and we can conclude public comment at that point.